In fact, Zabuza's assimilated body was like this at the beginning. Without the cooperation of Kaleidoscope, he could only open the 7th gate. After continuous hard training, he could finally open the 8th gate without using the ability of absolute control. Danzo masters many techniques, and even if he has absolute control with his Kaleidoscope ability, he cannot master all his abilities in an instant. The other splintered entities are well aware of this. They selectively learned it and it took them a long time to master it. Uchiha Tomie waited for his eyes to grow back, but in just a few dozen seconds, the Mangekyou ring Sharingan reappeared in his eye sockets. The new eyes didn't stay in their sockets for long before he dug them out again. After another few dozen seconds, there was another pair of Mangekyou ring Sharingan in his eyes. It was really miraculous. Tomie felt that the chakra in his body was not consumed at all, and he didn't know how it worked. He completely ignored the law of conservation of energy and other laws. Absolute control. Uchiha Tomie did not hesitate, and immediately activated the Mangekyou ring eye technique in his right eye to absorb the power of the Sharingan in his hand. Soon, the two pupil powers intertwined and merged, and Tomie could feel that his strength was increasing rapidly. Even his chakra had improved a lot, but his physical fitness had not improved at all. Forget it, the next fusion won't be that easy. Once your body improves, you can continue to fuse the power of the Kaleidoscope and open the eternal Kaleidoscope. By the way, there are also Shizui's eyes. Uchiha Tomie suddenly thought about Shizui's eyes. If he integrated Shizui's Kaleidoscope pupil power, could he possess Shizui's pupil technique? There's also the Divine Kaleidoscope, which is a pretty good ability. Now Danzo's assimilated body has Shizui's right eye Kaleidoscope in his hand, and Zabuza has Obito's left eye Kaleidoscope in his hand. It would be best if they could fuse into their own pupil technique. Tomie has a lot of abilities now, but no one would dislike him for having so many abilities. Zabuza, how is the progress of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Uchiha Tomie asked. Many split bodies and assimilated bodies can communicate even if they are separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. No one can block this connection. This is Tomie's ability. Tomie Kawakami in the Tomie series does not have this ability, but the upgraded Tomie Kawakami template has this ability. Zabuza's assimilated body said, having initially mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, it won't take long to reach the level of Namikaze Minato. No one in the split body has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. This technique requires a lot of talent. Zabuza's ability to assimilate the body depends entirely on the Kamyu Sharingan. Very well, come to the Land of Fire when you find an opportunity. I want this Kamyu Sharingan. Uchiha Tomie is very interested in the Kamyu Sharingan. As of now, he has no space talent. Only through the Kamyu Sharingan can he learn the art of Flying Thunder. Flying Thunder God is a time and space ninjutsu. If you learn it, it is not impossible to develop more powerful space abilities through the power of Kamyu Sharingan and absolute control. Zabuza's assimilated body has no objection. Anyway, he has learned the Flying Thunder God technique, and he can slowly improve his attainments in the Flying Thunder God technique by relying on his own strength. Except for the Tomie Kawakami split body, the other split bodies are not so eager for the Kamyu Sharingan. They all have their own paths. Kawakami Tomie's split body has no choice. She can only study forbidden arts now. Who told me not to give her other tasks? Now that you have studied it, you must study what is powerful and what is difficult. Now, we are truly invincible. Even if Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are resurrected, we don't have to be afraid. Only the 6 paths level can scare us. Danzo's assimilated body looked very proud. He now has unlimited Izanagi, and with so many forbidden techniques, he can even touch the 6 paths. Danzo's assimilated body woke up. It's not that he completely mastered the forbidden arts. He mastered the 8 gates of Dunjia. And Izanagi woke up because he knew that he couldn't stay at the root for too long, and he had to deal with important matters first. The 8-gate Dunjia can greatly increase his strength. Once the 8 gates are opened, he can fight even the 6 levels. Izanagi is the ultimate life-saving skill. Although the original Danzo has learned it, Danzo needs to form a seal to use this technique, and Obito does not. Danzo's assimilation body was optimized, and he discovered that if he now uses Izanagi, he will be invincible within 3 minutes, unlike the original Danzo who only had 1 minute. Maybe it's because the eye consumed by Danzo's assimilated body is the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan, maybe it's because he perfectly swallowed the fused Hashirama cells, or maybe it's both. Overall, he is more invincible. Next, it's time to truly start taking revenge, starting with overthrowing Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha Tomie knew how powerful Sarutobi Hiruzen was among civilians and the middle genin. After all, it was hard to say whether the 3 Hokages, the first, second and fourth generation Hokages, had a combined term of office half as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Also, public opinion alone is not enough to bring down Sarutobi Hiruzen. I know the root cause. It's easy to spread unfavorable remarks about Sarutobi Hiruzen. He himself is not clean and has a lot of black material. Therefore, it is best to deal with public opinion. Danzo's assimilated body came up with 3 or 4 pieces of dirty information about Sarutobi Hiruzen in an instant. The main body and the split body didn't say much, they just looked at Danzo's assimilated body quietly. It's not just the black stuff, but everything else is left to you. We are not suitable. Danzo's assimilated body had a very dark face. Thinking about it carefully, he could only leave this matter to himself, and even I couldn't be of much help. Unless he doesn't want revenge, he can complete the entire plan by himself. Others can only use their brains, and he has to rely on him to run errands. After discussing for nearly an hour, Tomie Uchiha left. Chapter 45 The Eve of Action. For the next period of time, Uchiha Tomie was still leisurely. For him, he just changed from hanging around with the kid in the ninja school to practicing with Sasuke and Naruto. It is worth mentioning that the style of this team is a bit biased, because Kakashi's sword skills are very powerful now. With Tomie's popular science, Sasuke knew how awesome Kakashi's father, Hatake White Fang, was, so he decided to learn Kakashi's fire style, thunder style, sword skills, and even 8-gate armor. Tomie also learned Kakashi's sword skills, and Naruto saw Tomie and Sasuke learn it and followed suit, but his progress was the slowest among the 3, even if he had a shadow clone to assist him in training. Kakashi's team has almost become the swordsman team, or the White Fang team. At the root base, Danzo had assimilated Koharu and Mito Kadeni. If these 2 people did not support him, it would be at least twice as difficult to overthrow Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, he was fully prepared. If the 2 people disagreed, there were many ways to control them. Juanzo, why did you come to us? You are so mysterious and secretive, and you specifically chose Jen, and you asked us to come over again and again. Mito Kaden is a little puzzled, but also very scared, because Danzo is not the same Danzo before, and he will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. Danzo's assimilated body said calmly, now that the time has come, I want you to give me a helping hand and help me become Hokage. Now that I have power beyond Sarutobi, I can definitely do better than him. A powerful, sinister, and endlessly malicious aura was released. The past few days of cultivation had greatly enhanced the power of the assimilated body, and it was no problem to defeat dozens of previous Danzos. Mito Kadone and Koharu were suddenly oppressed by such a powerful momentum, and they were in a panic. After the First Ninja World War, they didn't fight much. Danzo and Sarutobi occasionally took action, but they stopped taking action at all. They didn't expect that Danzo's power was several times stronger than before, so why weren't they surprised? Even if you have the power to match or even defeat Hiruzen, you can't become Hokage. Mito Kaden swallowed. He was careless. If Danzo turned against him, he might not be able to get out of the root-based. Danzo's assimilated body snorted coldly. In any case, Hiruzen can't stay in the position of Hokage. He is too weak. After the death of the 4th generation, he has been in this position for too long. Even if I can't become Hokage, Hiruzen can't. No, the new era requires new shadow leaders. Mito Menyon and Koharu breathed a sigh of relief when they went to bed, but they were worried that Danzo would be too tough. The rest of the conversation was guided by Danzo's assimilated body. He quietly used Uchiha Shijui's pupil technique Betsuit engine to influence these two people, and also used the ability to amplify desires. The assimilated body did not directly reverse their will, because this was the stupidest approach, and other gods were not that invincible. In the original work, Danzo was discovered by Ao. In the original work, Uchiha Itachi was able to break free from the control of the evil Earth reincarnation not only because of the other gods, but also because his will was to protect Konoha, which coincided with the effect of the other gods. The ability of other gods to increase lust has a double effect, which is much better than directly reversing the will. Reversing one's will is indeed powerful, but it has huge flaws, and it won't take long for some familiar people to see the flaws. Mito Katone and Koharu left quickly, and Danzo's assimilated body used the ability of absolute control to extract the eye power of his own kaleidoscope, supplementing the eye power of Shijui's kaleidoscope. Even if his own kaleidoscope is blind, it will return to its peak condition in less than a minute, but Shijui Mangekyo cannot. Even though there are Hashirama cells that can shorten the cooling time of other gods, judging from the current situation, it will take at least a year to recover, and he doesn't have that much time to waste. The ability to have absolute control is really powerful. Without this ability, many things would be inconvenient. Danzo's assimilated form appreciated that he seemed to be extracting eye power, but in fact he extracted it and converted it into pure yin-type chakra before injecting it into the Shijui Mangekyo. Yin escape, yang escape, and the combination of the two are all research topics of Tomie Kawakami's split body. As the saying goes, do what you do and love what you do. Since you can't resist, enjoy it and get happiness from it. Even with the support of Koharu and Mito Kaden, it is not easy to become Hokage. It is not even sure that Sarutobi Hiruzen will step down. After all, there are three families, Inoshikacho. Danzo's assimilated body does not need to win over Inoshikacho, they only need them to remain neutral. Also, the Hyuga clan must pay attention. However, this family is said to be a wealthy family in Konoha, but it is actually very cowardly. From the perspective of Danzo's assimilated body, during the Kumoga Cure incident, if Hiruzen had been tougher, Hiruzen Sarutobi would have allowed him to die. If that doesn't work, Hinata can cooperate with Uchiha, and conversely, Uchiha can also cooperate with Hinata. From the perspective of Danzo's assimilated body, there are too many mysterious operations in Naruto, and these are loopholes that he can exploit. It can be said that Danzo's assimilated body works day and night. He does not need to sleep. He practices in the morning and meets with the heads of the major families at night. He didn't act rashly. He had been holding back for so long, waiting for a month or two to get out of the way. There was only one chance. If he cannot defeat Hiruzen Sarutobi this time, he will be the unlucky one. Although he now has the power to conquer Konoha alone, what is the use of directly killing Hiruzen Sarutobi? If you want to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen Uchiha Tomie, you have to kill him long ago. Just choose the kaleidoscope ability. Killing Sarutobi Hiruzen now will fulfill his reputation as Hokage. They want to ruin Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation. This is just the first step. If there is a chance, it would not be bad to let Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, become a rebel ninja. Whether it is Tomie Uchiha or the Splinters, they don't have much sense of crisis now, and they prefer to play. Kill the enemy quickly and there will be no more fun toys. Time passed day by day, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the plan could finally begin. Danzo's assimilated body did not directly use other gods to reverse the will of the clan leaders, but deepened the thoughts of the clan leaders. Those clan leaders need to consider this, because this matter is risky. There are too few clans that are really willing to help Danzo, and most of them remain neutral. However, it was enough. Danzo's assimilated body had the help of 3 families, Shimura, Mitoman, and Tendon. Among the other secret arts families, only the Abiram clan stood on Danzo's side, and the middle-ranking families did win over a few. This comes at a price. If it is Danzo, it will feel distressed, but Danzo's assimilated body will not feel distressed. Then, let's take action. Everything is for Konoha. Danzo's assimilated form ordered to the roots. The route ninjas all mobilized. They knew what they wanted to do, and they also knew that what they wanted to do was to target the Hokage. But so what? Danzo-sama's will was their will. Chapter 46. The action begins. Following Route's actions, many rumors quickly spread in Konoha. It cannot be said that the rumors were half-truths and half-false. Absolute lies are easy to be exposed, and some people don't believe the truth. Half-truths and half-lies are the best to let others guess. A broken bar. There was an inside story about the death of White Fang in Konoha, and it was related to the 3rd Hokage. White Fang's reputation was so great that he was even given half of the Hokage sleeve by the daimyo. White Fang has no further progress. If he makes another great contribution, if he takes another step forward, the 3rd Hokage will have to abdicate. So there was that mission, which was a deliberately calculated mission. No matter whether White Fang chose to complete the mission or save his companions, he would be ostracized when he returned to the village. The best evidence is that the 3rd generation did not come forward to explain to Lord White Fang at all. There is also an inside story behind the death of the 4th Hokage. All this was a plan by the 3rd Hokage to regain the position of Hokage. Otherwise, why hasn't the 5th Hokage been elected after so many years? It was said that he was the temporary Hokage, but after so many years, both Jiraiya and Tsunade among the 3 ninjas were qualified to serve as the 5th generation, or the apprentice of the 2nd generation. Danzo-sama, the contemporary brother of the 3rd generation, is also qualified to serve as the 5th generation, but the 3rd generation is greedy for power and refuses to step down. The 3rd Hokage was an incompetent Hokage. Under his leadership, the White Fang of Konoha died, the 3 ninjas defected, the Rimura who left the village, the new 4th Hokage died, and the Uchiha wealthy family was exterminated. There is also the incident with the Hyuga clan. It was clearly the Hyuga clan leader who came to Konoha from Kumo Hidden Village to kidnap Hyuga family members. The Hyuga clan leader shot the Hyuga clan leader in self-defense, but was asked to die to calm Kumo Gakuin's anger. Although the twin brothers of the Hyuga clan leader were sent away in the end, this is extremely ridiculous. The 3rd generation was even related to human experiments. Orochimaru was his disciple, and when he went to surround Orochimaru, he actually allowed Orochimaru to escape from Konoha. Under the publicity of the roots, a lot of dirty information about Sarutobi Hiruzen was exposed. Danzo's assimilated body even let the shadow clone use the transformation technique to act with the roots. The routes are scattered to every corner of Konoha. Some use the transformation technique to secretly promote it, and some use the mind-turning technique to control others to promote it. In addition to these breaking news, there are also some little secrets. For example, the 3rd Hokage was greedy for life and afraid of death. During the 2nd and 3rd Ninja War, he did not go to the battlefield at all. The Kages of other ninja villages took the lead. Another example is that the 3rd Hokage often used the telescope technique he developed to spy on Konoha bathhouses, and he didn't know how many people he spied on. The shadow clones of Genbi and Danzo's assimilated body moved too quickly. Danzo's assimilated body just had to create 50 shadow clones by itself, and asked everyone in the route to create 2 shadow clones. By the time Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted, at least half of the people in Konoha knew about it. When Sarutobi Hiruzen took measures, half of the people in Konoha knew about it. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was so gloomy that he even had the intention to kill. He is very tolerant of Danzo, because Danzo is his comrade and his white glove. Now it seems that there is no need for this glove to exist. Sarutobi Hiruzen cares most about his reputation because his power is far inferior to that of the first and second generation Hokages. Now that the reputation he has worked so hard for so many years has been ruined, how can he not be angry? The most important thing is that it was Danzo who took the blame for him in the past, but now Danzo is throwing all the blame on himself, which is really unreasonable. The Anbu who came to report was trembling, wondering why he had arranged such an unfortunate job and actually reported this kind of information to Lord Hokage. The face under the Anbu mask is also a bit weird. It is impossible for all these rumors to be true, but if you think about it, some of the rumors really have some truth. The Anbu felt that it was nonsense to assassinate the fourth Hokage, because the wife of the third Hokage also died in the Ninetales Rebellion, but there are some things that are intriguing. Take the White Fang incident, for example. As the rumor goes, no matter what White Fang chooses, if the incident spreads, White Fang will definitely be in a bad situation. The problem is that White Fang's mission must be a top-secret mission, so why did it spread so much? Go and invite Danzo over. If he doesn't come, you know what to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was full of indifference. He knew that this matter must be cut through quickly. He was willing to abdicate and let Jiraiya or Tsunade become the fifth Hokage, but he wanted to abdicate himself and not be driven out. The Anbu quickly retreated, crying in his heart. If Danzo didn't want to come, how could he invite him? It would be useless even if he was given 10 Anbu teams. His roots were not weak. Damn it. It's such a big deal. Mito Kadone, Koharu Kasumi, and the heads of the various ninja clans were shocked. They knew that Danzo had a plan, but they didn't expect it to be like this. This was going to be a life and death battle. In this way, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very likely to fall. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely try his best to snipe Danzo and confront Danzo about everything. Danzo will definitely have a difficult life in the future, let alone becoming Hokage. You know, both Jiraiya and Tsunade are disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and they themselves have no good impression of Danzo. However, it will be a good thing if Sarutobi Hiruzen steps down. The ninja clan leaders all thought about whether they should help Danzo. They didn't care whether Danzo could become the fifth generation, but Sarutobi must step down. Damn it, if you don't take a careful inventory, you really don't know that Sarutobi Hiruzen lost so much shadow-level combat power during his reign. They knew Danzo was inside. But was Hiruzen Sarutobi really clean? The Uchiha clan was exterminated, and the younger brother of the head of the Hyuga clan died in his stead. These two things made all the ninja clans fearful. People in the village were also discussing. Different people had different reactions. Some people were very radical, some chose to believe in Hiruzen Sarutobi, and most of them stayed on the sidelines. Impossible. The second Hokage died during the first ninja war, and it was all thanks to the third Hokage to step in and turn the tide. Yes, Lord Hokage has been in office for so many years and has made many achievements. I don't believe he is such a person. Maybe someone is slandering him. Achievements? Then tell me what great achievements he has. No matter what, it is indeed time for the third generation to abdicate, no matter from any angle. Yes, you must abdicate. Regardless of whether the third generation is good or bad, Konoha now needs a young and energetic person, the Hokage, to lead it. The villagers and ninjas were talking a lot, and Danzo's assimilated body was not idle. After the matter reached a climax, he directly activated the desire for beauty and amplification of desire, and induced a group of people to go to the Hokage Tower to cause trouble. Let's see how you step down now. Danzo's assimilated body sneered again and quickly returned to the root base. If it were Danzo, he would definitely not feel safe. Even if there were at least 2 teams secretly following him and protecting him in Konoha, the current Danzo assimilated body would be invincible and fearless. At this time, Team Kakashi, who had just returned to the village to submit the task after completing the task, was confused when he heard these rumors. Kakashi was indeed confused. His father's affairs were indeed strange back then. Now that he was analyzed in this way, he felt even more that it was a conspiracy. Naruto was also confused. Is this the kind old man I know? How could he do such a thing? But what he said was so reasonable and well-founded that he was a little shaken. Could it be that his parents' affairs were really related to his third-generation grandfather? Sasuke was also confused. This melon was too big, and this Hokage was too dark. Fujian was also confused. Seeing his teammates confused, he pretended to be confused and not too different. Chapter 47 Conversation at the Hokage Tower. Kakashi was indeed Kakashi, although he was shocked by the many dark facts about Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was not completely unaware of it. After all, this was Orochimaru who stopped Gaia, who wanted to help Sarutobi Hiruzen when he was carrying out Konoha's collapse plan, and still insisted on believing in the power of Lord Hokage. This was killing someone with a borrowed knife. Someone is definitely pushing this matter secretly. Is it Danzo? Why? Because of the Hokage's position? Is he too old to wait any longer and is making a last move? Or does he have other cards? Kakashi's IQ is online most of the time, and he understands that he needs to be calmer at this time. Kakashi took Tomie and the other three to the Hokage Tower and told them to stay silent no matter what they saw or heard. When they arrived outside the Hokage Tower, they saw the Hokage Tower surrounded by hundreds of people. They couldn't get in unless they used the window. Before Kakashi could hesitate, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen coming out. Hiruzen Sarutobi saw the ninjas of the Shimura clan and Mitoman clan among hundreds of people, and was shocked. He did not expect Mitoman Yan to be attracted by Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile and said, "Everyone, this is definitely a conspiracy by spies from other villages against our Konoha. Don't be fooled. As for the fifth generation you are talking about, I promise to confirm the candidate as soon as possible and give him the throne." Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart is bleeding. There were many people gathered under the Hokage's building, including many civilians. He couldn't kill him, otherwise his reputation would be completely ruined. He also couldn't pass the blame to Danzo. Such a fight with Danzo would make everyone even less trusting of Konoha's top management. Uchiha Tomie looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression and felt secretly happy. This is just the beginning. You will feel better next. Only with Hiruzen Sarutobi's earnest persuasion and the influence of his reputation accumulated over the years did the ninjas and villagers retreat. In fact, except for the family ninjas who sided with Danzo, the other ninjas who followed in the trouble were small family ninjas and civilian ninjas. After everyone else left, Kakashi took Tomie and the three to report on the mission. During this period, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't explain anything, and Kakashi didn't ask any questions. Just reporting on a sea-level mission. It will be over soon. The seeds of doubt have fallen. Not to mention that Kakashi had doubts before, but now they have grown and sprouted. The third generation is really not suitable to continue to be Hokage. Even if those things have nothing to do with him, he is not suitable. He handled Hinata's affairs too poorly. Kakashi couldn't help but think that in his opinion, Master Jiraiya had a high chance of becoming Hokage, but no matter what, Konoha's power would be reshuffled. Kakashi was not in the mood to teach Tomie and Sasuke today. After sending them away, he comforted Naruto and returned to his room to wait quietly. He knew someone would come to him. TCH, who the Hokage is has nothing to do with me, and what the Hokage does has nothing to do with me. I am an Avenger. Sasuke didn't go to eat the melon, but devoted himself to training. Instead of wasting time to understand this, it was better to wait for the dust to settle. Take swordsmanship, fire escape, thunder escape, shuriken, and taijutsu. He needed to practice too much, and he had no time to waste. What does it mean to be a Hokage? Naruto had no intention of practicing. He only knew two Hokages. The fourth Hokage, who was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the village, was his father. There is also the third Hokage whom he has the most contact with. This is a kind old man, but everything today has overturned his understanding. Is this the world of ninjas? Naruto thought about how Sasuke and Tomie looked indifferent when they killed the bandits the day before yesterday. They were so inferior in comparison. In the Hokage's office, Danzo's assimilated body arrived belatedly. Only Hiruzen Sarutobi was there, and the other two F4 were not. Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to have a good talk with Danzo. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen barely controlled the situation. Under the actions of the Anbu ninja, the route ninja could not spread rumors. Danzo's assimilated body doesn't matter, his information has spread anyway, and Sarutobi Hiruzen can suppress the root, but he can't help people's discussion. He can still send the root to take action tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. He is not Danzo, and he is not afraid of Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. The current situation is indeed not good for Sarutobi Hiruzen. If only a few people knew about it, they could still control it by force. Now that so many people know about it, they can still take back their memories. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were extremely fierce, and his former kindness disappeared without a trace. He said solemnly, "Danzo, you have gone too far. Do you want to die? Don't forget, I am the Hokage." Danzo's assimilated form sneered, "Hokage? Ha ha. You won't be any more soon." The assimilated body directly released his aura, and the surging aura was perfectly controlled by him in this office, and the Anbu outside could not detect it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was full of disbelief. How could Danzo have such power? This aura was not inferior to his. Wait, Danzo's arm actually recovered. His right arm was injured in the Second Ninja War and could not be healed. Could it be that he succeeded? Danzo's assimilated body said indifferently, "Sarutobi, I have merged with the cells of the first generation. You are no match for me. My wood escape is not as good as the first generation, but it is far better than Yamato." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became even uglier. Danzo was actually still doing the wood release experiment, and it actually succeeded. You think I'm not your opponent? You have to understand that the powerful one is the first generation master, not the wood release. It's like being able to rival Uchiha Madara without opening the kaleidoscope. Sarutobi Hiruzen sarcastically said that he knew Danzo's methods too well. Even if Danzo had power comparable to his own, Danzo's fighting consciousness would definitely not be as good as his own after not fighting for so long. Fighting is not won by strength. Unless you can absolutely crush, skill will be important. Danzo's assimilated body said, "No matter what, now you have to retreat even if you have no choice. You have long been unfit to be Hokage. You are too cowardly. In my opinion, even Tsunade is better than you as Hokage." "Powerful," Sarutobi Hiruzen said suspiciously. "This is not like what you would say." The assimilated body snorted coldly, "There is no resemblance. Everything I do is for Konoha. Tsunade and Jiraiya are more suitable to be Hokage than you, but I am the most suitable. Only I can lead Konoha." Years back on top, when Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this familiar tone, he felt that this was Danzo. "Really? Then let me try your power and see how much power you have inherited from the first generation of adults, so that you are so arrogant. Don't lose as miserably as before." Sarutobi Hiruzen is still very confident in his own power, and that's right. After all, the peak that normal people can practice is at the level of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Raikage, and the second Hokage. There are only a few people who have truly seen the full power of Sanju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. "Hiruzen, don't think that I haven't improved over the years. Let me show you who is more qualified to protect Konoha." Danzo's assimilated body knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi was provoking the general, so he was not afraid and just repaired Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 48 Danzo Assimilated Body vs Hiruzen. At an unknown remote training ground in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi was confronting Danzo's assimilated form. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, no matter whether he is Hokage or not in the future, he must test out Danzo's power today. This guy was already very dangerous, but now he is even more dangerous. Hiruzen Sarutobi's departure from the Hokage's office will definitely attract a lot of attention. The transformation technique can solve this problem and make it unrecognizable to civilians. There are people directing the ninjas behind the scenes, and Danzo's assimilated body has come forward, but those ninjas will not expose it. An Anbu team and a Root team were on guard to prevent anyone from coming over. They both trusted their boss and felt that the boss would win. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen swung his shuriken and quickly formed seals. One shuriken quickly changed into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. In an instant, the shurikens were overwhelming, facing Danzo, who had mastered the wood release. Sarutobi Hiroshi would not be careless. For a moment, he even had the idea of killing Danzo here. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were a little flustered. Danzo didn't hide. Isn't this guy crazy? He thought that transplanting the cells of the first Hokage would make him as powerful as the first Hokage. Hiruzen, after all these years, your methods are still the same. It's really disappointing. Danzo's assimilated body said lightly. A high concentration of wind attribute chakra emerged on his body, forming a wind escape armor similar to the thunder escape armor. This is the wind escape chakra mode corresponding to the thunder escape chakra mode. This is a technique developed by the Hawkeye split body. There is no doubt that this technique is powerful. Danzo's assimilated body itself has extremely high wind attribute talents. In addition, he has absolute control over the kaleidoscope eye technique. It takes a few minutes to adjust and adapt. He mastered this technique. I saw those shurikens shooting at Danzo's assimilated body, and they were all cut off. Wind escape has powerful cutting power, and the wind escape armor formed by the wind escape chakra pattern has even greater cutting power. It can be said that this armor restrains most taijutsu techniques. Generally, if a jonin punches it, the hand will be cut off instantly. This is the wind release chakra mode that corresponds to the thunder release chakra mode. This is the result of my practice over the years. This technique requires a huge amount of chakra. Before, I could not exert the power of this technique at all, and perfectly integrated with the first generation master. This defect no longer exists after using my own cells, and I am now more powerful than you can imagine. Danzo's assimilated form is very arrogant. He tells lies as soon as he opens his mouth, and all the split and assimilated forms lie without drafting. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively used the fire release ninjutsu. He was proficient in the 5 attribute ninjutsu. No matter what enemy he faced, he could find a way to restrain it. I have never heard of the wind chakra mode before, nor has it appeared before. I don't know how powerful it is, but fire defeats wind. A burst of extremely violent flames spit out from Hiruzen's mouth. In an instant, the flames split into 3, and attacked the assimilated body in 3 directions, front, left, and right. Sarutobi sneered in his heart. Danzo, even if I become weaker due to age, you shouldn't underestimate me. You must know that you are also a bad old man. Danzo's assimilated body didn't rush. He raised his hand and struck a palm, and the powerful hurricane directly blew away the flames coming towards him. His wind release chakra mode was learned from the Eagle Eye split body, but the usage is completely different. The Hawkeye split body strengthens everything in swordsmanship, and he developed the wind release chakra mode to serve this purpose. Danzo's assimilation body is based on adoptionism and pragmatism, and it can be used as easily as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that it was a tricky situation now. Danzo just used a casual palm, which was more powerful than 10 jonin using wind release and great breakthrough. Danzo's assimilated form would not wait foolishly for Hiruzen Sarutobi to make a move. The wind release chakra mode gave him extreme speed, which was no worse than the Raikage in the thunder release chakra mode. So fast. The Anbu and Genbu ninjas lamented that they were jounin, but in the end they only caught a trace. If they were in the Hokage's position, they would be killed in an instant. 4 of the 8 ninjas were on the edge of the training ground, and 4 were not particularly far from the assimilated bodies of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. It's one thing to have confidence, but you have to be just in case. If the boss loses, you can rescue him immediately to avoid being killed by the opponent. The speed of wind in nature is not as fast as thunder and lightning, but the speed of wind at its extreme is still faster than thunder and lightning. In the blink of an eye, Danzo's arm penetrated Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. There was just a bang, Hiruzen's body disappeared, and a piece of rock was cut off. Danzo's assimilated body reacted immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen would have prepared the substitute technique immediately after releasing the fire release, otherwise it would not have been possible so quickly. The assimilated body dodges immediately after reacting. He has confidence in the wind escape chakra mode, but he is not stubborn. In the ninja world, in addition to ninjutsu, sealing techniques and forbidden techniques have terrible power, so he has to guard against it. I saw a dragon of thunder and water falling from the sky. This move was familiar to Danzo's assimilation body. This move was once again the specialty of Fuse's assimilation body. A huge pit instantly appeared on the ground where the assimilated body was originally located. The compound ninja technique cannot be underestimated. The assimilated body determined Sarutobi Hiruzen's position while dodging. He can also use ninjutsu using the wind release chakra mode. He does not need to form seals, but he can only use wind release ninjutsu. Wind escape a middle dot vacuum continuous waves. Danzo's assimilated body exhales a sharp breath similar to Kamitachi's, which can cut off the target's body and the chakra that protects the body. Danzo in the original novel almost defeated Uchiha Sasuke with this move. But it was even more terrifying when Danzo's assimilated form was used. The assimilated body didn't stop at all. It clicked like a submachine gun, and the sharp breath like a sickle and weasel kept shooting out. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed a seal, and a huge earth wall appeared. This was the earth flow wall, and the defense was still above the earth flow wall. Because the cells of the first generation have been fused, the chakra has increased dramatically. Do you not care about the waste of chakra when using ninjutsu? It seems that Danzo's chakra amount is several times greater than before. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Danzo's power was indeed much stronger than before, and he suppressed himself before even using wood release. Boom. Boom. 2 shadow clones appeared quickly, and Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that this earthen wall would not last long. Earth release a middle dot earth dragon bullet. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. The 2 shadow clones quickly jumped out of the protective range of the earth wall to perform ninjutsu. The 2 ninjutsu were combined into a compound ninjutsu, and earth and fire merged into a terrifying earth-fire projectile. Danzo's assimilated body not only did not dodge, but rushed forward, and continued to shoot out the sharp breath like a kamita while running. The compound ninja technique is indeed powerful, but it cannot break the wind escape armor formed by the condensed wind escape chakra. Its defensive power is not much worse than the thunder escape armor. The earthen wall collapsed under the constant fire. Chapter 49 Hiruzen's defeat. The tall earth wall was defeated, but Hiruzen Sarutobi disappeared. At some point, a stick appeared in his hand. This was the Vajra Ruai stick transformed by the monkey demon. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who used the teleportation technique, quickly dodged the attack of the assimilation body, and his wishful stick kept growing longer and swept towards the assimilation body. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not only proficient in the 5 elements of escape, but also not weak in physical skills. During the 4th Ninja World War, he used the wishful stick to break the vines of the sacred tree and rescued Naruto. Danzo's assimilated body stopped the ninjutsu attack, activated his chakra to the extreme, and used his right hand to make a knife-shaped hand and strike with the wishful stick. Hey, it's interesting. Danzo's assimilated body found that this monkey demon was quite strong. He didn't show his true colors when fighting against him. The 2 fought in physical skills. In terms of physical skills, the assimilated body was inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen and was suppressed. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still unable to break Danzo's wind release chakra mode. This can't go on like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen was old, and his physical strength and energy were not as good as before. Protracted fighting was not suitable for him. What was even more frightening was that he received a blow from Danzo. He had to go to the hospital, and then a large group of people begged him not to die in front of the hospital bed. Sarutobi Hiruzen found an opportunity to push back the assimilation body with a stick. He quickly completed the seal with a snap, and the soil under his feet turned into liquid, and he quickly rushed towards Danzo's assimilation body. The speed of the earth flow is fast, but the speed of the wind is even faster, and the assimilated body will not fall into the mud flow. 5 escapes, the technique of large continuous bullets. This was enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect Danzo to be hit by the assimilated physical energy. This was to buy him time. He instantly separated 4 shadow clones, and they cooperated with himself to attack Danzo's assimilated body simultaneously using 5 ninjutsu with different attributes: fire, thunder, water, earth, and wind. This move will cause a devastating explosion with a wide range and extremely powerful force. Therefore, after using it, he immediately used the teleportation technique to avoid being affected by his own technique. This technique is Hiruzen Sarutobi's favorite ninjutsu, and it is also the strongest offensive ninjutsu he has mastered. 2 ninjutsu with different attributes can be combined into a compound ninjutsu, and the power of each compound ninjutsu can severely damage an average jounin. Nowadays, the combination of 5 attributes of ninjutsu to form the 5 escapes and the great continuous bullet jutsu is so terrifying. Danzo's assimilated form was too late to use wood release. If he wanted to use wood release, he had to deactivate the wind release chakra mode. If it was deactivated, it would be dangerous. The assimilated body not only operates the wind escape chakra mode to the extreme, it operates under load, and the muscles in the body are as if they were cut by sharp blades. He didn't dodge. He planned to resist forcefully. He could dodge, but he didn't want to dodge, so he just wanted to test the defensive power of the wind escape chakra mode. Boom! After the explosion, the thick smoke dissipated. According to the law of no harm in smoke, Danzo's assimilated body was not injured. Danzo's assimilated form didn't launch an attack and just stood there. The 5 release a middle dalian bullet technique did not hurt him, but he was injured by his overloaded wind release chakra mode, and now he dissipates the wind release chakra mode. Good chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the Vajra wishbone and struck out. In his opinion, this wind release chakra mode was more disgusting than Kumogakure's thunder release chakra mode. Without this mode, it would be useless for Danzo to have wood release. Wood release, violent spear tree. Danzo's assimilated form instantly created a giant tree with his right arm to resist Hiruzen Sarutobi. This is a powerful wood escape technique that combines offense and defense. It can not only defend, but also has amazing attack capabilities. It perfectly swallows and fuses Hashirama's cells, and has no lack of chakra assimilation. The power of this move is several times that of Danzo's. Sarutobi Hiruzen wielded the indestructible King Kong Ruai rod, which destroyed even the powerful wood release. But that was enough. The assimilated body just blocked his steps. Wooden release ninjutsu was performed one after another. The injured assimilated body used such high-intensity ninjutsu, which added to the injury. However, his recovery time was faster. In just half a minute, he returned to his peak condition. That kind of injury, even if the 4th Raikage were to come, it would take a month to recover. After recovering, Danzo's assimilated body did not use the wind release chakra mode, but used the teleportation technique. Even without turning on the wind release chakra mode, he was faster than Sarutobi Hiruzen. The assimilated body launched a storm of attacks. The aged and frail Hiruzen Sarutobi had no endurance, and he began to pant as he used a ninjutsu that consumes chakra, such as the big 5 bullets. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to surrender. He had defeated Danzo for most of his life. Even if he lost to him now, in general he still won. The assimilated body knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, so he accelerated and punched him away, and the sky was covered with fist shadows. Boom. 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 Sarutobi Hiruzen was like a sandbag, being beaten from one end to the other by the assimilated body, and then from one end to the other. The two Anbu ninjas immediately launched their teleportation technique, but the root ninja stopped them. 10 seconds later, Danzo's assimilated body stopped. He launched hundreds of attacks in 10 seconds, but he had control. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't die. They were all external injuries and would heal in a few days. For some reason, when he beat Sarutobi Hiruzen, he felt very good. It was not only the pleasure of taking revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also the residual reaction of this body. It seems that Danzo's feelings for Sarutobi Hiruzen are really extraordinary. Even if he is completely assimilated and loses himself, he cannot be reincarnated, even if he is reincarnated in filthy earth, because his soul has also been devoured. In this case, Danzo's body actually reacted to beating Sarutobi Hiruzen. It can only be said that it is worthy of the world of Naruto. In this world, the bond between men is more terrifying than love. Danzo, you have indeed become stronger, but it is not that you can become Hokage if you are strong, but you can become Hokage only if you are recognized by everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a very embarrassed state, but he did not forget to ridicule Danzo, saying that he was not well known among the common people and had a bad reputation among Jounin, so he could not be the Hokage. After hearing this, Danzo's assimilated body became even more disdainful. Everyone knows the truth. You told me this. On the surface, civilians are very important, but the proportion that really affects the position of Hokage is less than 1/5. If Danzo's assimilated form had not been so powerful, if he had not won over the support of 2 elders and some ninjas, even if all the civilians supported him, the final result would still be that he would not be able to become Hokage. It's just that the rumors from the outside world are better, saying that he was reluctant to lose, rather than saying that he overestimated his capabilities and was crushed. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Danzo's assimilated body preparing to leave, he hesitated and whispered, "Has the root been able to perfectly master the surgery to fuse the cells of the first generation of adults? It's impossible for Hiruzen Sarutobi not to yearn for power. There are few people in the entire ninja world who can refuse to become stronger." Danzo's assimilated body was even more disdainful of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but said, "It's not perfect, the success rate is only half at most. Theoretically, the stronger the strength, the higher the success rate. You think about it yourself." The assimilated body did not have Hashirama's cell-fusion technology in hand, but he knew one thing: Sarutobi Hiruzen distrusted him even more, and would never perform this operation under Gen's guidance. The assimilated body also didn't want Hiruzen Sarutobi to perform this cell transplantation operation, which would kill people. His revenge had just begun, and Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't die like this. Chapter 50 The Art of Wandering Souls. Danzo's assimilated body is gone, and the real game will be in these days. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't stop him this time. He did hesitate. If he failed to fuse Hashirama's cells, the Sarutobi family would really be doomed. "I can't die like this. Konohamaru is still young, I have to train him. Yes, I want to train him and train him to be the 6th or 7th generation Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen became even more hesitant when he thought of Konohamaru. Poor Konohamaru could have experienced a few years of dandy life, but now it's gone, and maybe even Naruto, his future big brother, is gone. But he was also lucky, otherwise he would have been tricked to death just like Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not leave immediately. He took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and quickly analyzed the situation. "Go, give this to Jiraiya." Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly wrote a letter and gave it to the Anbu. He had a special way to contact Jiraiya. As for where the things in the training ground came from, they must be psychic scrolls, which store a lot of things. "The wrestling here has begun. and the wrestling on the other side has also begun. Outside Sunagakure village in the land of wind, Aizen's split body arrived here. He should have been here long ago, but something was delayed. It's just Sunagakure village, nothing to be afraid of, but I'm a good and peaceful person, and I won't do anything to steal other people's village secrets. Aizen split his body temperature and said softly, but in his heart he was very disdainful. After having obtained the thunder release chakra mode for more than half a year, his physical skills were no longer his shortcomings. Aizen's split body and Kawakami Tomie's split body practice the thunder chakra mode, which is crazy. When practicing, the thunder chakra overloads and tempers the body. After practicing this way, the skin and flesh will burst open in just a few minutes, and sometimes there will be a burning smell. Due to the super resilience due to super fast regeneration, this kind of injury can be cured in 1 minute at most. Even if he is dying, as long as he still has breath, no matter how serious the injury is, he will definitely be cured within 3 minutes. The two of them were constantly injured, and each time they recovered, they would be strengthened. Therefore, 1 day of their practice was equivalent to 10 days, half a month or even longer for others, and they only took 1 hour a day to practice the thunder chakra mode. It's just that after more than half a year of training, he still can't reach the level of the 4th Raikage, but it's still no problem to use ninjutsu to compete with the future leg cage and the 6th Mizukage. It does not refer to their current state, but to their peak state in the future. Although that state is still very poor, but who makes these two the last and second last existences in the history of the ninja world? Except for Aizen's split body and Kawakami Tomie's split body, none of the other split bodies practiced the thunder chakra mode in such a perverted way. Aizen's split body is good at illusions, but he pursues the ultimate in various powers, so he practices like this, while Kawakami Tomie's split body has been studying forbidden arts for a long time, and has to be severely injured dozens of times every day. She has long been used to it. After about 2/4 of an hour, the dormant Aizen split finally found a suitable target, and a ninja with a relatively powerful aura left Sunagakure village. During the period of lurking, several waves of sand ninja left, but they were too weak, so they had to be the splintered body of Jan and Aizen to be interested. There was a bang, and a shadow clone appeared, but Aizen's clone had no seals. The shadow clone made a gesture and aimed at the sand ninja. As soon as the technique was activated, the shadow clone disappeared with a bang. A very good technique. It seems that guy is finally useful. Sunagakure looked at his body. In fact, it was Aizen's shadow clone. This is a technique developed by split souls, the technique of wandering souls. This technique combines and optimizes the shadow clone technique with the heart turn technique, allowing the shadow clone to activate the heart turn technique. If activated successfully, the shadow clone will temporarily control the body of the targeted person with chakra, temporarily suppressing his consciousness. It seems that it is a combination of shadow clone and mind turning technique, but it is not the case. The technique of turning the heart is to aim at the enemy, use the soul to focus the spirit on one point, and release one's own spiritual power to seize and control the opponent's body. Once successful, the victory or defeat will be immediate. The released spirit can generally only move in a straight line. The range and hit rate are greatly limited. This is not the case with this technique. Just like now, the shadow clone controls the body of the Sunagakure ninja. Theoretically, as long as his chakra is not exhausted, he can leave Aizen's split body and run to the land of fire without any impact. If people from the mountain clan are allowed to come, there will be many restrictions and they must not stray too far from the main body. Another point is that if the spirit released by the caster of the heart turn technique does not hit the opponent, it will not be able to return to his body within a short period of time. This will cause the caster to be unable to perform any actions such as defense, so the risk is very high. big. Even if there is any loss of the shadow clone, it will not have any impact on Aizen's split body. The split soul body also began to work hard and started her own research. This technique was developed by her, but the ones that helped everyone the most were Tomie Kawakami's split body and Danzo's assimilated body. One developed many techniques, and the other directly shared many Konoha techniques. Give them forbidden magic. Are you considered a good ninja among the Jounin of Sunagakure village? The shadow clone read the Suna ninja's memories of the past few days, and then returned to Sunagakure village. The ninja had just received a mission to perform. This ninja is not a puppet master. Otherwise the shadow clone will definitely read his memory. The shadow clone is not interested in the ninjutsu mastered by a Sunagakure Jounin who is not a puppet master. They have obtained most of Konoha's high-level ninjutsu, and they don't care at all about such low-level ninjutsu. It's not like they were in a downturn at the beginning, and they didn't even have a B-level ninjutsu. The Suna ninja controlled by the shadow clone was a Jounin, and he had a smooth journey all the way to the Kazukige's office. The fourth Kazukige, Rasa, who was handling the file, frowned when he saw the shadow clone and said, "Watanabe, didn't you just go on a mission? Why did you come back again? What happened?" The shadow clone didn't do any ink, and didn't play any mystery. He said bluntly, "I am Watanabe, but I am not Watanabe. This body belongs to the Watanabe you mentioned. I am now using my secret technique to possess him." Liu Osha's expression changed, chakra surged, and placer gold appeared beside him. He was ready to attack at any time. The other party's words reminded him of the heart-turning technique of the Konoha mountain family. The shadow clone laughed and said, "Master Kazukige, there is no need to be nervous. I am not here to fight. Moreover, if you kill me, Watanabe will die, but my body will be fine." Liu Osha did not completely believe the shadow clone's words. He felt that if he killed Watanabe, the shadow clone would not die, but it would definitely be damaged. However, the other party could continue to control others at any time, so he had to find his true body quickly. "What kind of deal do you want to do?" Liu Osha was very unhappy, but still asked. The other party sneaked into Sand Hidden Village to negotiate a deal with him. It was definitely not an ordinary deal. He was indeed interested. Apart from Liu Osha's occasional trouble with her brain, her strength is still good. "Don't think that it's okay for Rasa to be killed by Orochimaru." Sarutobi Hiruzen was not killed by Orochimaru. Rasa has suppressed the rampaging Shukaku many times. Based on this alone, he will not be a weakling. At least for a character of Leg Shadow's level, Liu Osha can fight 2 or 3 without any problem. Chapter 51 Transaction. I know that Sunagakure village lacks the means to deal with tailed beasts, so the 4th Kazukige-sama often personally suppresses the rampaging one-tailed beasts. I have some sealing techniques from the Uzumaki survivors in my hands. I wonder if the Kazukige-sama is interested. The shadow clone did not directly talk about Konoha's sealing technique, but the Uzumaki's sealing technique, but it was not bad. Most of the more advanced sealing techniques in Konoha come from the Uzumaki clan. Liu Osha almost did it. Sealing technique. This is indeed what Sunagakure village needs. If Sunagakure can master the advanced sealing technique, there will be no need to worry about Jinchuriki going berserk in the future. This is not a matter of Fukazawa's generation, but Fukazawa doesn't know how many generations. "How many sealing techniques have you mastered, and what do you want to trade?" Liu Osha's tone was a little excited, but she was taking stock in her mind. When the transaction was over, she would find this guy's body and kill him directly. Rasa is very confident in her own power, otherwise she would not agree to work with Orochimaru to carry out the plan to collapse Konoha. It's a pity that this is the world of Naruto, not a fantasy world. There is no situation where a high level can restrain the lower ones. Therefore, Rasa was tricked to death by Orochimaru, a person who was not weaker than him. Theoretically, enough Jonin can kill the Kage. If they can't defeat him, they can kill him. Hashirama doesn't count, nor does Minato who can fly the Thunder God. Even the 3rd Hokage who mastered the 5 series of ninjutsu, the 3rd Tsuchikage who was eliminated by blood, and the third Raikage who is said to have the strongest spear and the strongest escape. They may be killed if they face hundreds of Jonin. They can indeed kill ordinary Jonin in an instant, but if their chakra is exhausted, they will not be slaughtered by the Jonin. What's more, when hundreds of Jonin are performing ninjutsu together, the powerful shadow must be avoided. The shadow clone said gently, if you want to exchange ninjutsu, naturally I have to exchange ninjutsu. I want the art of reincarnation. I can exchange it with you for the 5 elements seal and the 8 diagrams seal. Liu Sha frowned slightly. He had heard of the 5 elements seal a little bit, but he had never heard of the Bagua seal, but even the 5 elements seal was stronger than the sealing technique in their village. The art of reincarnation. How do you know this ninjutsu? Also, are you sure you want this ninjutsu? Liu Sha knew the art of reincarnation. It was a forbidden art, and it was shelved after it was developed. This jutsu uses all the chakra of the caster as a medium to distribute vitality to the deceased. This jutsu can be used on the living or the dead. If used on the dead, the chakra of the caster will transform the soul of the deceased until the caster dies. After this ninjutsu was developed by Granny Chiyo, he lamented that if this jutsu had been developed earlier, Garura might not have died. This ninjutsu has its power, but it is not good for the Lone Ranger. Liu Sha originally thought that the other party would want the advanced puppetry of Sunagakure village. Yes, I want this ninjutsu. If Lord Kazekage is willing to trade the puppetry technique and the secret technique of controlling sand, I can exchange more sealing techniques with you. The purpose of the shadow clone is the art of reincarnation. Others are dispensable, but it is always good to get them. It can be regarded as a kind of collecting habit. Liu Sha snorted coldly, you are so greedy. Speaking of which, people like you should not be unknown, but how dare you leave a name? Liu Sha will definitely not trade the secret technique of controlling sand. This is his fighting method. The secret technique of sand control was developed by the 2nd generation Kazekage. The 3rd generation Kazekage is a blood successor ninja and has magnetic release, so he can control sand and iron. Liu Sha is also a blood successor ninja and also has magnetic escape, but he is better at controlling sand gold than sand iron. Gaara did not inherit Raza's magnetic release, but with his powerful talent and the bonus of Shukaku in the early stage, he learned the art of sand control, and surpassed Raza during the 4th Ninja War in the original work. The art of sand control does not require blood inheritance to learn, but only with magnetic escape that can control placer gold and sand iron can the power of this art be fully unleashed. At least the destructive power of placer gold and sand iron cannot be compared to that of sand. The shadow clone said softly, my name is Aizen. You probably don't know me. After all, I am a nobody and cannot compare to big shots like you. What do you think? Have you decided? This matter is not something that Liu Sha can decide by himself. Even if he can decide by himself, he will pretend that he can't decide and let the senior management know about it so that he can eliminate the other party during the transaction. The shadow clone and even his true body knew this very well, but he didn't pay attention. After discussing for a while, with the consent of the shadow clone, Liu Sha sent someone to invite Chiyo's mother-in-law, Ebizu. After the transaction is completed, I will tell you the whereabouts or Scorpion. At first, Chiyo's mother-in-law was unwilling, but the shadow clone directly used her trump card. It was impossible for Chiyo not to care about the whereabouts or Scorpion. As a result, Liu Sha followed Watanabe, who was controlled by the shadow clone, and left Sunagakure village with the reincarnation technique and basic puppet technique. Only Granny Chiyo followed, not even Ebizu. One was to show sincerity to Aizen's split body, and the other was to make a secret plan. Ebizu began to gather the Jonin in the village. Once there was a huge battle, he would lead the Jonin to attack for reinforcements. Although this was a deal, who knew if this was a deliberate plan to ambush the 4th Kazekage? Anyone who can get to the top has 2 tricks. Neither Liu Sha nor Chiyo nor Ebizu believe much in the shadow clone's words. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at a vast desert. Rasa and Chiyo saw Aizen's split body. In their eyes, the split body had short brown hair, black-rimmed glasses, and a gentle smile on his face. They really couldn't see that such a person would be a daring person. However, this is indeed an arrogant person, and at the same time he is extremely confident in himself. Rasa and Chio are sure of this. It seemed like a 10-minute journey, but if they had gone all out, it would have only been 3 or 4 minutes. The place the other party chose was too close to Sunagakure village, and there was only one person with no helpers. Wasn't this how confident he was in his own strength? Are you planning to take Watanabe as a hostage and escape? If so, I can only say that you are too naive, Liu Sha sarcastically said in his heart. For him, he was just a jounin, and he could sacrifice himself without blinking an eye. When Aizen's split body saw the people coming, he ignored the little juju in their hearts and said directly, "Then, let's exchange the scrolls. You throw the scroll of the reincarnation technique over here, and I throw over the scroll of the Bagua seal." Aizen's split body did not propose that both sides throw all the scrolls at once, because he knew that the other party would not accept it. Liu Sha nodded and took out the scroll with the reincarnation technique written on it from his arms, as did Aizen's split body. With a whooshing sound, the scroll was thrown out by both parties in a tacit understanding. Aizen's split body immediately looked at it after catching the scroll, and Kawakami Tomie's split body also cast its eyes here to look at it together, confirming whether the scroll was fake or half-true. Liu Sha wrapped the scroll with placer gold, and Granny Chio checked to make sure it was not poisonous. Then he opened the scroll and read it, and Granny Chio also looked at it. "I made a profit. I definitely made a profit this time." Liu Sha and Granny Chio are not good at sealing techniques, but they can see that this Bagua seal is actually composed of 2 identical sealing techniques. It seems that they get 1 sealing technique, but in fact they get 2. Chapter 52 Mysterious Bomb Talisman. After both parties confirmed that the scroll was genuine, they were ready to continue the transaction, even if it was an area they were not good at. But if their ninjutsu attainments reached their level, it would not be difficult to tell whether the ninjutsu was fake. "Then, let's continue the deal. I'll hand over the 5 elements seal and the evil seal to you, and you can throw over the basic puppet technique." Aizen's split body put away the secret scroll of reincarnation, and when the transaction is completed, the battle will begin. Liu Sha said he knew. He threw the scroll directly, and so did Aizen's split body. They felt that the final winner would be themselves, and it didn't matter if they traded honestly now. Amazing. Amazing. Although it is not as good as the Bagua seal, it is worthy of being the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Liu Sha looked at the scroll and admired. The Uzumaki clan was really the nemesis of the tailed beasts, but it was a pity that they were exterminated. Granny Chio was not in the mood to confirm the second scroll. As long as the first scroll was authentic, she hurriedly said, "Where is the old grandson? How do you know him?" Liu Sha put away the scroll and prepared to fight. In fact, he was also very concerned about Xi's whereabouts. This was the village's genius puppet master. If he returned, the village's power would increase. Aizen's split body chuckled lightly. "Scorpion. I know him, but I have never met him, but he is indeed an amazing puppet master, and can even be said to be the strongest puppet master in the ninja world. After all, he is even known as the strongest Kazekage. The 3 generations of Kazekage were all made into puppets by him." Rasa and Chio's pupils shrank, and they couldn't believe it. The disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage was a mystery. Could it be that he was really killed by Scorpion? No. Scorpion was only a few years old at that time. It was impossible to have the strength to kill the 3rd Kazekage-sama. He couldn't kill him even if he wanted to, and he couldn't even try to sow discord. Liu Sha said coldly, with a large amount of placer gold floating, ready to attack at any time. Granny Chio sneered, "It seems that you are playing tricks on us. You don't know the information about Scorpion at all. Even the current Scorpion may not be able to defeat the 3rd Kazekage, let alone the Scorpion who was only a teenager at that time." The reaction of the 2 people was expected by Aizen's split body. Many times, people pursue the truth, but the truth is often cruel and difficult to accept. Scorpion has now joined an organization called Akatsuki. Working with him is the Kirigakure rebels abuser, and Yukai Itachi is also in this organization. After speaking, Aizen's split body turned and left. The deal was completed. At this time, the placer gold surged towards the split body like sea water, and Granny Kyondai also summoned the puppet and entered the battle state. Aizen split and walked slowly, only to hear a roar and a deafening explosion. Powerful flames swept through everything, and the area within a kilometer was covered in flames. The people of Sunagakure village noticed it, not to mention the Jounin. Even ordinary people heard the huge explosion. In this large-scale attack, Aizen's split body was also bombarded, and as blue chakra was seen covering his body, like a tailed beast's coat. This was the water escape chakra mode. The high concentration of water attribute chakra covered him, making him unscathed in a sea of AAA fire, without even a trace of heat. The disadvantage was that chakra was consumed very quickly, but this flaw was not a flaw for him. Aizen's split body did not look back. A real man would never look back at the explosion. He just left. Whether Rasa and Chio lived or died depended on their abilities. Aizen's split body had already buried 10 secret bomb talismans in the desert. The power of a single talisman was still higher than that of Kakazu's compound ninja fire wave, and the destructive power at the center of the explosion was even more terrifying. This talisman paper can explode or not. If Liu Osha and the two don't take action, everything will be fine. As soon as the two people do it, Aizen's split body will move, and the talisman paper will explode. The result is obvious. It should be said that the top leaders of the 5 great ninja villages all have this virtue. In this endless sea of AA fire, Liu Osha used placer gold to construct a semicircular barrier. Even the placer gold couldn't withstand the high temperature burning. This is equivalent to a dozen characters attacking Liu Osha together. If Liu Osha hadn't been able to exert 200% of his power in the desert, he would be dead now. Boom. 10 seconds later, a heat wave surged in, and the protective wall composed of placer gold completely collapsed. Puppet technique. A middle machine light shield. At this time, Grandma Chio moved. She used the puppet mechanism as a medium to transform her chakra into a shield to defend against everything. In the original work, this move blocked the sand iron Shigyu released by the puppet of the third Kazekage. Granny Chio released all the puppets and used the power of all the puppets to unleash this move. The defensive power of this chakra shield is very terrifying. Kakashi's Reikiri hit it with only a small crack. Under the scorching flames, the chakra shield slowly melted. In the end, Chio Granny could only wrap herself with chakra, and Rasha no longer controlled the placer gold, but controlled the sand, wrapping the sand around herself to form a sand armor. After the monstrous sea of AA fire broke through the sand gold protective wall and the chakra shield, its power was reduced by half. Even so, the remaining power was equivalent to a high-level fire escape. The flames rushed past violently, and neither the sand armor nor Chio's chakra coat could protect them. When the flames all dissipated, the elderly Granny Chio fainted. She couldn't hold on any longer. Liu Osha dispersed the sand armor and his skin was severely burned. He had to cheer up. Although Aizen would definitely be affected by the explosion at such a close range, he must have taken measures. With this kind of formation, 100,000 detonating talismans would only explode at the same time. Liu Osha was still frightened, but he quickly realized that it was definitely not a detonating talisman. What on earth was it? It was a deadly weapon on the battlefield. If placed well on the battlefield, it can severely damage the enemy team. What's going on? Where is the person? He's gone. Liu Osha didn't wait for the attack, which was a little strange. He directly focused his eyes on the sand. After looking at it for a while, he saw the split body of Aizen hundreds of meters away. Seeing that he was unscathed, Liu Osha was shocked. This guy either mastered the time and space ninjutsu, or was stronger than him. According to his assumptions, even if Aizen was prepared, he would still have to pay a lot of price. It's really weird. What is this guy's purpose? He is still so confident that we will die in this explosion. Raza quickly dispersed the sand eyes for fear of being sensed by Aizen, then condensed a larger sand block, grabbed Chiogranny, jumped on it, and flew back to the village. Both he and Chiogranny had to treat her quickly. Halfway through the flight, Liu Osha saw Ebizu. There were medical ninjas among those Jounin, and Liu Osha asked them to treat him quickly. Speaking of medical ninjas, overall, Konoha's medical level is the strongest among all villages, even if Tsunade is not counted. Master Kazekage, what happened? Ebizu asked. He was a little horrified. No one in the ninja world should be able to defeat Master Kazekage and his sister in such a short period of time. Could it be that the opponent has a large number of people? No, looking at it like this, both Kazekage and his sister were hit by fire release. He felt hot even though they were so far away. The enemy must be good at fire release, but this fire release is a bit exaggerated. Except for the legendary Uchiha Madara, I'm afraid no one he can crush his sister and Kazekage-sama with his fire escape. Ebizu is a smart man. Smart people think too much and have more doubts. Chapter 53 Tsunagakyo's response. Liu Osha did not immediately explain to Ebizu what was going on. There were too many people now. After some treatment, Chiyo's mother-in-law was out of danger, but she was so old that she might not have a few years to live after suffering such severe injuries. In terms of combat effectiveness, it doesn't have much impact. She is a puppet master and mainly uses chakra wires to control puppets to fight. After returning to the village, Liu Osha convened another meeting with the village's senior officials to tell what he knew. Impossible. This must be a divorce plan. Scorpion does not have the strength to kill the third Kazekage-sama, and there is no reason to do so. The people from the Puppet Master faction quickly came out to explain. Although they knew that Lord Kazekage would not believe it, their attitude was very important. Originally, Scorpion could become a high-level person in the village and gain the support of all the Puppet Masters. If such a person was said to have killed the third Kazekage, they would be affected to some extent. Liu Osha signaled them not to worry and looked at the others to see if they had any opinions. After a while, Ebizu said, assuming what Aizen said is true, then the Akatsuki organization has Scorpion, Zabuza, and Uchiha Itachi. It can be said that with these three people joining forces, none of the five shadows can rival them today. Come on. How scary the leader of such an organization would be. This must be guarded against. If what Aizen said is false, then we cannot underestimate this person. His scheming and strength are terrible, and he must be planning something big in secret. Liu Osha agreed that Aizen was indeed scary, and he still didn't understand what Aizen was thinking. Then what does the elder think we should do? Liu Osha didn't count on other senior officials. He knew that the only one with great wisdom in the village was Ebizu. Leverage. Ebizu said calmly. Borrowing power? Now others were confused as to where to borrow strength. Liu Osha was unsure. Is it borrowing Konoha's power? Ebizu nodded and expressed his plan. Tell Konoha some information. After all, they formed an alliance with Konoha during the Third Ninja War. Although it was forced by form, the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Wind were nominally allies. Ebizu believed that Konoha must be interested in the information about Uchiha Itachi and Zabuza. There is such a hidden and terrifying organization in the ninja world, as the strongest ninja village. In the ninja world, it is impossible for Konoha not to be on guard against it. Konoha is now at its weakest period in history. Even so, based on overall strength, Konoha is the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages. There are Aokage, 2 Tails Jinchuriki, 8 Tails Jinchuriki and Arui in Kumogakure village. They seem to be powerful and Konoha is not weak either. There are Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and Rijaya in Konoha. If Konoha is really in danger of life and death, Tsunade will definitely go back. When the top combat power is equal, the middle and high-level Konoha are stronger than Kumogakure, Hatake Kakashi and Mekai who can open 7 or even 8 gates, and the heads of the major families. You must know that Sarutobi Hiruzen masters the ghoul seal. If one person is pressed hard, he can exchange for 2 or 3 top combat powers from other ninja villages. The same is true for Danzo. He has the inner and 4 elephant seals. This refers to the comparison of combat power in the original work. Konoha will be stronger now that Tomie interferes. Before completing his revenge, Uchiha Tomie would not let anything happen to his enemy. So, who wants to go to Konoha? Liu Osha glanced at the crowd. He must not let him, the Feng Ying, take action himself. Let me do it. Forget it, I was the one who made this suggestion, so let me do it. Sister, please ask Lord Kazkage to send someone to take care of it. A Jounin proposed himself, but was interrupted by Ebizu. The others could not show their sincerity, and the others could not beat the old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ebizu didn't know that Hiruzen Sarutobi was in a bad situation right now. When he arrived in Konoha, it was hard to say whether Hiruzen Sarutobi was the Hokage or not. Then there is Elder Lao Hilazang. I will send the most elite Jounin in the village to escort you. After Liu Osha finished speaking, he took out 3 scrolls, which recorded the Bagua seal, the Evil seal and the 5 Elements seal respectively. He planned to let the village's elite Jounin practice these 3 sealing techniques. Not all Jounin had the talent for sealing techniques, but there was always someone who could learn it, even if only one knew it. He had to let the village's Jounin master these 3 techniques quickly. Technique. Gaara's problem must be solved quickly, and Gaara can grow up quickly, because the emergence of Aizen's split body made Liu Osha feel in danger. Liu Osha dealt with things for a while, then went to the hospital to lie down. His injuries were not serious. Maybe he would become a bandage man like the second Tsuchikage. In the future, a group of Jounin are studying 3 sealing techniques, most of which are 1 big and 2 big, especially the puppet master. Few puppet masters master the sealing technique. The level of the Tsunagakure Jounin is not that strong. In the original book, Jounins like Maki are powerful characters among the Tsunagakure Jounin, and there are many Jounins in Konoha who can defeat Maki. After reading these 3 scrolls, most people gave up on the 5 elements seal and the 8 diagram seal, and learned to seal the evil seal. They can still understand some of this technique, but the other 2 are a bit esoteric. The learning difficulty of the seal of evil is indeed lower than the other 2. In the original work, Kurenai also mastered this technique, and Kurenai is relatively weak among the Jounin of Konoha. There are also a very small number of Jounin who simply refuse to learn, admitting that they have no qualifications and cannot learn. If they have this time, they might as well hone their ninjutsu. At this time, Jounin Yura also left. He was Xiao's subordinate. He knew that Xiao was in the Akatsuki organization, and he wanted to pass on information to Xiao. Aizen's split body didn't know this, and they didn't care if they knew it. The Akatsuki organization had their people. After Aizen's split body left Sand Hidden Village for some distance, he did not use the ability of absolute mastery to change his body shape and appearance. He often changes his appearance so that he will not be found by White Zetsu. He changed his appearance on the way to the Land of Wind, and it was only when he arrived at Tsunagakure village that he took on the appearance of Aizen. This is his favorite appearance. Originally he wanted to change it, but I just sent him a message, so he didn't change it. Has the art of reincarnation in the dirt been completely improved? But why is it that I still carry out the follow-up plan? Even Hancock and Tomie Kawakami can do it, because I transformed into Aizen. It's really speechless. The current task of Aizen's splinter body is to attract the White Zetsu who are searching for his traces in the ninja world and catch a few. This is a good container for the Jutsu reincarnation technique. There were a lot of White Zetsu, and it was nothing to the Black Zetsu to separate dozens of them to specifically search for traces of Aizen's split body. The harder they couldn't find it, the more interested Black Zetsu, Obito, and Nagato were in Aizen's split body, so they looked for Zabuza's assimilated body. Zabuza's assimilated body drew Aizen's appearance and gave it directly to Zetsu, asking Zetsu to find it. If he found it, he would lose. The completion of Yuto's reincarnation means that the first stage of revenge against Obito is about to begin. Obito's taboo is Nohara Rin. He opened the kaleidoscope for Rin, and he did not hesitate to become the enemy of the entire world in order to create a world with Rin. For Obito, Rin's importance is unparalleled. Even Sasuke's importance to Itachi is not 1/10 as important as Rin's to Obito, because to Obito, Rin is the only one, but to Itachi, Sasuke is not. The only thing he still cares about is the village. Chapter 54 Sarutobi is scared. A few days passed quietly, and Xiao from the Xiao organization was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Aizen, whom Pain asked us to look for, would actually show up in Sunagakure village. In fact, Aizen has never been found. Some people are wondering whether this person was made up by Zabuza. Scorpion used the Akatsuki organization's ring to contact Pain. Pain was a little surprised after knowing the situation. He actually quickly defeated the fourth Kazekage and a top puppet master. This strength was much stronger than Zabuza said. Pain contacted Zetsu and told Zetsu to search for Aizen in the Kingdom of Wind. He must find Aizen. If he joins the Akatsuki organization, the plan to capture the tailed beast can be advanced. Nagato knew that his health was getting worse and worse, and he wanted to suppress the ninja world in his lifetime. This is unrealistic. Even if he can do it, when he dies, everything will collapse, just like if the first ninja war broke out quickly after the death of the first Hokage. Zabuza's assimilated body and Hawkeye's split body both got the information, but they didn't care. Attracting White Zetsu was part of the master's plan. It's just that I didn't expect that Aizen's split body and the original body had made some mistakes, and actually forgot that Scorpion had a spy in Sunagakure village, but this wave helped them by accident. After knowing this, Kisame chuckled. He is really a terrifying person. Although I don't know what method he used, he was able to severely damage the fourth Kazekage in an instant. Mr. Itachi, who is even more skilled in fire release, must not be as good as him. I didn't expect someone to be able to master fire release beyond Uchiha. According to Zabuza, his genjutsu is not weak either. Uchiha Itachi had a cold face and said nothing. Kisame couldn't see clearly what he was thinking and didn't say much. Uchiha Itachi was thinking in his heart that there were so many unstable factors in the ninja world, including the Akatsuki organization and Aizen. Sure enough, I was right. If there was a civil war between Uchiha and Konoha, they would suffer heavy losses. When the major ninja villages besiege Konoha, the Akatsuki organization might get involved. The purpose of the Akatsuki organization is the tailed beasts, and Konoha has the strongest tailed beast. Let alone the Akatsuki organization. Once Konoha weakens, Uchiha Itachi believes that even the allied country of Wind will attack Konoha. Sasuke, grow up quickly. There is not much time left for you. Uchiha Itachi secretly said. He realized that his body could not last long. 10 years at most. This is the disadvantage of opening Kaleidoscope too early. It is easy to get blood diseases. It can also be said that the body cannot withstand such a powerful force. Just like Tomie Uchiha, if he hadn't had the power of Tomie's template, no matter what, if he opened the Kaleidoscope at the age of 8, he would have died young like Itachi Uchiha, because the spiritual power transcends the physical body too much. Moreover, when the kaleidoscope is turned on, the blood becomes purer and closer to Indra. If the physical body cannot bear the force of the leap in life level, it will also harm oneself. If the physical body cannot withstand the use of the kaleidoscope, it is squeezing its own vitality. Obito is an exception because of Hashirama's cells. Just like Kimimaro in the original work, he surpassed most Jounin at a young age. Even Orochimaru regarded him as an excellent vessel, but he died young due to blood disease. This is also related to the kaleidoscope involving yin escape and the yin attribute power. If it were a yang escape immortal human body, there would be no such problem. At this time, Orochimaru was improving the technique of turning around. This technique was flawed, and he knew it, but for the sake of immortality, defects were not unacceptable. Anyway, after becoming immortal, He had a lot of time to improve. Orochimaru is improving now. He never forgets Uchiha Itachi's body. He thinks about how terrifying it will be when he takes Uchiha Itachi's body and uses the Earth Resentment secret technique to have 5 hearts. When the time comes, he wants to seize the heart of the blood successor ninja. As far as he knows, Uwagakure has melting style and explosive style, Tsunagakure has magnetic style, Kirigakure's Tomie has melting style and boiling style, and I don't know about ice style. No, Kumogakure has Arashi release. These are Orochimaru's goals. Synthesizing it yourself is too time-consuming and laborious. Seizing the hearts of those bloodline ninjas, not to mention directly possessing their abilities, can at least speed up the analysis. Orochimaru thought that he had the body of Uchiha Itachi, so many blood successors, and the art of reincarnation. The entire ninja world was no match for him, so what did pain mean? When the time comes, the entire ninja world will provide him with experimental materials. Orochimaru thinks it is wonderful. There are too many things in the ninja world that need to be studied. Orochimaru did not give up on the research on the curse seal. Orochimaru was unable to practice Ryachide Ring Sage mode, so he developed the curse seal. The curse seal was also a means of life-saving and resurrection for him. A broken bar. In Konoha village, Tomie and Danzo's assimilated body used a large number of shadow clones to induce others every day, causing many neutral factions to waver and turn into radical factions. Some people even went to the Hokage building to shout for Sarutobi Hiruzen to abdicate immediately. Fujiang's charm is so terrifying that those who fall prey to it seem to have lost their minds and are not even afraid of death. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked extremely ugly. Now his reputation was really bad. The people under the Hokage Tower who asked him to abdicate were men, women, and children. There are even students from the ninja school. Needless to say, this must be Tomie's handiwork, and people from all walks of life are incited. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had the intention of dying with Danzo with the ghoul seal. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, even if Danzo was twice as strong, he would still be helpless against the ghoul seal. Even Kyuubi faced the ghoul. The seal can only be manipulated by death. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and decided to forget it. Whoever becomes Hokage does not do it. For Konoha, he still has to keep a useful body to serve Konoha. In short, he was timid. In the Hokage's office, Mitokadni and Koharu are secretly feeling happy, and things are changing in turn. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been suppressing them all, was actually suppressed. This feeling was so refreshing. In the office, many Jounin were feeling extremely happy. A certain white-haired Jounin and a certain white-eyed Jounin almost grinned, and there was also a white-haired Jounin who looked ugly. At this moment, only formal Jounin can step inside. Not even special Jounin. I will step down as Hokage. I really should step down. As the recent rumors have spread, the new era needs young people to lead, and it should not be led by a bad old man like me. Now the election for the 5th generation begins, and I recommend Rijuru, one of the 3 ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen has reached the point where he has to retreat. Even if he refuses to retreat, if the daimyo asks him to abdicate, and other ninjas join forces to resist, he will be ignored, or even committed to suicide. Others didn't dare, but Danzo did. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to gamble and didn't dare to gamble. Jiraiya came back with a strange look on his face. If it was the past, he would have refused immediately. He thought of what Hiruzen Sarutobi said to him last night. Jiraiya, you and I know very well who Danzo is. If for no other reason than for Naruto, you have to be the Hokage. If Danzo becomes the Hokage, Naruto will never have a good life, or even be killed by him. As a war machine, Jiraiya, I know what you are thinking. Danzo is very strong now, and you and I are no match for him together. Plus Kakashi is probably only a draw. Because of these words, Jiraiya did not refuse the position of Hokage. He still had another choice, and that was Tsunade. But the current situation is different from the original work. The villagers will not wait too long because Tomie is instigating. Therefore, Jiraiya can only compete for the position of Hokage to keep Naruto, otherwise Danzo will become Hokage. In fact, Danzo's assimilated body will not take action against Naruto, at least not at this stage, but Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't understand. Chapter 55 Hokage Election. I recommend Kakashi Hatake as the 5th Hokage. I recommend Shimura Danzo-sama as the 5th Hokage. I recommend Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, to be the 5th Hokage. She is also a Sannin. Her fame and prestige are above Jiraiya. The Jounin began to express their opinions, but the big shots were not so quick to express their opinions. Even though Tsunade was not in Konoha, she still had many supporters. After all, it was Tsunade who suggested incorporating medical ninjas into the mission team and proposed establishing a training mechanism for medical ninjas. Although this proposal was not approved at first, without Tsunade, medical ninjas would not be taken seriously at all, and more people would die in the war. Let's just say that the Jounin present had a lot of indirect benefits. Kakashi himself is also a little confused. Someone actually proposed that he be Hokage. What virtues and abilities does he have? Even in terms of strength, his strength is not enough. Defeat Hiruzen Sarutobi and remove his head from the Hokage rock. Sarutobi Hiruzen has not expressed his willingness to give up the position of Hokage. He really has a deep desire to resist Sarutobi Hiruzen. If we don't give an explanation today, we won't leave. The big shots hadn't voted yet, but downstairs from the Hokage, someone was making trouble again. Moreover, this time someone proposed to remove Hiruzen Sarutobi's head from the Hokage rock and erase all the information Hiruzen Sarutobi had in the lesson plan. The ninja school textbooks introduced the past Hokages, but the one introduced most is definitely the 3rd Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Danzo's assimilated body, as if to ask, "Is it your people who are taking the lead in causing trouble?" Danzo's assimilated body looked calm, as if everything had nothing to do with him, and said calmly, "I didn't send the Roots to do anything, let alone the ninjas of the Shimura clan. I can only say that someone is really unpopular." Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted. He didn't believe it, but there was nothing he could do about Danzo. No one present, even those who stood by Danzo, did not expect that things would develop to this point. Even if they abdicate, if the head of Sarutobi Hiruzen is really removed from the Hokage rock, then Sarutobi Hiruzen will really be nailed to the pillar of shame in the ninja world. Among the cages of the 5 great ninja villages, some died in battle, some were missing, some were short, and some were reckless, but none of them were forced to abdicate, and the rock statues were removed from the Shadow Rock. For some reason, Kakashi and Hizu felt extremely happy. They would be even happier if Danzo had such an ending. "Danzo, Jiraiya, Kakashi, you 3 come down with me." Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was very unhappy. He had to resolve the following matters first. If his avatar was really removed from Shadow Rock, he would completely become a laughingstock in the ninja world. The 3 of Danzo's assimilated bodies followed. Some Jounin were puzzled, and some guessed Sarutobi Hiruzen's purpose. After going down, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Jiraiya were shocked. They were so densely packed that the number was definitely over 1,000, which was much more turbulent than the previous waves. They could see that there were very few ninjas here, not even 1/10. In their perception range, these ninjas are not strong, they are all middle genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very sure that these ninjas have no roots, let alone people from a big family. In other words, there are really many people who are dissatisfied with me, and even if they offend him, the Hokage, they come to the Hokage building to block the door to express their dissatisfaction. Sarutobi Hiruzen had enough time to spare. He could remember every person who became an official ninja. This was his way of remembering all the ninjas and win them over once a surprise attack occurred. What he didn't know was that if Uchiha Tomie hadn't secretly instigated it, few people would have dared to come to the Hokage Tower to cause trouble. If the scale was not large, it would have been taken down long ago. It would be different if there were hundreds or even thousands of people. The law does not punish the masses, especially in this hot spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to make mistakes. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt even worse when he heard people criticizing him. Not long ago, he was the beloved third Hokage, but now he is despised by thousands of people. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me, Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly, fearing that the people behind him wouldn't hear him. He was so humble. In front of these people, he didn't even dare to use the word old man now. The people who came to block the door stopped. They wanted to hear what Hiruzen Sarutobi had to say. If the answer dissatisfied them, they would still make a fuss. The people affected by Tomie are abnormal. If Uchiha Tomie hadn't deliberately restrained himself, these people's mental state would definitely have problems. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile and said, "Everyone, I am ready to step down as Hokage." The new Hokage is being voted for. They are the apprentice of the second Hokage, my contemporary, Danzo Shimura, my student, Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, who made many contributions in the Second Ninja War and the Third Ninja War. He is also the teacher of the fourth Hokage and Kakashi Hatake, the apprentice of the fourth Hokage and the son of Konoha White Fang. It can be said that he is one of the most powerful Jonin in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained to the villagers that he also had Xiaojujiu in his heart. If Kakashi became Hokage, he would have a lot of power, more power than Jiraiya had as Hokage, but Kakashi's attitude was very important. Kakashi has regained his motivation, but he doesn't think he will become Hokage. No matter he is compared with Danzo or Jiraiya, he is far behind him. His foundation is too weak. The most important thing is the issue of strength. Kakashi thinks that if he is given 3 to 5 years, he can give it a try, so he might as well forget it for now. Kakashi-sama, I heard he is a genius ninja. He was a Jounin at the age of 12. He should be even stronger now. Yes, Kakashi is a good choice. Although he lost to Zabuza, Zabuza was able to assassinate the fourth Mizukage and escape without a trace. Jiraiya is not very good. My brother's colleague's sister's best friend once said that Jiraiya-sama likes to peek in the bathhouse, even more than the third generation. That's right. It is said that the third generation used some ninjutsu to spy, but Jiraiya went directly to the bathhouse to spy. Danzo-sama doesn't seem to have any black spots, but he's not very famous. But as a disciple of the second Hokage, his strength should be pretty good. Everyone discussed that the situation was good for Danzo. This must be Tomie's handiwork. His shadow clone was hidden inside. He used the kaleidoscope eye technique so that no one could see through it. Jiraiya was ridiculed miserably because his lifestyle was problematic, and Kakashi was said to have been defeated by Zabuza. Although it was later said how powerful Zabuza was, this was actually an indirect negative message against Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned even darker, and after saying a few words he returned to the Hokage studio. If he hadn't known that civilians had little influence on the Hokage's election, he would have been furious. Jiraiya didn't care. The hero Jiraiya was so open-minded. He thought in his heart that it would be good for Kakashi to become Hokage. He understands Kakashi's situation. With Kakashi's current progress rate, he will be able to compete with himself without using Sage Mode in 2 years. It is not impossible for him to become Hokage now. Anyway, there will be no war in a short time. Chapter 56 Hokage Election. Then go ahead and vote. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the Hokage Tower and planned to solve the problem quickly, whether it was Jiraiya or Kakashi. Either way, Danzo must never be allowed to become Hokage. No one recommends Kakashi. Let me start with it. I recommend Kakashi, my lifelong enemy. Metkai said passionately that it would be good for his little friend to become Hokage. I recommend Danzo Shimura. I also recommend Danzo-sama. Me too. As Metkai started, many Jounin who were watching began to vote. They were all families attracted by Danzo's assimilated body. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Inakacho. Inakacho's weight was not low. If Inakacho sided with Jiraiya, Many people would definitely follow him. I also vote for Danzo Shimura. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't wait for Inoshikacho's vote, but Hizu, the leader of Konoha's most powerful clan, voted. Now that the Uchiha have been exterminated and the Senju are dead, Hinata is indeed the most powerful family in Konoha. Although this first wealthy family is a little aggrieved, the fact that the Rizu are now siding with Denzo makes many people feel bad. Hinata is famous for being a middle-class. Establish a faction. I also vote for Danzo. At this time, Konoha's two major advisors both spoke out. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became even more ugly. He had not seen any ninjas from the dormitory clan before, so he thought Danzo was only wooing Mito Kadone. Unexpectedly, Koharu was also attracted by winning over. Why, when we were chatting the day before yesterday, we obviously said that we would vote for Jiraiya. Why did we change our minds, or was it just to numb him at that time? The two advisors spoke, and the Jounin of their families all voted for Danzo. Although Jiraiya has his own supporters and the support of the Sarutobi clan of ninjas, how can he compare with the painstaking layout of Danzo's assimilated body? To be honest, Danzo's assimilated body didn't expect that Hizu would support him. For others, he was just another god who amplified his desires. For Hizu, he just used his emotions to move him and reasoned, and conveniently amplified his desire for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Dissatisfaction. I originally thought that he would be neutral, such as voting for Kakashi with the fewest votes, so as not to offend Danzo or Jiraiya, or simply give up voting. It seems that the benefits are very impressive. This Hyuga clan leader is not exempt from vulgarity. Soon, except for the Jonin of Inakaki's lineage, everyone else had voted. Jiraiya and Kakashi's combined votes were not as many as Danzo's. With Jiraiya in front, there were only 5 people who voted for Kakashi. Excluding Matkai, there were only 4 people. Kakashi didn't vote for him. Unlike the villagers who were easily incited, Jiraiya's problem was just a minor flaw to these Jounin. In addition to Kakashi, there were also some fans of Jiraiya. Everyone is looking at Narashikaku. He has always played the role of a think tank in Inoshikacho. Even among Konoha, his wisdom can be ranked among the top 3. Everyone is curious about what Shikaku will choose. Shikaku's decision will affect Yamanaka Heiichi and Akimaki Choza, and these two will affect their families. It can be said that Shikaku's decision will affect who the next Hokage is. He voted for Danzo, and Danzo would crush the other two with a single shot. He voted for Jiraiya, and Jiraiya won by a slim margin. He voted for Kakashi, and Danzo still won. Although the attitude of the daimyo is also important, the most important proportion is the vote of the Jounin. I vote for Danzo Shimura. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Shikaku voted. If possible, Shikaku wanted to vote for Jiraiya, but he understood that Danzo's ruthlessness was not comparable to that of Jiraiya. Even if he loses here, Danzo will make himself Hokage through his daimyo, because they all vote for Jiraiya, and Jiraiya is only ahead by a few votes. The gap is not big, and Danzo still has room to maneuver. Daimyo and common people are all available. Another reason is that Danzo gave too many things, which he didn't want at first, but it was really too much, so I feel sorry for the third generation and Jiraiya. Inarakacho's positioning is very good. They have always helped whoever becomes Hokage, or in other words, they only help the winner and never do unnecessary things. Just like Minato had a higher winning rate back then, so they supported Minato. No matter who becomes Hokage, he will need the support of the Ina, Deer, and Butterfly clans. The wisdom of the Nara clan is very important to Konoha. The secret skills of the Yamanaka clan are very useful and a good assistant in dealing with spies. The attack power of the Akimaki clan's secret techniques is pretty good, and when combined with the Nara and Yamanaka clans, the weak can often defeat the strong. The Akimaki clan seems to be insignificant, and Abiram, Hinata and even other clans can be replaced. However, this is not the case. They have an unspeakable tacit understanding with Nara and Yamazaka. The voting was completed soon, and Danzo's assimilated group had the support of the Shimura, Mitoman, Tendon, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimaki, Hinata, and Abiram clans, and was far ahead in the number of votes. In fact, if Hinata and Nara had not known that Danzo's power had surpassed Sarutobi Hiruzen, they would not necessarily have supported Danzo, even if the conditions offered by Danzo's assimilated body were very tempting. In the ninja world, after all, it is about power. Have the final say. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile and said, "Let us congratulate Danzo Shimura for being far ahead. It seems that he is the one expected by everyone. I will inform the daimyo. If nothing else happens, the 5th generation will be Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very unhappy. He had already thought about it. He would take the opportunity to have an attack after Danzo became the 5th generation, making Danzo unable to grasp the root and causing him to lose a lot of help. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't understand how Danzo managed to win over Hinata and how he managed to win over Inagacho, especially Hinata, who had something to do with Hisashi's death in the first place, but Danzo, Mito Kaden and Koharu were all accomplices. Then, Hokage Rock can start carving. Also, leave those documents to me. If you want to retreat, then completely retreat and become an ordinary Jounin. I don't want the events of the Yondei period to happen. During the Ninetales Rebellion, most Anbu actually went to you, the 3rd Hokage, first, instead of the 4th Hokage. Danzo's assimilated body made it clear directly, without giving any face to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He wanted to shrink Sarutobi Hiruzen's power so that he could not be the Hokage's assistant or elder. Let him not be able to control the Anbu or interfere with the roots. Let him be an ordinary Jounin and an honorary 3rd generation Hokage. The expressions on other people's faces were even more exciting now, but considering that Danzo said this, it's not surprising. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost laughed angrily. Could it be that Danzo thought that after becoming the 5th dame, he would be at his mercy? Sarutobi said gloomily, "Juanzo, I'm the Hokage now. Please pay attention to your words." Danzo's assimilated body spread his hands and said, "You won't be the same in a few days. Moreover, look at how many people in the village recognize you, not even 1/10." Sarutobi Hiruzen is even more angry now. "You threw the blame on me, now you are clean, and I am about to be crushed to death." "Forget it, Hokage-sama. Cherish your last few days as Hokage." Danzo's assimilated body left after saying this. It was so cool, but it was not enough. Regardless of whether Sarutobi wanted to or not, the assimilated body would not let him become a high-level person again, and this was just a small revenge. Other split bodies were needed in the follow-up. Help. Chapter 57 confused Naruto. The Jounin left one after another, and in the end, only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Kakashi were left. It seems that Danzo becoming Hokage is a sure thing. I didn't expect that a person like that could become Hokage. Jiraiya said, dissatisfied that in the final analysis, Jiraiya was too naive. He knew that the ninja world was very dark, but he knew many things but didn't know why. He actually imagined that an era would come when everyone would understand each other. Not to mention the 5 major ninja villages, there were many people in even one village who had different opinions. The most ridiculous thing is undoubtedly the Son of Prophecy. He actually believes in the Son of Prophecy and spends his whole life looking for the Son of Prophecy. He has been brainwashed by the toads in Mioma Mountain. In the final analysis, Jiraiya's will is not strong enough. He doesn't do it himself and puts everything on others. There is another possibility, that is, he realized that he could not bring peace to the ninja world in his entire life, so he placed his hope in the Child of Prophecy. No matter what, if you don't believe in your own strength and place your hopes on others, such a person's mind is not truly strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously, "We must be extra careful." Naruto, Uchiha Tomie and Uchiha Sasuke will all become Danzo's targets. Jiraiya feels that although Danzo is powerful, he can actually win if he uses Sage Mode and his teacher. The teacher underestimates his own power. He is not the last person he used to be. In fact, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not need the Ghoul Seal to fight life and death. The 3 ninjas all have the power to kill the current Hiruzen Sarutobi, but they will not feel good after winning. No, Danzo will not attack Naruto and the others, at least not in a short period of time. Kakashi had a different view, which shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi couldn't have been bribed. Kakashi didn't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Don't forget, Danzo who became Hokage is different from before. He can no longer use some methods. He has to cherish his reputation. Otherwise, we can completely use it. Deal with him the same way he dealt with the third generation." Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. It seemed to make sense, but they had to be double prepared. After discussing for a while, Jiraiya and Kakashi left. Jiraiya was going to teach Naruto for a while. The world of ninjas was very dangerous, and it was necessary to enhance Naruto's strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking alone. I couldn't figure out why. Suddenly, everything changed. Even the centrist Inoshikacho and Hinata supported Danzo. To be fair, although White Fang and Hinata's matter has something to do with me, Danzo's role here is not honorable. In this case, isn't choosing Danzo to be Hokage the same as choosing him to be Hokage? Is this necessary? In fact, this series of plans seemed to go smoothly, but that was because Danzo's assimilated body used the abilities of Byakugan and Tomie. Otherwise, he would not be able to bring down Sarutobi Hiruzen just by spreading rumors. A broken bar. Naruto's current residence is much better than before, but at this time, Naruto is more confused than ever. When he went out shopping today, he found that everyone was even more disgusted with the third-generation grandfather. He also heard that the third-generation grandfather would abdicate and the new Hokage would be chosen from Jiraiya, Kakashi-sensei and a person named Shimura Danzo. Naruto has been determined to become Hokage since he went to ninja school. Since he followed Kakashi, he has worked harder and struggled for this. However, the image of the third Hokage suddenly collapsed in his heart. He discovered that he had never known what Hokage was, and everything he longed for was just a castle in the air. Little Naruto didn't have a great goal to become Hokage at first. He just wanted to be recognized by everyone like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now he has not become Hokage, but he has been recognized by many people, and Hiruzen Sarutobi has become Hokage. Zan is now ostracized by everyone. What's with your expression and this sense of decadence? Is this still the Naruto I know? If that's all, you might as well not be a ninja, let alone become Hokage. Don't one day make a mistake while performing a mission and be killed. Die. A clear child's voice came, and after Naruto heard it, he saw Uchiha Sasuke and Tomie coming. Sasuke's words just now made him feel restless. Naruto was already irritable, and now that Sasuke, whom he hated, said this, he couldn't control his temper. Handan, I think you deserve a beating. Naruto's entire body erupted and he quickly struggled with Sasuke. Uchiha Tomie was speechless. Sasuke was obviously worried about Naruto's condition. After all, Naruto had been absent-minded these days. He pulled himself over to see Naruto, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Naruto became furious. All he could say was that he was worthy of being Sasuke. He is naturally good at drawing hatred. That's it. Seeing the two of them about to use ninjutsu, Tomie Uchiha instantly grabbed their hands to stop them. Damn it, is the gap still that big? After Sasuke was caught, he was unable to break free, and the same was true for Naruto. At this time, Jiraiya and Kakashi had returned, but they did not show up immediately. After a while, Fujiang saw that the two of them had calmed down a bit before letting go of their hands. Naruto said without interest, "Tell me, what exactly is Hokage? Why did the Hokage's father seal the nine tails in his son? Why did the third Hokage's grandfather do that? The current Sasuke is not the Sasuke who experienced the fourth ninja war." He does not have that much understanding, and he hesitates. You have to find this by yourself. Uchiha Tomie affirmed, "Sasuke is right, you really have to find this yourself." How can someone who has not become Hokage understand Naruto? So Naruto, try to become Hokage. Tomie Uchiha patted Naruto on the shoulder. The questions of the past can be answered in the present, and the questions of the present can be answered in the future. Take your questions to the future to find answers. What you have to do now is to become stronger. If you want to become Hokage, you can't do it without strength. Naruto's doubts were not answered, but he was less confused. By the way, Naruto, if you just study without thinking, you will feel confused and at a loss. If you just dream without studying, you will be full of doubts and have no fixed opinions. So, read more books if you have nothing to do. History can be used as a reference. Uchiha Tomie spoke up again. He wanted to see a different Naruto. It would be boring if Naruto was the same as the original. Uchiha Tomie now has too many trump cards. He wants to see different changes. He wants to use the power to control everything, to look at various unknown possibilities. Naruto couldn't quite understand it, but he remembered it. This kid is different from other Uchihas. Is his dream to protect other people's dreams? Interesting kid. Yes, he is indeed different from ordinary Uchiha. He is a bit like Obito, but different. Jiraiya found it interesting to hear Tomie's words. The answers to current problems can be found in the future, and history can be used as a reference. Maybe one day in the future, people will learn from countless failures and understand each other. Then the era of mutual understanding between people will come. Chapter 58 Suna Ninja visits. Alas, I hope Danzo can keep his word. In the Hyuga clan, Hizu sighed. For him, there was no difference between Danzo being the Hokage and Jiraiya being the Hokage. But Danzo promised that when he became Hokage, he would help Hinata find the lost Byakugan, and even teach Kumogakure a lesson if he had the chance. Rizu didn't believe what he said at all. Every time there was a war in the ninja world, a single move affected the whole body. Once the fight started, Konoha would definitely be 1 versus 4. Just like the Third Ninja War, the two villages of Iwagakure and Kumogakure fought, but they did not forget to divide their forces to fight Konoha, and later even temporarily suspended their troops to fight Konoha together. Hizu only hopes that Danzo can help regain the lost Byakugan, because among the current high-level officials in Konoha, Danzo is the only fighting sect. It is unrealistic to expect Jiraiya to help regain the Byakugan. The three heads of the Zu, Lu, and Dai families also gathered together. They said before that the meeting was based on Luju's expression, but now Hei and Dingzuo came to ask why. Although Danzo said that when he became Hokage, Yamaphase and I would be in charge together, but there is nothing we can do if he goes back on his word. This is empty talk. Heiichi was a little puzzled because of the special nature of its secret technique. The Yamanaka family had access to a lot of information, knew a lot of darkness, and dealt with some dirty things. So someone in the family worked under Danzo. Nara Shikaku said softly. In fact, when the third generation said that Kakashi could run, my target was Kakashi. Unfortunately, he has too few supporters, and we have no chance of winning. Now Heiichi and Dingza are even more puzzled. Kakashi is too young. Although Minato was very young when he became Hokage, Minato's strength and achievements were displayed during the Third Ninja War. In comparison, Kakashi was far behind. Shikaku sneered, "Do you think Jiraiya-sama will work hard if he becomes Hokage?" In this case, the third generation will still be the one who handles various things. This is not much different from the third generation of Hokage. Kakashi is different. After the White Fang incident, he won't believe the third generation. And as a young man, he definitely doesn't want to be the puppet of the elderly. Only when Kakashi becomes Hokage can we get more benefits. Now there are so many it's useless to say it, but the results have come out. Fortunately, Danzo became Hokage, which is not too bad for us. But it is inevitable to make friends with Kakashi. How old is Danzo now? I think he can be the Hokage for 10 years at most, and 15 years at best. When he abdicates, Kakashi will be the 6th Hokage. At that time, Kakashi will be the 6th Hokage. Cassie has the power and qualifications. Shikaku has a long-term vision, and he is right. Danzo and Sarutobi Haruzen are both very old and will not be Hokage for long. For now, Kakashi is the best candidate to be the next Hokage. The strength of other Jonin is not that good. Even the heads of their families and Kagebe, There is a big gap. Let's just say that the three of them join forces and can only compete against the shadow. Over time, they will lose. Not everyone knows that Makai's 8-gate Dungeon hides huge power. Only a few people know this, not even the original Danzo. In Shikaku's eyes, even if the current juniors grow up, those who have the chance to become Hokage are Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Tomie and Sasuke. Two of them are Uchiha. It's next to impossible to become Hokage. But having said that, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Tomie and Uchiha Sasuke are all Kakashi's disciples, so it is inevitable to make friends with Kakashi. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. As the Anbu ninjas rushed on their way, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had been notified. It seems that not all Anbu support Hiruzen Sarutobi. No, some people are rushing as hard as they can to get Hiruzen Sarutobi to abdicate quickly. Oh, what happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen actually abdicated. The daimyo of the Fire Country thought he knew something about Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't think too much. He approved it. What else could he do if he didn't approve it? Anyway, to him, it didn't matter whoever became the Hokage. The name of the Fire Country has been ruined. He has thought about it a lot in the past 2 years. Anyway, it is unrealistic to appoint the Hokage to control Konoha by himself. At the gate of Konoha village, Ebizo and the accompanying ninjas checked for a while before being let in. It's just Ebizo, not Chio or Raza. There's no need for Hokage or Jiraiya to greet him. Ebizo didn't pay attention. He listened to the villagers' discussions along the way, which were all about Naruto, Danzo, Jiraiya, Kakashi and the like. Danzo actually became the 5th Hokage. What happened? When Ebizo was approaching Konoha, he heard rumors that Danzo would become the 5th Hokage, but he didn't take it seriously at that time. The villagers did not discuss the dirty information about Sarutobi Hiruzen. They were told that there were high-level officials from Sunagakure village coming to Konoha, and it was better not to embarrass Konoha in front of people from outside the village. This was actually a cover-up. The spies in each village knew about it. They were just confirming that it would be a matter of time before other great ninja villages knew about it. Ebizo didn't think too much about how Danzo became Hokage. In his opinion, Danzo becoming Hokage is an established fact. Instead of thinking about this, it is better to think about the chain reaction of Danzo becoming Hokage. After the death of the second Hokage, the third and fourth generations were not fighting factions. Now Danzo of the fighting faction has taken over. But this must be a bad thing for Sunagakure. Unknowingly, a smile appeared on Ebizo's lips. Not to mention that Sunagakure and Konoha are allies. Just say that Sunagakure is too poor. Konoha launched a war to defeat Sunagakure village, and the rewards they received may not be as much as what they spent to launch the war. Compared to the hot temperature, Ebizo is much more sensible. Although he hates Konoha, this does not affect his use of Konoha. When Ebizo arrived at the Hokage's office, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo there. The relationship between the two is very bad, and now they can't even achieve superficial harmony. It seems that Danzo did not become Hokage through formal means, but it doesn't matter. Just enjoy your internal friction. Ebizo has been studying Konoha for a while. He knows that Konoha is the cradle of geniuses, and he even knows that Konoha cannot retain geniuses. Otherwise, with the White Fang, Sennin, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Shizui, and Uchiha Itachi gathered together, plus the Kyuubi, this power would be terrifying just thinking about it. Ebizo, I didn't expect that a semi-retired person like you would be involved. It seems that Sunagakure's situation is very bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen only knew that Sunagakure came to seek help, but he didn't know the specific situation. Ebizo had already thought about what to say when he came. He would definitely not tell anyone about the sealing technique that the village had obtained. There is a mysterious man who calls himself Aizen. He wants to exchange information about my sister's grandson Scorpion for Sunagakure's secret technique. The fourth Kazukage-sama is worried about an ambush, so he goes together. The man said that Scorpion is in an organization called Akatsuki, and Zabuza is working with Scorpion. It is said that Uchiha Itachi, your rebel ninja from Konoha, is also in this organization. Aizen is very powerful. The fourth Kazekage and his sister are no match for him. If I hadn't arrived in time with a large team of Jonin, maybe they would have died. Under Ebizo's artistic processing, things become completely different. Ebizo even said that if Aizen was Akatsuki's man, then Akatsuki would be terrible. With so many powerful people gathered together, there must be a conspiracy. If Aizen is not from Akatsuki, the matter will be even more difficult, because there may be two terrible organizations lurking in the ninja world. Chapter 59 Reincarnation of the Dirty Land. Juanzo, what do you think? After hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi was secretly shocked. He didn't expect the Akatsuki organization to be so terrifying. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew about Akatsuki, but he only knew it. Now that he was dissatisfied with Itachi, he actually didn't pass on any information. He didn't tell them who the leader of the Akatsuki organization was, and he didn't tell them whose abuser joined Akatsuki. Danzo's assimilated body knows Akatsuki very well. Hawkeye's split body and Zabuza's assimilated body are two of his own in Akatsuki. He will definitely know what big moves Akatsuki makes. The Akatsuki organization should not be underestimated. I got information a few days ago that Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Kirigakure, the traitorous ninja, appeared together. They were wearing the same uniform. In other words, Kisame may also be a member of this organization. Danzo's assimilated body does not want Konoha to confront the Akatsuki organization so quickly. After all, Konoha's highest combat power is himself, and the Akatsuki organization's highest combat power is actually himself. In the final analysis, they are all Tomie. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen and Ebizo are even more afraid of this organization. If they want to subdue so many S-class rebellious nins, they can't rely on ideas. The Akatsuki organization must have a more powerful existence. Right now, Akatsuki is hiding and we are hiding. This is very detrimental to us. The Akatsuki organization must have a conspiracy. We can wait for them to reveal their flaws. This does not mean that we do nothing. We can pay more attention and explore Akatsuki's intelligence. The Anbu of our two countries can join forces, and we can also join forces with Kirigakure. They must also want to take back the ninja swords in the hands of Zabuza and Kisame. Danzo said calmly. Ebizo wanted to use Konoha as a sword, but the assimilated body and Sarutobi Hiruzen were not stupid. Ebizo pretended, isn't this too passive? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, at this time, we should remain unchanged in response to all changes. Could it be that Sunagakure village has extra combat power to send out? If so, Konoha can send out Kakashi or Jiraiya. This was embarrassing for Ebizo. He really had to deal with Akatsuki and obtain Akage-level combat power or a large number of Jounin. This was a long-term task that Sunagakure couldn't afford. Rasa is the Kazekage and cannot leave the village for a long time. It would be dangerous if my sister goes there. Gaara is too young to master the power of the One Tail. Ebizo took stock and found that Sunagakure village had become the bottom of the 5 great ninja villages. So he said, actually, we have one, but we can't use it easily. After all, we have to be on guard against Cloud Hidden Village and Iwagakure Village. However, Konoha's Jinchuriki don't seem to have grown up yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly thought something was wrong. Although he had thought that such a day would come when he revealed Naruto's identity, he did not expect it to come so soon. Danzo's assimilated body said calmly, Sunagakure village is not much better. It seems that the current one-tailed Jinchuriki is the son of the 4th Kazekage. According to my latest information, Gaara, the son of the Kazekage, often loses control and goes berserk. Ebizo's heart sank. As expected of Shinobi, he actually had so much information. In the invisible confrontation, Ebizo lost. But Ebizo was shameless. Apart from One Tail and a few secret techniques, there was nothing in Sunagakure village worthy of Konoha's concern. He said that Konoha will take the lead in future actions. They can lower their posture, but if they contribute, they can let Konoha take the majority. Not to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen, Even the incarnation can't do anything to Ebizo unless he flips the table and stops playing. Whether Konoha wants to fight Kumagakure or Iwagakure in the future, our Sunagakure village will definitely help out. After talking for a while, Ebizo smiled and said that although the agreement was not formally signed, it was done. The agreement was not that important and could be torn up at any time anyway. Ebizo did not return to Sunagakure village right away. It would take a few days for Danzo to truly become Hokage, and there were other things that needed to be done, such as sending someone to go to Kirigakure with him. Eba was hiding in the streets of Konoha and walking towards the accommodation arranged by Hiruzen and Sarutobi. Looking at the bustling streets of Konoha, he was very envious. The prosperity of Konoha was not comparable to theirs. Not to mention their desert-filled sand-hidden village, even Kumagakure and Iwagakure cannot compare with Konoha. No one wants to claim the fertile land of the Fire Country as their own. It seems that the strength of Sunagakure village has also weakened to the extreme, but that's right. No matter how long Sunagakure village rests and recuperates, it is destined to not develop. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very disdainful of Sunagakure, and Danzo's assimilated body didn't answer at all. He bullied the weak and was afraid of the strong, and treated Kumagakure village submissively. Koljiro, Kakashi, the two advisors, and Shikaku. Danzo's assimilated body directly gave orders to the Anbu outside. This feeling of playing chess with himself was interesting. A broken bar. Finally, I've waited until Baizetsu, the split body of Aizen who was still wandering around the Kingdom of Wind, finally caught Baizetsu. It was not easy. Baizetsu's hiding ability is indeed strong, but unfortunately Aizen's split body is notified without distinction within a radius of 5 kilometers. Even those flying in the sky or hiding underground cannot avoid his perception. Baizetsu immediately shouted, "We are not enemies. We are here to invite you to join the Akatsuki organization." Zabuza, who had a deal with you, has joined our organization. The purpose of our organization is to bring peace to the ninja world, and we are in short supply of talents like you. Click, click. Aizen's split body knocked out the two white Zetsus with 2 blows. The blow was a little too heavy and the bones were broken. An ordinary Jounin would have died immediately. That is to say, the white Zetsus had a special physique. It's so annoying. I really don't know how Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara can tolerate guys like you. After speaking, Aizen's split body began to prepare for the operation. Although there were only 2 white Zetsu, it was barely enough at this stage. Ninja technique, the art of reincarnation in the dirty earth. Aizen's split body clapped his hands and quickly formed a seal, and the dust quickly covered Baizetsu's body, thus transforming into the appearance of the deceased in life, and the souls of the dead in the Pure Land were quickly summoned. Reincarnation in the dirt can be regarded as an alternative form of spiritualism. The souls of the dead are channeled to grant immortal bodies to fight for themselves. It can only be said that Senju Tobirama is indeed an out-and-out genius, and he has even developed this kind of technique. After a few breaths, the sacrificed white Zetsu transformed into the girl Noharuin and the young Asuma. You guy, how could you possibly know the second Hokage's forbidden technique? Even if you have the qualifications to learn it, you can still master this forbidden technique. Asuma was stunned for a moment after being resurrected, and then quickly judged that he was reincarnated by human beings. As the son of the third Hokage, he knew the forbidden technique of reincarnation. In comparison, Noharuin, who had 2 purple patterns on her face, looked stupid. Although she was a student of the 4th Hokage, she was too weak at that time and had no access to the sealed book, and no one told her. She has passed this forbidden spell, so she doesn't know what's going on. Asuma, I wasted a lot of time trying to resurrect you. Aizen's split body split into a shadow clone while speaking, allowing the shadow clone to sense with all its strength, and would know if someone was approaching him. However, Aizen's statement about the split body was a bit false. He kept Asuma's body, but a section of Nohara-Rin's bones was sent by someone from the root of Danzo's assimilation body. He didn't waste any time except hunting Beige, and even the reincarnation of the Dirty Land was not something he could perfect. Also, in addition to Nohara-Rin, some body tissues of other people were sent to Aizen's split body by Danzo's assimilated body, such as some body tissues of Uchiha Shizui, Senju Tobirama, and Senju Hashirama. Chapter 60 The Dirty Soil is Reincarnated. You are Asuma. Nohara-Rin's mouth opened slightly, and she couldn't believe it, but the person in front of her did look a bit like Asuma. This was a few years after the Third Ninja War, and Asuma had grown into an adult. I don't know what happened to Kakashi and Minato-sensei. Maybe Kakashi is married, and Minato-sensei and Kushina-san may have a child. Nohara-Rin felt a little sad when she thought that Kakashi might be married. Asuma only noticed Nohara-Rin at this time. As soon as he was reincarnated, he saw the guy who killed him and was in no mood to pay attention to other people. I'm Asuma, Lin, be careful, and you guys, what do you want to do? What do we want to do when we are reincarnated in the dirty earth? I remember that I didn't offend you. Asuma knew Lin, but not very well. He has a lot of doubts. Aizen's split body's illusion skills are too strong. He feels that his father is not as good as him. There is no need for such a person to kill him because of a small reward. Also, why do you want to reincarnate Erudrin? She is not strong. Is there anything special about her? Could it be that she is used to deal with Kakashi? Moreover, this person can be reincarnated in the dirt, so his identity is definitely not simple. Could it be related to Danzo? Asuma felt like he was involved in a huge whirlpool. Aizen split his body temperature and said, "You did not offend me, but your father, the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, offended me, and the entire top management of Konoha offended me." Aizen's split body said again, "I resurrected you not to experiment with the reincarnation of filthy earth, but on purpose." Asuma couldn't figure out why Konoha offended Aizen's split body, but there was too much hatred caused by the war. Since he was definitely an enemy, there was no need to ask more and take it first. Thinking of this, Asuma used the teleportation technique to move quickly and quickly formed seals with his hands. Asuma, who had just completed the seal and was about to spray fire escape, suddenly stopped. Aizen's split body said, "If I am not sure of controlling you, how can I resurrect you? Why do you think I made such a stupid mistake?" Lin took a deep breath. "What do you want to do? But no matter what you want to do, Hokage-sama, Minato-sensei and Kakashi will stop you." Aizen's split body couldn't help but put his forehead and shake his shoulders and sneered. He really couldn't help it. "Why are you laughing?" Lin asked. The reputation of the yellow flash shocked the ninjas of other ninja villages. Even the shadows of those ninja villages did not dare to underestimate it. "What's so funny about it?" Asuma said awkwardly. "Lin, actually the Yonde I'm, Minato-sensei, is dead." Before Lin could ask, Aizen's split body sneered, "Minato Namikaze died on the day Kushina gave birth. And all this was because Obito Uchiha released the Kyuubi. Impossible." Neither Asuma nor Lin believed that it was impossible to do such a thing because Obito was already dead. He didn't have that kind of power. Obito Uchiha is the real genius. The first time he opened his eyes was the second Magatama. After that, he saw Kakashi kill you with his own eyes and opened the ultimate power of Uchiha, the Mangekyo Sharingan, which is superior to the three Magatama Sharingan eyes. Uchiha are all sick. The higher the Sharingan level, the crazier people are. When Obito saw your death, he may have thought that you have destroyed my only world, so I will destroy your only world. So he returned to Madara Uchiha and prepared to implement the Eye of the Moon plan. Uchiha Obito's old background was picked out bit by Aizen's split body. But he retained some. Even so, the content is also very exciting. Uchiha Tomie, who cast his gaze here, wanted to say, "Aizen, are you polite?" "I'm you." "You are me." "Are you scolding yourself?" Lin panicked and said, "Impossible, Absolutely impossible. Obito is not that kind of person. Obito is the kindest person. Not to mention that I saw Obito die with my own eyes. Even if he was really rescued by Uchiha Madara, even if he saw Kakashi kill me with his own eyes, he wouldn't do it. Minato-sensei and Kashinane didn't forgive him. Asuma's eyes flickered. He didn't know whether this information was true or false. However, if it was not to deal with Obito Uchiha who turned on the kaleidoscope, but just to deal with Kakashi, there would be no need for the reincarnation of Nohara-in. Also, what is the Eye of the Moon plan? Regardless of whether it is true or false, it is necessary to pass on the information, but now it is completely controlled. Damn it. Aizen's split body looked at Asuma, who had a better attitude than Lin, and smiled evilly. Asuma, I forgot to tell you. Your old man is no better. He was forced to abdicate by the villagers. Danzo will soon become the 5th Hokage. Also, one day in the future, you might have the opportunity to fight your beloved Hokage father. Asuma's face was full of fear. In the eyes of Asuma and Lin, Aizen's split body was too scary. This fear was not only because of his power, but also because he always spoke in a gentle tone that was so scary. This gentleman is indifferent to everything, but this indifference is the most terrifying thing. Okay, you can disappear now. Aizen's split body clasped his hands together, and a coffin that had been prepared appeared. He controlled Asuma to enter the coffin, and the coffin slowly closed. The purpose of Asuma is to fight Sarutobi Hiruzen in the future. Aizen's split body could have any bad intentions. It just wants them to kill each other. Nohara-Lin's face was full of pain, and she began to waver in her heart. The other party resurrected Asuma to deal with the 3rd Hokage, and she should be resurrected to deal with Obito. Because Minato-sensei is dead and Sister Kushina is also dead, as for dealing with Kakashi, it shouldn't be a problem. Obito, how is he doing now, and Kakashi, how is he doing now? Lin said in a trembling voice that she didn't know how to face her former companions. Although Kakashi killed herself, it was of her own free will and it was all for the village. As for Obito, she didn't know how to face him. According to what the other party said, everything Obito did was for herself, but how could she be so virtuous and capable, and why did she let Obito be like this? As for the other party lying to her, she was just a little chunin. There was no need for the other party to resurrect her, and she specifically made up such lies to deceive herself. Aizen's split body is still gentle. In order to avenge Lin, Obito controlled the 4th generation of Mizukage, intensified the blood mist policy, and made the Kirigakure ninjas kill each other. He teamed up with Uchiha Itachi to exterminate the Uchiha clan. Of course, this is inevitable. To the Ninetales rebellion. Uchiha Obito is a lunatic. He has reasons to take revenge on Kirigakure and Kakashi, but neither Uchiha nor Namake's Minato has ever forgiven him. Aizen's split body complained that he couldn't understand Uchiha Obito's brain circuit. This guy's level of brain damage was not inferior to that of Danzo and Uchiha Itachi. After hearing this, Nohara-in wanted to defend Obito, but she didn't know what to say. She smiled bitterly in her heart. It would be better not to be resurrected, or to be manipulated into an incomplete resurrection. By the way, as a disciple of the 4th Hokage, shouldn't you avenge him? As a Konoha ninja, Obito is now secretly controlling the Akatsuki organization that threatens the ninja world. Shouldn't you stop him, or should you, as a Konoha ninja? That's all the Leaf Ninja's awareness is. Aizen spoke again, but it was the words of a devil that fell in Lin's ears. Chapter 61 Fusion of Shizui Kaleidoscope. Lin lost control and said loudly, "Don't ask me, I'm so confused. I really don't know. Please let me go. I'm weak and can't help you." Aizen's split body smiled. Don't underestimate your old too much. In the eyes of Uchiha Obito, you are more important than everything else. In fact, I really want to know how much Obito likes you, or does Obito like himself? In imagining you, everything he did was actually moved by himself. Aizen's split body had just been able to resurrect White Fang, Sanjuto Birama, and Uchiha Shizui, but he didn't do that because only Lin could cause fatal damage to Obito. Don't be anxious, think about it slowly, or I can send you to Obito and you can question him yourself. Aizen's split body quietly amplified Nohara Rin's evil thoughts towards Obito, and then controlled her to enter the coffin. He waited until the deity sent over the Kamui Sharingan in his hand before he could proceed to the next step. Lin's current emotions towards Obito are complicated, with mixed good and bad feelings, and he just magnifies the bad side. From the beginning, neither Aizen's split body nor Uchiha Tomie thought of using another god, which could directly reverse Lin's will. However, Obito could comfort himself after seeing it, and Lin was hit by another god. Aizen's split body Kurin resents Obito from the bottom of his heart, making this former middle school boy feel despair and pain. Next, I will send someone to send the Kamui Sharingan. Now go to the Akatsuki organization to trade the paper escape technique, and see if you can catch a few more white Zetsu. Uchiha Shizui was the target of the reincarnation of Aizen's split body. In order to find this guy's body, Danzo's assimilated body sent out troops to search for nearly 10 days before finding it. However, Uchiha Shizui is a bit perverted. In the original work, Uchiha Itachi used Shizui's kaleidoscope pupil technique to break free from the shackles of the reincarnation of the other gods. I wonder if Uchiha Shizui can use other gods on himself to break free. Therefore, one way to reincarnate Shizui is to reincarnate and immediately erase his consciousness. But in this case, Uchiha Shizui is just a fighting tool, and he has no shortage of such tools. Another way is to deliberately use Chunin or even Genin as a container to resurrect Shizui, so that Shizui cannot exert his full power, or even open the Mangekyo Sharingan, so that he cannot touch the other gods. Aizen's split body was very interested in Shizui's attitude. He wanted to see Shizui's expression when he knew that Uchiha Itachi had destroyed the Uchiha clan. Shizui is different from Itachi Uchiha. Shizui has never had the idea of destroying Uchiha. He just wants Uchiha and Konoha to live in peace. Before Sasuke and Itachi fought, I asked Shizui to play with Itachi. We can't let that guy live too comfortably. You didn't let me have a good time at the beginning, and now you can't even think of having a good life. Aizen's clone smiled, but his smile made people panic. Even his own shadow clone thought so. Aizen's split body has not changed his body. It has reached this point. There is no need to hide it. He does not need to worry about the affairs of Tan Country. The assimilated body of the son of the daimyo has become the daimyo of Tan Country. What's more important is that the power I have now is not as weak as before. Without the instructions of the deity, neither the split body nor the assimilated body will automatically split from Fujiang or assimilate to others. Because of the power of Fujiang's template, these split Fujiang will not kill each other, but they extremely hate beings similar to themselves, and they will not deliberately create more Fujiang unless it is the order of the deity. A broken bar. Konoha has been very busy recently. The new Hokage is about to take office. This is a big event. After the complete announcement, all the ninja villages in the ninja world will know that Danzo Shimura is the 5th Hokage. Sitting in the Hokage's office and starting to process the documents, Danzo's assimilated body couldn't help but think, does this count as helping Danzo fulfill his Hokage dream? After all, even if he worked hard in the original work, he was actually just acting as Hokage, not the real one. Hokage. But Hokage is really boring. I really don't know why so many people want to be Hokage. I am too lazy to be Hokage unless it is my order. Danzo's assimilated body's eyes rolled, thinking about who to ask to help him handle the files. Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely not be able to do it, nor would he transfer to Koharu or Mito Kadeni. Sooner or later, he would turn these 3 people into ordinary Jounin, lose all power, and then find a way to kill, torture and kill them. Kakashi is good, but he wants to teach Naruto and Sasuke. Konoha is really not good now. Danzo's assimilated body took charge of Konoha and found that there was really no one to use. Shikaku is just like his son Shikamaru. He is a lazy guy, and if I let him have so much power, he will be wary of me instead. But there is no way. Danzo's assimilated body has made a decision in his mind. When the Akatsuki organization starts taking action, he can find an opportunity to escape. He is also Tomie. Why did he assimilate into a bad old man? Even the assimilated body of Fuser is better than him. The other split bodies are all handsome men and beautiful women. He doesn't care about power or anything like that. Being handsome is the most important thing. By the way, Danzo was also handsome when he was young. Uchiha Tomie didn't know that Danzo's assimilated body was Xiaojujiu. When the revenge was completed, he wouldn't care if Danzo's assimilated body, the fifth Hokage, defected directly. Anyway, there is nothing worth worrying about in Konoha now. When Danzo's assimilated body officially became Hokage, after reading the Book of Ceilings, they had mastered all the high-end ninjutsu of Konoha. The Book of Ceilings even included Hashiramas would release. Except for the move of True Thousand Hands, everything else was there. Yes, but unfortunately no one can master it. Senju Hashirama's jutsu is too powerful for Yamato to master. It can also be said that the chakra is not enough. Yamato's would escape is all developed by himself. On the other side, Tomie Uchiha used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave Konoha and reach Tomie Kawakami's split body, leaving only a shadow clone in Konoha. After Zabuza's assimilated form sent the Kamyu Sharingan to Konoha, he quickly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Should we start? Kawakami Tomie's split body asked. Uchiha Tomie, the Flying Thunder God mark left in various places by Zabuza's assimilated body, can also be used. Uchiha Tomie opened the scroll and channeled two eyes, Shizui's right eye kaleidoscope and Obito's left eye kaleidoscope. Let's start with Shizui's eyes. If you fail, the eyes will be destroyed. It doesn't matter if Shizui's eyes are destroyed. Uchiha Itachi still has a Sharingan of other gods, but the Kamyu Sharingan is destroyed. If you want to deal with Obito, you have to use all your skills. After Uchiha Tomie finished speaking, he picked up Shizui's Sharingan. This eye was soaked in nutrient solution to preserve its activity. Tomie Uchiha was very careful. Unlike the kaleidoscope fused with his own, which had exactly the same pupil power, Shizui Mangekyou's pupil power was completely different from his own. Kawakami Tomie's split body was on alert. This place was inaccessible, but that didn't mean that no one was passing by. You still had to be careful. If any unlucky guy accidentally entered here, it would only be his bad luck, and he could only be sent to the Pure Land to meet the Six Paths Sage. Chapter 62 Fusion Obito Kaleidoscope. The eye power of Shizui Mangekyou was violently stripped out by Uchiha Tomie, and then merged into his own eyes. This time he did not turn this power into yin energy and absorb it, because what he wanted was Zishui's pupil technique, and Zishui's pupil power was dispensable to him. Shizui's eye power has its own mark, which is completely different from that of Uchiha Tomie. As soon as this power entered Uchiha Tomie's eyes, his expression instantly distorted. Absolute control. Uchiha Tomie decisively activated the kaleidoscope eye technique, hoping to guide his own eye power to absorb and fuse with Shizui's eye power. Hateful. A few seconds later, Uchiha Tomie screamed in pain. The eye power was indeed not that easy to absorb. Even if he had absolute control over this ability, he could only control his own eye power to instantly eliminate or slowly crush Shizui's eye power. He had to forcibly fuse it. Not that easy. Kawakami Tomie's split body frowned. It was indeed not that easy. If fusing the power of pupils was that simple, Uchiha could have sacrificed 10 pairs of 3 Magatama Sharingan eyes in exchange for the birth of a pair of Mangekyou Ring Sharingan eyes. So, how did Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara merge their brother's pupil power? Is it really as simple as transplanting their eyes? Kawakami Tomie's split embodiment can now be said to be a master of forbidden arts, but he can't be of much help in fusing the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan. She could only watch as his face became more and more ferocious, and his eyes were so wide that they were about to pop out. The two pupil powers represent two different spirits and different wills. Even if Uchiha Tomie's pupil power is higher than Shizui's, if you want to forcibly absorb it, you will inevitably hurt yourself. This won't happen if you use Shizui's eyes, but direct absorption is different. It's like humans using flames and humans directly swallowing flames are two different concepts. Under the impact of Shizuiha Tomie's power, Uchiha Tomie's head was extremely painful. This was due to mental damage. After being struck again and again, if it were a Uchiha who usually turned on the kaleidoscope, such as Itachi and Obito, they would have died long ago. This is like ordinary people swallowing fire into their bodies. It would be strange if nothing happened. Uchiha Tomie endured the pain and relied on the ability of super speed regeneration to recover quickly. Even if it is mental damage, super speed regeneration can recover. It is really a buggy ability. Finally finished. 5 minutes later, Uchiha Tomie was weak and said that super speed regeneration could allow him to recover quickly. But the suffering he suffered was real. His whole body was wet with cold sweat that oozed out when he was in direct pain. This look was exactly the same as when Aizen's split body absorbed the eye power of his kaleidoscope for the second time. Tomie Kawakami had a split experience in medical ninjutsu, but she didn't help him treat the injury. It didn't take more than a minute to lie down for this kind of injury. Everyone was Tomie. How could they not understand themselves? Did you succeed? So, do you have absolute control over the pupil technique in your right eye now and other gods? You only have one pupil technique in the left eye, or can you also use other gods in the left eye? Kawakami Tomie's split body is more interested in this. Only I and them can operate this way. If Uchiha Itachi imitates Uchiha Tomie to absorb Shizui Mangekyou's pupil power, he will probably die suddenly on the spot. Tomie Uchiha didn't want to make a sound at all. The thought of having to absorb the power of the Kamui Sharingan made him feel tired just thinking about it. Only the right eye can use the other gods. Now it's time to absorb the power of the Kamui Sharingan. Uchiha Tomie thought he could cut through the mess quickly. Sooner or later, you have to absorb it. And sooner or later you have to experience this pain. Let's solve it once and for all today. The pupil power of the Kamui Sharingan directly merged into Uchiha Tomie's eyes. He had already experienced it once, and this time he was familiar with the operation, but it still hurt when it should hurt. You're careless. The backlash this time is bigger than the last time. Why is that? The blood dripped from Uchiha Tomie's eyes, which was a bit scary. Fortunately, his eye power was stronger now than before, and he could still hold on, so he wouldn't die from the pain in an instant. As long as he couldn't be killed in an instant, he wouldn't die at all thanks to his ability to regenerate at super speed. Mental trauma is the real pain. Uchiha Tomie couldn't bear it anymore and roared. After learning the Flying Thunder God technique, he learned how to use Aizen's split body and Kawakami Tomie's split body to overload the Thunder Chakra mode to quickly strengthen his body. Originally he thought he was used to pain, but now it seems that he thinks highly of himself. Even a little trauma to his soul is hundreds of times more painful than physical trauma. 3 minutes later, the pupil power was integrated. Uchiha Tomie really didn't want to move this time, and he lay down for a full hour before getting up. At this moment, his Sharingan turned into the eternal kaleidoscope, and his gene chain was more powerful than Aizen's split body. Aizen's split body absorbed his own kaleidoscope twice, and Uchiha Tomie only absorbed it once, but he fused the eye power of one kaleidoscope each for Shizui and Obito, and his current bloodline is getting closer to Indra. By the way, return this eye to Obito. With the help of the pupil power of his other eye and the Hashirama cells in his body, can this eye be restored? Kawakami Tomie's split body suddenly came up with an idea. Uchiha Tomie was speechless. No need to go to that trouble, just put on my eyes. Although the pupil power is not as good as your eyes, it has 2 more abilities. Or you can directly absorb the pupil power of my kaleidoscope. Our essence is same, you won't be in so much pain. After Uchiha Tomie finished speaking, He dug out the newly fused Eternal Kaleidoscope, which contained 4 pupil techniques. After that, he quickly activated the Flying Thunder God technique to go to each split body and assimilated body and upgrade their eyes. The split body and the assimilated body successfully absorbed Uchiha Tomie's kaleidoscope power without being as painful as him, and successfully possessed the divine power of Shizui's other gods and Obito. I have suffered all the hardships, and all the benefits have been given to you. Tomie Uchiha complained. If he had known that Tomie Kawakami's fragmented body could be fused with this eye power, he would have enjoyed its achievements by himself. My lord, please show some face. Yes, all your techniques were developed by us. That's right, although without me there would be no us, but I can't be so shameless. At most we can even out the situation. The split bodies hurriedly retorted, and when I moved my mouth, they ran away and broke their legs. All right. This time Uchiha Tomie did not refute, but everyone has gained the power of the Kamui Kaleidoscope and can enter the Kamui space. The plan against Obito can begin. Kakashi's Kamui Sharingan can enter the Kamui space, and Uchiha Madara takes Kakashi's Sharingan to enter the Kamui space. In the original work, Kakashi cannot do this, which only means that he cannot exert the true power of the Kamui Sharingan. Chapter 63 Hiruzen, I am the Hokage. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shimura Danzo officially succeeded the Hokage and became the 5th Hokage. A rock statue of Danzo was carved on the Hokage rock. I will go to Kirigakure with the elder of Sunagakure village, Ebizu. This is not only to discuss the Akatsuki matter, but also to regain the lost Byakugan, so Kakashi, Matkai, and he or she will go with me. Danzo's assimilated body's words shocked everyone. Although Danzo's assimilated body only played the role of Danzo, he must do what he promised to others. He would never admit that he was too bored to deal with documents all the time and found an excuse to go to Kirigakure village. There is nothing dangerous in Kirigakure village. Even if he doesn't use Sharingan and doesn't reveal too many trump cards, relying on the wind release chakra mode and would release, he alone can compete with Kirigakure's top combat power. The wind release chakra mode is not weaker than the thunder release chakra mode, but Danzo's assimilated body has an advantage. When he uses the wind release chakra mode, he can release the wind release ninjutsu remotely. The 3rd Raikage and the 4th Raikage couldn't, which is why Sarutobi Hiruzen was defeated so quickly. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is pitted against the 4th Raikage, he can use various ninjutsu to block the 4th Raikage from a distance. When the two fight, it will not be easy to determine the winner. Danzo's assimilated body can not only release ninjutsu from a distance, but also suppress Sarutobi Hiruzen in all aspects without stopping, so that he can be crushed. This is too dangerous. And why would the Kirigakure village surrender its Byakugan? Hokage-sama, think twice. You can't bring up the Byakugan thing if you need to cooperate with Kirigakure. Danzo, you are confused. The Jonins tried to persuade each other, and Hiruzen Sarutobi became even more sarcastic. It wasn't that the Jonins had a good relationship with Danzo's assimilated body, but that they had just formed an interest group and couldn't just let it go. Danzo's assimilated body said loudly, "It's just Kirigakure, not worth mentioning." Except for the 4th generation Mizukage, and the twin-blood successor Trumim, there are no masters in Kirigakure now. Now is the best opportunity. As for the Kirigakure doesn't agree, ha. In the ninja world, the strong one has always had the final say. Danzo's assimilated body said it very domineeringly, which is also in line with everyone's understanding of Danzo. In the eyes of the Jounin of Konoha, Danzo was originally very arrogant, but now that he had the power to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was even more crazy. 2 fists are hard to beat with 4 hands, not to mention there are so many ninjas in Kirigakure. You know that the 3rd Raikage died under the siege of 10,000 Gangakure. Lord Hokage, please think twice. Yamanaka Keiichi persuaded him that he had finally become half the leader of the Roots. If Danzo died, everything would be gone. Moreover, Danzo's attitude clearly meant that he was going to Kirigakure cause trouble. Don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not sure about. Danzo's assimilated body didn't take it seriously. He even wanted to take no one with him, but as a Hokage, he had to have a good reputation, and he couldn't take care of all the trash by himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was a little complicated. He wanted Danzo to die, but he didn't want Danzo to die. Danzo was very strong now, which was not a good thing for him, but it was a good thing for Konoha. After thinking about it, after all they were companions for many years, Hiruzen Sarutobi said, Danzo, why don't we talk about cooperation first? And the Byakugan matter will be figured out slowly. The biggest threat now is Akatsuki and the mysterious man named Aizen. Danzo's assimilated body said coldly, no need, I have made up my mind. Moreover, you really thought that I used all my strength when fighting you. The strength I used at the time was not even 70%. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost lost his temper. I see that even though you were trying to persuade me out of friendship in the past, you still ridiculed me. As soon as the corpse ghost seal comes out, you will be doomed even if you are strong. Danzo, please think carefully. Even if you are not afraid, the others who are accompanying you are. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, directly making it clear that you should consider the people accompanying you even if you don't think about yourself. Danzo's assimilated body said, I know what I am doing. If Kakashi and the others are not willing to go, I will replace them with others, including Hiruzen. I am the Hokage. Pay attention to your attitude. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was very dark, and Mito Katon and Kasumi Koharu snickered inwardly. Sarutobi Hiruzen used to say I am the Hokage to suppress Danzo in the past, but they didn't expect that things would change now. Rizu gritted his teeth and said, I am willing to go with Hokage-sama. Hizu knew that if he missed this time, he might not have the chance, and he believed that Danzo, an old fox, must have a backup plan, and no one would rush to die just after becoming Hokage. Kakashi said, in that case, I will go too. Kakashi knew that a battle would most likely occur this time, and this was an opportunity for him. How could Hatake's swordsmanship become stronger without experiencing battles? As for safety issues, Kakashi is not worried at all. He is very fast. Kai can activate the 8-gate dungeon faster than him. Nizu's strength exceeds that of most Jonin, and Denzo doesn't have to worry. Kakashi felt that the four of them had done enough to protect themselves, and Hirshi's Byakugan could detect the best escape route. Of course, this is the worst plan. Kakashi doesn't think Kirigakure dares to kill him. Konoha's strength is recognized. Yoshi, since Lord Hokage thinks so highly of me, then I will go too. I will bloom my youth and protect Lord Hokage at all costs. Metkai's tone was a little excited. He didn't expect that Lord Hokage would choose him from among many Jounin. After all, he was just a Jounin who knew taijutsu. So how could he be so good? What's more important is that this time he will perform such a difficult task with Kakashi, his lifelong enemy, and he must do better than Kakashi. Shikamaru sighed, this new Hokage is really messy. Hokage-sama, even if you can escape unscathed, who will deal with all the problems when you are away? These words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes light up. This was an opportunity, but it still didn't work. If Danzo accidentally died in the Kirigakure village, it would be a big loss for Konoha. Danzo's assimilated body said, let the two elders and you and Heiei handle it together. Mito Katon was not happy to hear this. It would be no good for him if Danzo died. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was allowed to take over again, he and Koharu would be in trouble. So he said, Danzo, you should think about it for a few more days. Although you are Hokage, you cannot act arbitrarily. Danzo's assimilated form was dissatisfied. It seems I still have to show my strength to convince you. Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Metkai, it will be up to you three to fight me. If you can defeat me, no, it will be a fight. It's a tie. If it's a tie, I lose and I won't go to Kirigakure village. As a Hokage, every move is paid attention to by many parties, but Danzo's assimilated form is too lazy to argue with these people and directly solves them with force. Okay, it's settled. Mito Kaden and Koharu, who transferred to the dormitory, immediately said that others were also very curious about Danzo's power. They heard from others that they had seen it with their own eyes and knew more about it. Metkai was a little excited. It was a rare opportunity to fight Naruto. Kakashi also wanted to know his progress through Danzo. He thought about taking back the Sharingan from Zabuza every day. Chapter 64 Battle. In a remote training ground, the last time Danzo's assimilated body and Sarutobi Hiruzen fought here, this time there were 2 more people. However, the result of the battle will not change. Compared with the last time, Danzo's assimilated body has become stronger again, although he still has not opened the reincarnation eye. The reincarnation eye is not so easy to open. Uchiha Madara transplanted Hashirama cells and spent decades to open the reincarnation eye. This is the combination of the power of Senju and Uchiha. Some people say that only the combination of the power of Indra and Asura can open the Samsara eye. This is not entirely true. In fact, if he can open the eternal kaleidoscope, even if he is not the reincarnation of Indra, his bloodline is very close to Indra. If he gets part of Asura's power, he will also have the opportunity to open the Samsara eye. In the final analysis, the power of Indra and Asura are inherited from the Sage of 6 Paths, and are the power of the Otsutsuki clan. It's just that the world of Naruto is a world that talks about blood and birth. Unless you are a time traveler and know how to plan, you are not the reincarnation of Indra Chakra, and it is impossible to open the eternal kaleidoscope. Even the reincarnations of Indra do not possess the eternal kaleidoscope. And Uchiha Tomie is not only a time traveler, but also a bad guy among bad guys. The power of a Tomie template surpasses many people's golden fingers. Danzo's assimilated body also has Tomie's power. He uses the Mangekyo Eye technique to absolutely control the pupil power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and fuse it with the chakra of Hashirama cells, nourishing the Mangekyo Sharingan with the power of Asura in Hashirama cells. Compared with Madara's passive fusion, this fusion speed is much faster, but it still takes time. Another point is that although the pupil power of Danzo's assimilated body's eternal Mangekyo recovers quickly, his upper limit has not yet reached the level of Uchiha Madara. Go ahead and attack. Don't worry about my identity, Danzo's assimilated body said lightly. This was mainly said to Metkai. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi knew how powerful he was, and they would not worry so much. 8-Gate Dungia is powerful, and he has learned it, but he has never used it. You can't fight Danzo in close combat. His wind release chakra mode is extremely terrifying. It is not under the thunder release chakra mode of Cloud Hidden Village. What's even more terrifying is that in this mode, he can also release powerful wind release ninjutsu. He is better than the Raikage is still difficult to deal with. If possible, I would rather face 2 Raikages than face Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately pointed out Danzo's most difficult point. As he spoke, the shurikens fired instantly became overwhelming. Raising his hand was the shuriken shadow clone technique, which was Sarutobi Hiruzen's usual method. Kakashi didn't react much when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. He had already known the information about Danzo's assimilated body. Metkai was a little surprised. So many of his methods were useless. The people watching from a distance were the clan heads of various clans, as well as Mito Kadenyan and Koharu. Most people were not qualified to watch. Don't waste time. Let's make a quick decision. As soon as the wind escape chakra mode was activated, Danzo's assimilated body directly transformed into a strong wind. This speed shocked many clan leaders. Just like last time, Mansion Shuriken can only bully the crispy ones, and Danzo's assimilated body doesn't take them seriously at all. Stab. The white light shone, the Hatake short blade was unsheathed, and Kakashi stopped Danzo's assimilated form that was getting closer and closer. At this moment, Some people seem to see the White Fang of the past. Is this the fifth Hokage's wind release chakra mode? This chakra is so terrifying. Metkai was shocked in his heart. He was going to use the 8-gate Dun armor. Without the 8-gate Dun armor, he would not be able to fight Master Hokage at all. Hatake's swordsmanship is indeed good, but it's a pity that you are a little short of fire and wind clay. The assimilated body turned his palm into a sword to fight against Hatake's short blade. He knew Hatake's sword technique. Strictly speaking, it was White Fang's sword technique. The Hatake family was originally a samurai family. Later, they combined chakra with sword skills, but they were mediocre until White Fang completely combined them and perfected a set of sword skills, making White Fang famous. White Fang combines wind attribute chakra with sword skills. When the sword is struck, it is as quiet as a breeze, but the cutting power is 10 times more powerful than the strong wind. In addition, when the sword is struck, there is a white sword energy around the blade. Therefore, it is called White Fang, or White Fang for short. Kakashi's talent is thunder, so he can't copy White Fang's sword skills and needs to improve. This is not a big problem. Kakashi's talent is not inferior to his father White Fang's. Clang! Clang! With 2 slashing moves, Kakashi was slashed away by the supreme power of Danzo's assimilated body. At this moment, Kakashi realized how powerful Danzo's assimilated body was. It's really scary. This is the first time I've been crushed by a frontal slasher since I relearned Hatake's swordsmanship. Kakashi is not a reckless player. He tried it out and wanted to win a war of attrition. When Danzo has no more chakra, he will naturally not be able to maintain such a terrible pattern. Although Kakashi didn't know the operating principle of the wind release chakra mode, looking at the wind release armor formed by releasing chakra from acupuncture points all over his body, he knew that this technique consumes a lot of chakra. Danzo's assimilated body had just forced Kakashi back, but before he could take advantage of the victory, the extremely hot fire dragon rushed over. It's just these few moves that come and go. I won't develop new ninjutsu. It's boring. The assimilated body punched out, and strong winds blew up throughout the training ground. Under the strong wind, the fire dragon was blown away. Kakashi and Hiruzen Sarutobi were fine, but Gai, who was hiding behind and using the 8-gate dungeon, was blown away. The current Kai is not the Kai who was able to open the 7th gate instantly during the 4th Ninja War. He can only open one door now, and he can only open the 6th door. The 7th door cannot be opened, and the burden is a bit heavy. The wind release chakra mode is really terrifying. It integrates offense and defense, has extreme speed, and has powerful long-range attack methods. It is simply invulnerable. Many clan leaders found it difficult, especially Hinata and Hinata, facing Danzo in this state. Most of Hinata's attack methods could not be used. If they go up to tap the acupuncture points, if Danzo's chakra is not sealed, their hands will be useless. Danzo's assimilated form put away his fists and disappeared in a flash. He first dealt with Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had the highest combat power but the lowest threat when performing stably. After removing the corpse ghost seal, from the perspective of Danzo's assimilated body, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the least dangerous among the three. 8-gate dungeon A middle. 5th gate A middle. Human A middle. Open. After being blown away, Metkai stabilized his body and finally opened the 5th gate. Surging chakra radiated from his body. Everyone except Danzo's assimilated body and Kakashi was surprised by this power. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who knew that the 8-gate dungeon was very powerful, was surprised. As far as he knew, Metkai had the power to crush the 7 ninja swordsmen only after he opened the 8th gate. He did not expect that Metkai would open the 5th gate. The gate is so strong, if he opens the 8th gate, it will be terrible. This kind of chakra, this kind of power, is completely incomparable. The patriarchs or some mid-level families became ashamed. This is a physical technique, and it is clearly a forbidden technique. It seems that you can achieve results in 8-gate dungeon with hard work. But if you really want to practice to the 6th or 7th gate, You can't just rely on hard work. In addition to having an extraordinary will, you also need a certain amount of talent in physical skills. Some people are stupid at ninjutsu, but that doesn't mean they're not good at genjutsu or taijutsu. It just means that everyone is good at different things. Don't say that Kai and Rock Lee don't have talent. Most people would have died if they practiced like they did. Chapter 65. The 50-50 opening is definitely not a wasted reputation. Exciting and dynamic prelude. Kai jumped into the air, blue chakra wrapped around his legs, condescendingly kicking Danzo's assimilated body at extremely fast speeds. The growth rate of the 8-gate Dunjia is too great. Kai has not yet reached its peak, but his speed and strength after opening the 5th gate are several times that of Xiao Li during the Chunin exam. Kai's kick showed the Konoha ninja what taijutsu is. This is the real taijutsu. Danzo's assimilated face looked calm, and he punched out. This was a clash of force and force. Generally speaking, the strength of the legs is far greater than that of the fists, so Kai has a greater chance of winning. Bang! Each punch and kick carries a huge amount of chakra, and contains pure strength. During the collision, powerful airflow spread out with the two people as the center, and dust suddenly flew up. It's just the 5th door. It's good, but that's it. The assimilated body suddenly exerted force. Just now, he didn't even use half of his strength. He was getting stronger every day. He was much stronger than before. The powerful force broke through Kai's power with an overwhelming force and blew him away directly. As expected of Hokage-sama, this kind of power is worthy of challenge. Let everyone see how powerful the proud blue beast is. After Kai landed, he wanted to continue attacking. Suddenly, he found that his right foot bone was cracked. 5 Escape, the technique of 5 continuous bullets. Sarutobi Hiruzen launched an attack decisively. He had already prepared the shadow clone. He would not give Danzo the chance to use the wind release ninjutsu. Wind, fire, thunder, water and earth, 5 ninjutsu with different attributes are intertwined. After the ninjutsu is released, it can also fuse the 5 elements. No one in this world can do it, but the power of the explosion caused by the conflict of the 5 elements is also quite terrifying. I saw the small Rasengan appearing in the hands of Danzo's assimilated body. The Rasengan quickly rotated and took the form of a shuriken. The future technique developed by Uzumaki Naruto was assimilated and developed by Danzo in advance. The Rasengan shuriken is a combination of chakra shape change and property change, which is an S-level ninjutsu. The extreme wind and the 5-element bombardment struck together. Except for Sarutobi Hiruzen, others couldn't help but worry because the distance was too close. Although Danzo fought back, the power of the ninjutsu explosion inevitably impacted him. According to what the 3rd Hokage said, Danzo can resist the big 5 bullet, so he will be fine this time. Kakashi began to form seals. Although it was a sparring match and there was no need to use a deadly blow, the 3rd Hokage had even used his trump card, so he didn't have to hide it. It would be a shame if he couldn't defeat him 3 against 1. At this time, the clan leaders withdrew from the training ground because the training ground was destroyed to pieces. Now, Nizu, who possesses Byakugan, is broadcasting the real-time situation for them. If they are not strong enough, even watching the battle is dangerous. In the thick smoke, Danzo's assimilated body was moving quickly through the air, and the 5-bomb technique could no longer affect him. It was like the wind, soundless at this moment. Soon, the smoke dissipated, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kai were thrown aside. In such a short time, these two people were defeated. No one except Hizu knew how they were defeated. In fact, the last time Danzo's assimilated body fought against Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was more of an experiment of his own strength. If they really fought, he was sure to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen within a minute even if his Sharingan was not exposed. When the Rasengan Shuriken and the big 5 bombs were bombarded together, he escaped with the help of thick smoke, quickly put heavy seals on Kai's limbs, and launched illusions on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi, who was not hit, smiled bitterly. He was no match for him on his own. He didn't expect Danzo to be so strong. He was probably the best in the ninja world with this kind of power. This time it was considered a failure, but he wanted to see his limit. Thunder Tiger Gills. Powerful thunder and lightning condensed in Kakashi's hands, and the thunder quickly shot out and turned into a roaring thunder beast. This is the form change of Kakashi's Reikiri, turning into the shape of a wolf to attack the enemy. This is the first time Kakashi has used this move against an enemy. As expected of Kakashi, what a pity. Those clan leaders didn't think Kakashi could break through Danzo's defense. That was something that even the third Hokage couldn't do, but Kakashi was indeed stronger than them. Danzo's assimilated body stretched out his right hand, and the chakra condensed into substance and quickly spread in the air, forming a huge chakra shield. No one could surpass those of them who had absolute control over the changes in chakra form. Laugh. This was the sound of extremely powerful speed penetrating the air, and another Kakashi appeared behind Danzo's assimilated body, and he was using Reikiri. After losing the Sharingan, it is difficult to aim with the Reikiri. This is not insurmountable. You must know that the third and fourth generation Raikage are faster than Kakashi. They do not have the Sharingan and can still do it easily. Through training and sparring with the Inhuman Kai, he finally regained control of Reikiri without the Sharingan and became stronger. There is no doubt about the power of Reikiri. Kakashi has cut off thunder and lightning with this move. Its simple destructive power is not as good as the 5-shot bomb, but its penetrating power is very terrifying. Danzo's assimilated body didn't even look behind him. He had already seen through Kakashi's plan and had already condensed the Rasengan in his left hand. In the original book, Naruto used the Rasengan to attack Sasuke's Chidori several times, and each time it was hard to tell the difference. What will happen this time? When Reikiri, who was more advanced than Chidori, touched the Rasengan, Kakashi suddenly dissipated and turned into lightning and struck Danzo's assimilated body. This is one of Kakashi's usual methods of thunder clone. Danzo's assimilated body did not expect that he knew Kakashi's ability and fell into the trap. The thunder bombarded Danzo's assimilated body and quickly traveled throughout the body. The wind escape armor blocked the thunder. An attack of this level alone could not break the wind escape armor. Suddenly, Kakashi's short blade was unsheathed, and thunder wrapped around it. The thunder was not violent and made no sound. This was a state of feedback and return to reality. Kakashi combined Reikiri and Hatake's sword skills to become sharper. This is the final killing move. Whether it is the Thunder Tiger kill or the Thunder Clone, it is just a foreshadowing. The Thunder Clone cannot break the Wind Escape Chakra mode, but the Thunder Tiger attack breaks the chakra shield. And now Danzo's assimilated body is wide open. It's a good method. If I didn't know this trick of yours, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Raza, and Tomie might have been killed by you. Danzo's assimilated body has never underestimated Kakashi. If he masters the same technique and possesses the same chakra, the assimilated body feels that Sarutobi Hiruzen is really no match for Kakashi, and his reputation is definitely not in vain. Therefore, he operated the Wind Escape Chakra mode to the extreme and used his hand as a knife to chop it out. To show respect, the extreme wind and the powerful thunder knife chopped together. Click. Something seemed to be cracked. It's not that the bones of the assimilated body are cracked, but that the Hatake short blade has a chip. It's incredible that Nine Taijutsu can do this. The victory is decided. Danzo's assimilated body said calmly. If he had taken advantage of the victory and pursued Kakashi, Kakashi would have been dead. The battle seemed to have ended too quickly, less than 3 minutes. Chapter 66 Jiraiya and the Three Little Ones. In this battle, both the performance of Danzo's assimilated form and the performances of Kakashi and Metkai exceeded everyone's expectations. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, showed a bit of a stretch. It was not that Hiruzen Sarutobi was not strong enough, but that many people had too high expectations for him. His 5 release and big 5 continuous bullets techniques are actually very good. Take Rizu, he will lose his combat effectiveness even if he doesn't die in the face of this technique. They also saw in this battle that Hiruzen Sarutobi was indeed old. On the contrary, Danzo, who was similar to him in age, performed too well and was afraid of comparison no matter what. I won, so you have to listen to me and invite the elder of Sunagakure village to the Hokage Tower. It's time to have a good talk and beat this ally. By the way, Danzo's assimilated body did not kill him. Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen were not injured. Even if Metkai's injury seemed a bit serious, he was probably better by the time he arrived at Kirigakure village. Ebizo had noticed the movement here for a long time, but he did not go there rashly. After receiving the notice from the Anbu, he quickly went to the Hokage Tower. After learning about Danzo's plan to assimilate the body, Ebizo felt that Danzo was too crazy. Is this the fighting sect of Konoha? As soon as he got the upper hand, he played so big. Ebizo was thinking about whether to take risks, because the so-called covenant is a joke and can be torn up at any time, as long as there are enough benefits. At this time, the news that Shimura Danzo became the 5th Hokage began to spread in the ninja world. He passed the vote before but did not officially take office, so Konoha did not publicize it. Now that he has taken office, he must publicize it. In fact, the publicity started yesterday, and some people already knew about it. And Raza knew about it early because Eba was hiding in Konoha and he had passed the message back to Sunagakure village. The next day, Danzo's assimilated form, Kakashi, Metkai, Hinata and Sunagakure set off together. In the end, Ebizo decided to go to Kirigakure together. First, Ebizo did not believe that Danzo would die as soon as he became Hokage. He was definitely sure of escaping unscathed and even convinced of the Kirigakure village. The second is that if you don't go, you will offend Konoha. The current Sunagakure village really can't afford it. It didn't matter before, but now that Danzo of the fighting faction has come to power and has powerful power, he can try not to offend Konoha as much as possible. A broken bar. Kakashi has gone on a mission. During this time, Toad Sage Jiraiya will be here to teach you. Jiraiya shook his long white hair, stretched his right hand forward, and assumed an extremely exaggerated posture. What was even more funny was that he also channeled a toad that was not small in size and stepped on it. Naruto had met Jiraiya, but this was the first time for Sasuke to see Jiraiya. The corners of his mouth twitched. This guy looked unreliable. Can such a guy compete for the position of Hokage? Sasuke didn't know much about Jiraiya. If he hadn't recently been running for the position of the 5th Hokage, he had heard someone talking about Jiraiya, and then he knew that he was the apprentice of the 3rd Hokage and the teacher of the 4th Hokage, but he didn't look reliable at all. Hey, you guys, give me some reaction. Jiraiya said, dissatisfied that the hero Jiraiya was not that small-minded, but that was his character. I heard that you are very powerful. How about we compete with Kakashi-sensei to see who is more powerful? Uchiha Sasuke said arrogantly that he felt that he had made great progress recently and that he no longer looked down upon Chunin. He needed a stronger opponent. Uchiha Tomie knew that Sasuke had made great progress, but after 3 years of training, Sasuke would not be Jiraiya's opponent. He could only say that he was worthy of Harutame, and he knew that the opponent was the 4th Hokage's teacher and he dared to challenge him. A teacher is not necessarily better than a disciple, that's what Sasuke thinks. It's not that Orochimaru, a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, lost to Jiraiya's disciple Minato in the Hokage competition. Can it be said that Jiraiya is far superior to Orochimaru? It is probably Namake's Minato who is better than him. Now Sasuke no longer knows nothing about all kinds of big shots. With Tomie here, Sasuke has made great progress. Ha. Then let the Toad Immortal play with you brats. But this is not a place for fighting. Jiraiya is still interested in teaching the new generation. According to his understanding, these 3 are the most talented young ninjas in Konoha now, and they represent the future of Konoha to a certain extent. The 3 of Naruto followed Jiraiya to the training ground. Naruto was very curious about Jiraiya's strength. He had not seen Jiraiya take action yet. Tomie Uchiha felt that among the Sennin, Jiraiya was actually the most suitable teacher for Sasuke. Uchiha was good at fire escape, and Jiraiya was equally good at fire escape. Jiraiya's Nin, body, Gen, Xian, strength, speed, Jing, seal, except for Gen, are a little worse, and the others are either 9 or 10 points, which is perfect. Sasuke is excited on the road. Only by fighting powerful ninjas can he become stronger. Sasuke's progress has indeed been great. He originally had hidden wounds left by his training, but he was directly cured by Uchiha Tomie secretly using his own reincarnation. The side effects of reincarnation are nothing to Uchiha Tomie. Sasuke didn't know this, but he could sense that his condition was better than ever, so he trained even harder. As a result, Uchiha Tomie used the technique of reincarnation twice on Sasuke less than half a month after he obtained it. This technique was improved by Tomie Kawakami's split body as soon as he got it. After the improvement, the technique can be interrupted at any time without exhausting the vitality. The loss of a little vitality is nothing to Fujiang, and he can recover within a minute. Uchiha Tomie doesn't want to wait until the time in the original work. He will let Sasuke and Itachi fight in advance. He will not give Itachi a chance. This kind of person does not deserve sympathy, but he will give Sasuke a chance to see if he can grasp it. After all, Uchiha Sasuke is also a pitiful person. The Uchiha Sasuke who does not forgive Uchiha Itachi deserves sympathy, but the Uchiha Sasuke who forgives Uchiha Itachi does not deserve sympathy. Heaven or hell, it's up to Uchiha Sasuke to choose. Before Uchiha Tomie traveled through time, he was half a fan of Itachi. The reason why he was half a fan was because Uchiha Itachi left behind Sasuke when he wiped out his clan. If he didn't keep Sasuke, then he admired Uchiha Itachi and felt that he was dedicated to Konoha and had no selfish motives at all. In Tomie's view, Itachi is unfaithful and unfilial, a person who has no family or country in his heart. If he was really loyal to Konoha, he would not have kept telling Konoha information about the Akatsuki organization. In the final analysis, Uchiha Itachi was just like Uchiha Obito, more moved by himself. You can use any ninjutsu. Let's get started. Do you want to discuss tactics? I can give you enough time. Jiraiya said confidently that they were just 3 brats, and he was not afraid even of 3 Jounin, and not all Jounin were Kakashi. Whoosh whoosh. The 3 Sasuke quickly moved to a remote corner to discuss. Although Sasuke often looked like a proud man, Sasuke had a very high IQ in battle. Even Kakashi thinks Sasuke is a genius, and Orochimaru also recognizes Sasuke's talent in the original work. Chapter 67 Shadow Double. Jiraiya was very curious about what methods these 3 little guys would adopt, hoping to give him a little surprise. Not long after, Jiraiya saw a dozen Narutos rushing toward him, as expected of the Uzumaki clan. Can he achieve this at this age? It seems there is still room for him. Jiraiya easily dodges the attacks of Naruto's shadow clones. No matter how many shadow clones there are, if the original body is not strong enough and does not customize a strategy, it is just a waste of chakra. Wow! The sharp blade was unsheathed, and 2 silver-white sword lights flashed, and the 2 shadow clones showed a different temperament from Uzumaki Naruto. Hatake's sword skills? Not bad, but the heat is a bit lacking. Jiraiya was no stranger to Hatake's swordsmanship. The 3 ninjas had all sparred with White Fang. They were no match for White Fang, but at that time they were still in their growth stage and had not yet reached their peak. The 2 short blades, one on the left and the other on the right, were getting closer and closer, but Jiraiya was calm and calm. At the critical moment, he held the wrists of the 2 Naruto, just like Uchiha Itachi held Sasuke's wrist in the original work. Chidori. The difference in strength is too big, and no powerful tricks can turn the tide of the battle. Jiraiya had a Naruto in his left hand and a Naruto in his right hand. Using them as weapons, he swept across the invincible, quickly scattered all the shadow clones, and then threw the 2 away. Boom! Boom. The 2 Narutos became Sasuke and Tomie Uchiha. Uchiha Tomie was naturally playing house games with Sasuke and Naruto, and he didn't even use 1% of his strength. So, where is this guy Naruto? Jiraiya was very curious, and while he was talking, a dozen more Narutos appeared. Jiraiya chuckled, use Naruto's shadow clone to consume my chakra? It's okay to deal with ordinary Jounin, but if you just do it recklessly, you will lose faster. Jiraiya's perception ability is not weak. It is not difficult for him to find Naruto's true body. He plans to deal with Naruto first. Shadow clone technique. Several shadow clones appeared around Tomie Uchiha, and Jiraiya was confused. You are a Uchiha, not a Uzumaki. Or is this your plan? Tomie Uchiha wanted to experiment with new ninjutsu. This jutsu was not developed by Tomie Kawakami's split body, but by himself. The shadow clone turned into Naruto and mixed in. Jiraiya felt it was interesting to see what tricks these little devils had up their sleeves. I saw Tomie Uchiha and Sasuke putting their swords back into their sheaths, Sasuke clasping his hands together and preparing to form a seal, and Tomie holding the unsheathed sword, which looked a little weird. On the other side, Naruto had pieces of white paper taped to his shadow clone. What? The two of them have taken the limelight. Naruto was a little dissatisfied with the task he was assigned. Jiraiya didn't use ninjutsu either, just physical skills were enough. Each move was like flowing water. This was a killing technique that had been refined over time. 1, 2, 3, more and more shadow clones were destroyed, and Jiraiya became more and more confused. It was too simple. If so, these three guys are a real letdown. Suddenly, Jiraiya staggered, and saw an unsheathed short blade slashing onto his back. At some point, Uchiha Tomie appeared behind him. Sizzle. Electricity spread from the ground and attacked indiscriminately. Shadow clones, Jiraiya and Uchiha Tomie were all targets. Jiraiya had no time to dodge. Almost the moment he was hit, Uchiha Sasuke released his thunder escape. Jiraiya-sensei, you loose. At this time, Naruto's shadow clones with the white paper running out ran out and surrounded Jiraiya. Jiraiya was a little confused. Was that the Flying Thunder God technique just now? Or some other time and space ninjutsu appeared behind him in an instant? No, even if he faced Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobirama, Jiraiya couldn't be defeated so easily. It can only be said that Jiraiya was too careless. Even so, the damage caused to Jiraiya by Tomie's sword or Sasuke's thunder release and earth walk was negligible. Kids, that's interesting. If a Jounin is not careful, he might be killed by your combined force. Jiraiya is a person who has experienced 2 ninja wars. He can see that if the white papers on Naruto's shadow clones are replaced with detonating talismans, so many detonating talismans will explode together. Without some protective measures, the Jounin he will be blown to death. Of course, who is Jiraiya? Even if these are really detonating talismans, he will not die. He has the means to save his life, but injuries are inevitable. Sasuke did not despise Jiraiya just because he lost. Jiraiya only used taijutsu from beginning to end, but suppressed them. It can be said that without Tomie's new ninjutsu, they might not even be able to force Jiraiya to use it. Even ninjutsu can't do it. Jiraiya asked curiously, Tomie kid, how did you appear behind me? Jiraiya was very curious about this. He understood the power of time and space ninjutsu. His disciple Namikaze Minato relied on the Flying Thunder God jutsu to kill everyone in all directions, and could even kill 50 ninjas instantly. Sasuke and Naruto were also very curious. They knew that Tomie's method of suddenly appearing behind the enemy and catching the enemy off guard was not relying on speed, but on spatial transfer. This ability was so incomprehensible that he was invincible from the beginning of the battle. Land. Think about it carefully. You should understand. Uchiha Tomie didn't answer. If Jiraiya couldn't even see through this, he would be sorry for the name of Sannin. Jiraiya touched his chin and thought carefully. This was definitely not the Flying Thunder God's technique. The Flying Thunder God's technique required the Flying Thunder God's mark as spatial positioning. Jiraiya began to recall the entire battle process, and when he completed the space transfer technique, Naruto said dissatisfied, "What's the point of this? I can do it in the future." Naruto didn't understand that space ninjutsu only depends on talent. Without talent, Even the 6th level is useless. Uchiha Tomie smiled and said nothing. He hated others showing off, but it was different when he tried to show off himself. People all have double standards. Shadow clone, is it shadow clone? Jiraiya thought about it and finally could only think of the shadow clone. Ninjas would not do useless things in battle. Tomie's use of the shadow clone to transform into Naruto was definitely not a random move. Tomie Uchiha nodded secretly, as expected of Jiraiya. He had guessed pretty much. It's a shadow clone, and it's also a substitute technique. I combined these two techniques. I can change places with my shadow clone at any time. I don't even need to form a seal. I just exchanged places with my shadow clone. Uchiha Tomie has too many abilities. There is no need to hide such an ability, and this ability will become his usual method in the future. Naruto suddenly realized, is this still possible? Sasuke and Jiraiya are different. They know that it sounds easy, but it is not that simple to do, otherwise this technique would have been developed long ago. Apart from anything else, haven't people like Senju Tobirama, who developed the Flying Thunder God technique, ever thought about this kind of operation? The answer is that he can't. Jiraiya thought for a while and asked, what are the limitations of this technique? Uchiha Tomie said, if I have to talk about a flaw, it is distance. If the shadow clone is too far away from me, I cannot replace it. There is one thing Tomie didn't say. The most powerful thing about this technique is that it must be used in conjunction with the secret bomb. Chapter 68 Reaction. Can you teach me this technique? Jiraiya was very curious about the shadow double technique, and shamelessly asked Tomie if he could exchange it for a high-level fire escape. Jiraiya used the Rasengan developed by his disciple Minato Namikaze and it was a mess. As soon as he learned it, he showed off in front of Minato. Don't expect him to have any moral integrity. Even the Otama Rasengan was not developed by Jiraiya, but by Naruto. Yes, as a Lubi win writer, how could Jiraiya have integrity? Okay, everyone is a Konoha ninja after all. Uchiha Tomie smiled and said that after he learned Jiraiya's fire escape, he would teach Sasuke. It was obviously impossible for Jiraiya to stay in Konoha for long. When Hiruzen Sarutobi was the Hokage, Jiraiya didn't go back to Konoha very much. Now that Danzo's assimilated body is the Hokage, Jiraiya is even less in the mood. If it weren't for Naruto, Jiraiya doesn't know where to sneak away now. And Fujiang is right. This technique is not that easy to learn. It seems to be just a combination of shadow clone and stand-in technique, but it actually has something to do with space. While Uchiha Tomie was telling Jiraiya and the other three about the principles of shadow doubles, news of Danzo Shimura taking over as the 5th Hokage was received one after another from other places. Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Tsunagakure knew part of the inside story. They were very disdainful of the darkness in Konoha, which village didn't have darkness. Let's talk about Sand Hidden Village. Liu Sha didn't let Yukang, a hero, die. What they disdain is that Hiruzen Sarutobi is really old, and the whole incident was played around by Danzo. As the shadow of a village, it is not as good as Danzo to win people's hearts. Those shadows could stand and talk without pain in their backs. How could Fujiang's ability be so easy to withstand? Just say that Kakazu can resist the charm of Hancock's split body. That is because Hancock's split body did not deliberately seduce him, and there is no need to deliberately seduce him. If the two of them have too much contact, Kakazu's fall is inevitable. It just takes a long time. Question. In Hidden Cloud Village, AI sneered, Danzo from the martial arts sect? I don't know if you dare to provoke a war. I have the Thunder Escape Chakra mode. Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi are all native chickens. Dog, it's a pity that Namikaze Minato is dead, otherwise we would have to compete with him to see who is the fastest in the ninja world. The 4th Raikage AI can't start a war for no reason. He is a cage, and he doesn't have advisors to check and balance him like Konoha, but he has to be responsible for the daimyo, and the cage can't do whatever he wants. In Iwagakure village, Onoki's thoughts were similar to AI's. Let's hit. When the time comes to win over Tsunagakure village, it will be at least 3 against 1. because Kumogakure village will definitely take action, and this time they can completely defeat Konoha and occupy Konoha's fertile land. In Onoki's eyes, even if Danzo is stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's nothing. His dust release is not afraid of any enemy. He even had an idea in his mind that tailed beasts were nothing. Dust escape was the foundation of Uwagakure. As long as there were always people who mastered dust escape, Uwagakure village could not be destroyed. In Sunagakure village, Rasa has no idea. The shadow of being severely injured by Aizen affects him, and the Akatsuki organization also scares him. If he is still thinking about the Ninja World War at this time, then he is really being ridiculous. And Gaara, the gourd boy, could finally sleep well. Because of Shukaku, he seldom slept. Because the seal on his body is too spicy, if he falls deeply asleep, Shukaku may take over his body. Not to mention that Gaara had such a miserable childhood and didn't sleep much, which could drive 99% of the people in the ninja world crazy. Some people get out of bed with annoyance, let alone Gaara, who sleeps irregularly and rarely gets enough sleep. If a new Uchiha were in Gaara's position, not to mention the Mange-kie ring Sharingan, the 3 Magatama would be adequate. It can still be explained that Naruto can't turn black. It's because of Asura's influence. It's even more incredible that Gaara can be pulled back by Naruto. Gaara is the son of the 4th Kazekage, and the 4th Kazekage is in power. The Kazekage is not dead, but Gaara is still living in such misery, and his level of misery is different from that of Naruto. Someone in Sand Hidden Village has mastered the seal of sealing evil, but no one has mastered the other sealing techniques yet. But Gaara has the idea of learning sealing techniques because he has tasted the benefits. Since no one else in Sunagakure can master the advanced sealing technique, it's up to him, who is young and not frivolous, let alone little Gaara. The entire Sand Hidden Village couldn't choose anyone else to be the vessel to seal the One Tail, and neither could his older brothers and sisters. This didn't mean that he was a genius, with huge potential hidden in him. Akatsuki Organization. Pain is eager for the 5 major ninja villages to fight, and it is best to lose both sides. In this case, the tailed beasts can be collected in advance. Not only Pain thinks so, but Obito and Zetsu also think so. Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless, but he was worried inside, both for Sasuke and for Konoha. What happened in Konoha and why Danzo became Hokage? Uchiha Itachi still has 3 points of trust in Sarutobi Hiruzen, but does not trust Danzo at all. Otherwise, in the original work, he would not have returned to Konoha as soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen belched. He said it was for the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, but actually it was for Sasuke. If they really want to capture the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame can definitely defeat Jiraiya, not to mention that they only need 1 person to contain Jiraiya and 1 person to take Naruto away. At that time, Naruto people are too weak. It seems we need to contact Danzo and the 3rd Hokage. Fortunately for Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke is now Kakashi's disciple. Kakashi cannot let Danzo do anything to his disciple, and he still has time to operate. Uchiha Itachi felt that the world was really ridiculous. Zabuza took away their Uchiha Sharingan from Kakashi. As a result, Kakashi became stronger. Only in this way could Kakashi better protect his brother. What an irony. It's been so long, not to mention Uchiha Itachi, and everyone else in the ninja village knows that Kakashi has become stronger, because Kakashi still has to perform difficult tasks occasionally. Itachi Uchiha felt that if Danzo and the 3rd generation's replies dissatisfied him, then he couldn't be blamed. Konoha was not the Konoha of Danzo and the 3rd generation. Konoha was everyone's Konoha. Kisame and Scorpion were not very interested in this matter. To them, who became Hokage had nothing to do with them. The 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure village also knew, and he also knew that the new Hokage would come to Kirigakure with the elders of Sunagakure village. Could it be that he wants to form an alliance with Kirigakure to deal with Kumogakure? No wonder Mizukage thinks so. Kirigakure is closer to Kumogakure, while Sunagakure is closer to Iwagakure. Once the 3 ninja villages form an alliance, Konoha can fight Kumogakure with Kirigakure. If Iwagakure wants to attack Konoha, Konoha can divide its forces and deal with Tsunagakure together. As for why they didn't attack Iwagakure and let Kirigakure defend Kumogakure, it goes without saying that Konoha and Kumogakure have more hatred, and most of the hatred against Iwagakure is due to political reasons. Or is Danzo here to get a Byakugan? Mizukage thought a lot. He had to think through all possibilities first. Konoha was weak now, but Kirigakure was even weaker. The Six Tails Jinchuriki defected, and the 7 ninja swordsmen were now able to escape. There are still a few ninja swords in Kirigakure village, but no one can use them. Well, the 4th Mizukage, Gojiura, asked the Anbu to call the top management, and Mtsumi was naturally among them. Yagura has begun to train Mtsumi as the 5th Mizukage. Yagura is not young anymore. He is just born with a baby face, but he actually has grandchildren. Chapter 69. Aizen enters the dawn. Uchiha Itachi quickly sent a secret message. His crow was not raised in vain. This guy is really cautious. The crow he contacted Sarutobi Hiruzen and the crow he contacted Danzo were not the same. He had to be prepared for both. At this time, Aizen's split body appeared in the Rain Ninja village, and he captured a few more white Zets along the way. If Minato Namikaze's soul was not in the God of Death, Minato Namikaze would have been reincarnated by his dirty earth. Minato was not reincarnated by his dirty earth, but Uchiha Fugaku was reincarnated by his dirty earth. Shisui hadn't reincarnated yet. Fugaku had his consciousness wiped out as soon as he was reincarnated, and Aizen's split body didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. From the perspective of Aizen's split body, Fugaku's status in Uchiha Itachi's heart is not as good as Shisui. Moreover, he had no idea of torturing Uchiha Fugaku. Although his son Uchiha Itachi was simply a beast, without the Uchiha clan, the original Uchiha Fugaku would have died long ago, and there was no way he could wait for Fugaku to become Fugaku. In the tower, Nagato's face moved slightly. As soon as Aizen's split body entered the Rain Ninja village, he knew that he was using the Rain Tiger Free technique. A lot of Baiji who went to find him lost information. Now he comes to Ninja village by himself. What does he want to do? Xionon appears next to Nagato, and only Xionon is the one whom Nagato trusts. Only she can appear next to Nagato. There is no telepathy between White, but recently many White have been slow to feedback information, so they must be dead. Black will never doubt White's loyalty. Nagato said indifferently, ask him what his intentions are. It would be best if he comes to join the Akatsuki organization, otherwise he will have to sleep here forever. Nagato was very confident in the power of 6 Paths Pain. Even if Orochimaru made him reincarnate, he was still no match for him and could only escape in embarrassment. After killing Sancho Hanzo, who was known as a demigod, Nagato regarded himself as a god. To be honest, Pain's power was not on the same level as the ninja god Sanju Hashirama, let alone the Sage of 6 Paths. Nagato controlled 6 Paths Pain to stop him, and Obito noticed it. Most of the time, Obito was monitoring Nagato to ensure that the plan was proceeding normally. In an instant, Aizen's split body walking in the rain encountered 6 Paths Pain. This ninja village, or this country, rains all year round, even if Nagato doesn't use the Rain Tiger Free technique. Aizen, what is the purpose of your coming to the Rain Ninja village this time? You should know our purpose from Baizetsu, Tandao Pain said. Although he was asking, his tone was very affirmative. Aizen split his body temperature and said, I am not interested in the Akatsuki organization, nor am I interested in peace in the ninja world. Tando Pain didn't take it seriously. Now, except for him and Xionon, I'm afraid no one in the Akatsuki organization is really for peace. As long as he defeats Aizen, he can only join the Akatsuki organization, otherwise he will be left with a dead end. I want to make a deal with you. Aizen's split body saw that 6 Paths Pain was about to take action, and quickly spoke out. Pain was a problem. In essence, they were just puppets, and most of their illusions were ineffective against them. Aizen's split body didn't want to tell Pain the truth at all, telling him that it was actually a flag being used. He still needs Pain, not because he needs Pain's power, but because he calculated that Obito needs Pain. When Obito was confident that the Eye of the Moon plan was about to be completed, he was suddenly knocked down from his peak. Isn't this very strange? Interesting. Moreover, Pain of the Six Paths is a very good worker. He was left to collect the tailed beasts and resurrect the 10 tails. They only needed to take the last beach. The Aizen split body is very interested in the power of the 10 tails. This is the strongest power in the world of Naruto. In the view of the Aizen split body, people in this world have not exerted the full power of the 10 tails, even if the Otsutsuki is said to be immortal. The same goes for Mukagyo. What a deal? Pain asked. In Pain's eyes, Baizetsu's talkative style didn't look like he could keep secrets, not to mention that real strong men all have a set of ninjutsu to read memories. The other party knew the situation of the Akatsuki organization and still dared to come. How confident he was. I don't know how long this confidence can be maintained. I want the secret technique of paper escape. I can exchange it with you for the technique of mutually multiplying detonating talismans. This is a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage. It uses the detonating talisman to continuously summon the detonating talisman. Once activated, it will trigger concentrated continuous explosions until the target is blown to ashes. Aizen's split body laughed and said that he didn't believe that Conan was not tempted. If the secret technique of paper escape and the technique of mutually multiplying the detonating talisman were combined, Conan's strength would definitely be improved to a higher level. In addition to the paper escape secret technique, I also want your other ninjutsu. I can raid you with various forbidden techniques, such as the technique of reincarnation in the dirty earth. Aizen's split body really dislikes the ninja world being too comfortable. If Nagato and Conan master the art of reincarnation in dirty soil, the Akatsuki organization's plan can start immediately. Tandao Pain said, it can be exchanged, but you have to join the Akatsuki organization. Nagato of the High Tower knew how powerful the Earth reincarnation was, and it was indeed a very tricky technique. If he hadn't had the means to target the soul, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to Orochimaru last time. Aizen's splinter body has no problem with it, and there's nothing wrong with joining the Akatsuki organization. Just defect once you get the thing, and you don't have to defect. Even if I want to arrange something, there are other split bodies. Then, let me try your power. After finishing speaking, Tandao Pain condensed a black rod. In terms of physical skills, Tandao Pain was not too bad. Aizen's split body is a little helpless. It's going to be a match-fixing game again, so let's show some strength. Just use fire escape. Anyway, everyone in the Akatsuki organization thinks I am a fire escape master. Fire escape a middle. The great fire extinguishes. Aizen's split body did not form seals at all. He opened his mouth and poured out flames like seawater. The area was very large. The rainy ninja village suddenly became hot. It was just a B-level fire escape. Aizen's split body used it. The power it came out surpassed Kakazu's compound ninjutsu, and the power was not much worse than what Madara Uchiha used. The sky-wide flames instantly attracted the attention of the ninjas in the Rain Ninja Village. This fire escape was too strong, and the ninjas couldn't help but worry. Scorpion, Kisame, and Uchiha Itachi are preparing to leave. A battle of this level cannot be missed. It is human nature to like to watch the excitement. This fire release is strong enough. With just fire release, you are qualified to join the Akatsuki organization. You are qualified. However, I want to see your power. Your power is definitely more than that. This is the first time that Pain has seen such a powerful fire escape. No wonder he can defeat the fourth Kazekage. The sea of AAA fire dissipated quickly. Hungry Ghost Road Pain's power was indeed abnormal. It was too restrained for ordinary ninjas, and this ability was known to the Otsutsuki clan. When Aizen's split body was released into the sea, The battle ended with himself being seriously injured and the 6 paths Pain losing 3 Pain. Aizen's split body successfully joined the Akatsuki organization. After the transaction was completed, he obtained the secret technique of paper escape and many 5-element ninjutsu. Conan obtained the technique of mutually multiplying detonating talismans and the technique of reincarnation in dirty soil. Now, in the Akatsuki organization, Aizen's split body, Hawkeye's split body, and Zabuza's assimilated body are all Tomie's people. You must know that including Obito and Zetsu, the Akatsuki organization only has 10 people. Akatsuki organized a team of 2, and after Aizen's split body joined, Pain should have him team up with the Hawkeye split body who was still alone. This would be good, and it would be more convenient to do things. Chapter 70 Danzo takes the blame. There is no need for Pain to summon people. After Pain and Aizen's split body deal, everyone else will arrive. Uchiha Obito was hiding in the dark and observing. He was still very concerned about his Sharingan. Anyway, Kakashi, that loser, didn't need his Sharingan anymore, so it was time to get it back. Aizen, you will be paired with Hawkeye from now on. Tendo Pain said that everything was as expected by Aizen's split body. Aizen's split body has no objection. This is exactly what he wants. It seems that he does not need to defect. The Hawkeye split body will cover his future actions. At this time Uchiha Itachi came over. Where's the Sharingan? Where's Kakashi's Sharingan? Give it to me. I can trade it with you for ninjutsu. Uchiha Itachi knew that Aizen was very powerful and that he might not be able to win without using the kaleidoscope, and he should use the kaleidoscope as little as possible. He saw that Aizen's split body was trading with Pain just now. Although he didn't know what the deal was, it meant that the matter could be resolved without taking action. Oh, Sharingan. This is indeed a good thing, but it's a pity that it doesn't help me that much. So I used it to make a deal with others, and you were a step too late. Aizen's split body pretended to be sorry, while Zabuza's assimilated body instinctively felt something bad. Someone was going to take the blame, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It was not him anyway. Uchiha Itachi's first reaction was Orochimaru, but he still had to ask, who is it? Uchiha Obito also listened carefully. What did you think of my eyes? This one was stolen and traded with others, and that one was also traded with others. This is the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan, or a kaleidoscope of spatial abilities. Shimura Danzo. As Aizen's split body said this name, everyone else was stunned. It's not that they didn't know Danzo. Danzo had just become the 5th Hokage and was very famous. It was impossible for them not to know. They just felt that there was something about Danzo. Uchiha Itachi looked thoughtful. It wouldn't be surprising if it was Danzo. This guy has always coveted the Sharingan. He took away one of Shizui's Sharingan. No wonder he has the skills of mutually multiplying the detonating talisman and the reincarnation of dirty earth. Conan and Pain figured out the result by themselves. As for Aizen being an undercover agent sent by Danzo, they thought it was impossible. Even if he is an undercover Nagato, he is not afraid. As long as he can use his strength to do things for himself, he will kill him when the work is about to be completed. The Samsara Eye gave Nagato a lot of confidence. Because of the Samsara Eye, he felt that everything he did was right. It was God who gave him the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. It was fate. He was the one who brought peace to the ninja world. After Pain gave a brief introduction, everyone dispersed. The Akatsuki organization is such a loose organization. Uchiha Itachi didn't directly trouble Aizen's split body. As for getting the Sharingan back, he thought it was impossible because Sasuke was still in Konoha. I knew it would be Danzo who took the blame. Zabuza's assimilated body had some speculation when Aizen's split body passed the blame. Among other split bodies and assimilated bodies, only Danzo's assimilated body was suitable to take the blame. At this time, Obito was in a bad mood, but Black Zetsu was in a good mood. There are now 3 teams, plus Pain. There are 4 teams. They are recruiting one person, and at the same time, Obito is asked to turn to the bright side. In this way, as long as the arrangements are properly arranged and they work separately, They can catch 5-tailed beasts in one go. After waiting for thousands of years, he finally saw hope. How could Haiju not be excited? Black Zetsu thought about what Obito said to him just now, and felt a little disdainful. He actually asked himself to find out whether his Sharingan was on Aizen or with Danzo, and find a way to get it back to him. Why doesn't Black Zetsu know Obito's thoughts? He has lived for thousands of years and has never seen any darkness. It's not impossible for Obito to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, but he is too weak and may not be able to withstand the backlash of the Ten-Tails. Moreover, he cannot compete with Bambi. As the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Black Zetsu shook his head. Madara Uchiha was the most talented Uchiha he had ever seen, surpassing his ancestor Indra. Black Zetsu groaned and sank into the ground. He would detect traces of the Kamui Sharingan and get it. He was good at lurking to spy on information and stealing things, but he would not return the Sharingan to Obito. In the Kamui space, Obito had a gloomy face. If this continues, the Eye of the Moon project can be completed, but it has nothing to do with him. He wants to become the Kami of the new world and create a world with Lin. That guy Uchiha Madara is old. Just stay in the Pure Land. Black Zetsu, do you think I will believe you? Obito sneered and began to think about how to become stronger. Different from the original work, Zabuza's assimilated body, Hawkeye's split body, and Aizen's split body are much stronger than Kakazu and Hiden, so Obito has to be on guard. Obito knew that he relied solely on divine power, and that he was not particularly strong with other methods. It was enough to deal with ordinary Jonin, but not enough to deal with the truly strong. In fact, Obito with his divine power is the real 50-50 opponent. Even if Senju Hashirama comes, don't even think about taking Obito within 5 minutes. The night is getting dark, and Yu's art of freedom is gone. Nagato's chakra is comparable to that of a tailed beast, but he cannot release the Rain Tiger freestyle technique 24 hours a day without stopping. This has nothing to do with the amount of chakra, but has to do with the spirit. As soon as the Utora free technique was turned off, Aizen's split body immediately noticed that the sense of voyeurism disappeared. I originally thought about using the dirt reincarnation when I went on a mission with the Hawkeye split body in 2 days. It seems that I don't need to, and it can be done now. Along with Aizen's split body seal, a coffin appeared, and Nohara Lin walked out of it. No one can monitor Aizen's split body within 5 kilometers. Even 5 kilometers away. As long as someone stares at him for more than 5 seconds, he will be sensitive. How did you think about the problem last time? Aizen's split body asked. Although he did nothing, just sending Lin, who was reincarnated from the dirty soil, to Obito was enough to make him furious, but it was not enough. If Uchiha Itachi forced himself to do it, it could be said that he was doing it for Konoha and Sasuke. But what about Obito? He could hate Kirigakure village, and he could also forcefully hate Namikaze Minato, but what right did he have to hate Uchiha? Uchiha never offended him from the beginning to the end. Lin shook her head helplessly. I don't know, I really don't know what to do, and besides, I won't believe this unless I see Obito and ask him, or I don't return to Konoha to confirm something. Even though Aizen's split body had magnified her malice towards Obito, Lin still hesitated in her heart. In addition to Obito occupying an important position in her heart, she also had some illusions. Aizen's split body is to break the illusion in Lin's heart. Then I will send you to see Obito. You can ask him yourself. After the split body finished speaking, the eternal kaleidoscope appeared, and the power of divine power was activated, sending Lin directly into the divine space. He is not afraid that Lin will see his eyes, nor is he afraid that Lin will reveal her identity. Because of the reincarnation of the dirty land, Nohara Lin can only let himself control it. Chapter 71 Obito and Lin. Nohara Lin did not encounter Obito when she entered the Kamui space. The Kamui space is very large, and it is impossible to be as big as the ninja world. It is still possible to be as big as the fire country. As expected, it's your turn to appear. Aizen's split body secretly thought that after saying that, he would ignore everything in the Kamui space and leave it to other split bodies. If he keeps training Nohara-in, Zetsu may find something abnormal. In the country of fire, Tomie Kawakami's split body activated the power of Kamui and transferred himself to the Kamui space. Ninja technique, reincarnation of the dirty land. As soon as Kawakami Tomie's split body arrived inside, she channeled Nohara-in to her side. The technique of reincarnation in dirty soil was improved by her, and she considered many issues. The sole essence of these split and assimilated bodies is Fujiang. As long as they know the curse seal that binds the reincarnated people, they can also control these reincarnated bodies and channel them to their side at any time. "Who are you?" Lin said defensively. "Didn't he send her to see Obito?" Kawakami Tomie's split body said, "I am his companion and the enemy of Uchiha Obito. This is the space of Obito's kaleidoscope eye technique. You will see Obito soon." The split body does not use the perception ninjutsu. It is not necessary, although she has optimized the perception ninjutsu, and now her perception range is 10 kilometers. She took out a kunai, then took out a talisman, attached the talisman to the kunai, and threw it out with all her strength. The chakra with the wind attribute chakra was as fast as the wind, and soon appeared 100 meters away. Boom! Huge firelight flashed in the Kamui space, and the blazing flames swept across quickly. It was the secret bomb talisman of kunai that exploded. The power was terrifying. The Kamui space was empty, and flames were bombarded across hundreds of meters quickly. Nohara-in didn't know that she was immortal, so she panicked. Kawakami Tomie's split body was much calmer. With a wave of his hand, a huge wall of water stopped the flames. Muse ninjutsu, and the talisman just now is 100 times scarier than the detonating talisman. Nohara-in has experienced the Ninja World War. She knows that Muji's ninjutsu is of great help to ninjas. She also knows that if the talisman just now can be produced on a large scale, it will be of great help to any ninja village. Obito, who was on the other side of the Kamui space, noticed something unusual the moment the secret bomb talisman exploded, because he was not very far away. In addition, he was the only one in Kamui space, so it was too quiet. It would be fine if it was a small movement, but it was impossible for Obito to miss such a big movement. Did it come in through the other eye? He actually developed that eye into a kaleidoscope, and his attainments are quite high. Could it be Azan or Danzo? Obito didn't hesitate and set off immediately. He had to find out the identity of the opponent. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he wouldn't be unable to escape. The worst he could do was run to the Rain Ninja village and borrow the power of 6 paths pain to kill the opponent. A few minutes later, when Obito saw Kawakami Tomie's split body and Lin, his body couldn't help but trembled. How could it be possible? It's Lin. There's no mistake, that's Lin. It's the reincarnation of the earth. Is that guy from Orochimaru? Did that guy Danzo give the Sharingan to Orochimaru? Or is it that Aizen was dealing with Orochimaru, not Danzo at all? Kawakami Tomie's split body was very beautiful, but Obito didn't care at all. He only had Lin in his eyes. Obito was really angry this time. Even if Aizen's split body and Zabuza's assimilated body traded his eyes back and forth, he was not really angry. Endless anger enveloped Obito, but he still analyzed various situations. He had grown up, and he was no longer the Uchiha Kenji he used to be. Are you angry? Are you angry? Oh, don't you want to create a world with Lin? Why create it? I brought Lin here directly for you. Uchiha Obito. Kawakami Tomie's split body laughed and said, "The angrier Obito is, the happier she will be." Who are you? Uchiha Obito also doesn't pretend. If the other party only relies on his other Sharingan to enter the Kamui space, he may not know his identity. Now he has not only revealed his name, but Lin has also been reincarnated, so he must have discovered his identity. Is this related to Black Ch? Except for Black Zetsu, even if someone in the current ninja world is aware of his identity, it is impossible to know so many things. Kawakami Tomie's split body said, "I'm just an Avenger. Why don't you have a good talk with your sweetheart?" "You don't dare." Ha 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 ha. After saying that, She laughed like a madman. Obito saw Lin looking at him with a complicated look. Lin seemed to know something. He wanted to explain, but he had to deal with this person first. Obito, are you Obito? Lin couldn't believe it when she looked at the masked man Obito. She really couldn't recognize that he was Obito. As soon as Lin's gentle voice sounded, Obito stopped thinking about doing anything. Then his eyes became fierce, just like the madness he had when he saw Lin's death, and chains shot out from his cuffs. Kawakami Tomie's fragmented body jumped back 10 meters, allowing Nohara-rin to be swept away by Obito. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. After Obito put Lin down, he quickly formed a seal, killing the person in front of him first. Anyway, if the caster of the reincarnation of the evil earth died, the person who was reincarnated would not disappear. Kawakami Tomie's split body sighed. I helped you see the one you love, and you did this to your benefactor, but that's right, you are someone who can also kill your own teacher. As she spoke, a piece of talisman was shot out by her. As soon as the ball of fire encountered the talisman, it was sucked dry instantly. This is modified based on the fire seal. It can seal all fire escapes. Tomie Kawakami's split body said calmly that she was not afraid of any fire escape. Even Sasuke's fire escape. She didn't care. Because of the sealing technique called fire seal, it is not difficult to develop this upgraded version of the sealing technique. This technique seems to be similar to the ability of Hungry Ghost Path Pain, but it is not the case. Hungry Ghost Path Pain's ability is absorption, and this technique is a seal. This technique has not yet reached the ideal state of Kawakami Tomie's split body. According to her vision, she can condense the runes in the void without using any tools, so that she will not be afraid of fire escape no matter when and where she faces it. In addition, in her imagination, there are also runes that can absorb the ninjutsu from the blood inheritance boundary, such as thunder release, earth release, water release, and even wood release and burning release. Obito snorted and formed a seal quickly. Can he absorb the fire escape? Stab! A sharp kunai pierced Obito's body, and Obito's face was filled with shock. Because the owner of this kunai is Lin. To Obito, this small kunai caused more damage than any ninjutsu. Damn it! How dare you control Lin to do such a thing? Obito's face under the mask was extremely ferocious. In fact, he noticed it when Nohara-rin attacked. The gap between the two was too big. When Obito's body instinctively wanted to fight back, he forcibly controlled it and stopped. Because that's Lin. How could he take action against Lin, even if she was Lin who was reincarnated from the dirt and was immortal? Chapter 72 Obito and Lynxia. If you old classmates don't have a nice chat when we meet, why bother fighting? Tomie Kawakami split body Tanzudu. Why bother? Why bother looking for abuse? After speaking, Kawakami Tomie's split body disappeared directly into the Thunder God. If she wanted to kill Obito, she didn't need to use other abilities. A bunch of secret bomb talismans were waiting for her. Even if Obito had Izanagi, he couldn't withstand it. The power of the mysterious bomb talisman is not comparable to that of the explosion talisman. 1 explosion per second is enough, and 600 of them can last for 10 minutes. The explosion of 600 secret bomb talisman can kill most people. Even the Thunder Chakra mode of Uchiha Itachi like Suzu and the Third Raikage cannot withstand it. Unless you have the perfect Suzu, you can't stop it. So what if Suzu is in full form? 600 secret bomb talisman is not the limit of Kawakami Tomie's split body. She doesn't have as many spells as Conan, so it's easy to get 100,000. Kawakami Tomie's split body disappeared, and Obito became even more nervous. He didn't know how to face Lin. As the inheritor of Uchiha Madara, Obito couldn't possibly not know the art of reincarnation. He didn't know about the reincarnation of Uchiha at the beginning, but he would definitely know it later. However, he never thought about resurrecting Lin, but promoted the Eye of the Moon project. Are you really Obito? Nohara-rin was still deceiving herself. The chakra and temperament of the person in front of her were extremely cold, and he was not like Obito at all. Obito took a deep breath and took off his mask. There was no need to hide the matter now. Even if the woman publicized her identity, Nagato would not give up collecting tailed beasts. As long as Nagato does not give up collecting tailed beasts, the Eye of the Moon plan will continue. Everything Nagato does is a prelude to the Eye of the Moon plan. After taking off the mask, Obito's face appeared in Lin's sight. The traces of his youth could still be seen on the left side of his face, while the right side was wrinkled. "It's really you, Obito. Why did you do that? Didn't you promise to become Hokage?" Obito. Seeing this, Lin completely believed it. Obito was hit by a rock and half of his body was hit. If he survived, half of his face would be disfigured. Just because she was sure that this was Obito, Lin was in pain. Why did Obito, who was so sunny, become like this? Was it just because he died? But there is no such thing as death in war. Obito was a little confused. This was incredible. The person who dared to launch the fourth ninja war in the future and suppress the 10 tails and become the second sage of 6 paths was already as cold as ice in his heart. Just because of Nohara Lin's questioning, he was at a loss and could only say that one thing is better than another. "Why don't you answer? Tell me." "Obito, why on earth? Why did you release the Kyuubi to kill Kushina-san and the Minato-sensei?" "Tell me." "They all lied to me." The more silent Obito is, the more uneasy Lin becomes, and at the same time, the more disappointed she becomes with Obito. The amplified evil desire exerted by Aizen's split body on Lin is still effective. At this moment, she becomes a little aggressive. Silence is the beginning of an explosion. No one can remain silent forever, not even Obito. Because Lin's words were like sharp arrows piercing his chest. He originally thought he had nothing to worry about, but now he found that he was not as strong as he thought. "Lin, how much do you know, and who are they?" Obito adjusted his mood, and he carefully concealed his inner thoughts. He knew that Resurrection Lin's people were watching the show. "We are Uchiha, the returning souls of Uchiha." As for how much this girl knows, she knows a lot. "How did you open the kaleidoscope? How did you control the fourth Mizukage? How did you kill Namikaze Minato and his wife?" She also knows how to kill the Uchiha clan. Lin's voice suddenly changed. It was Tomie Kawakami's split body that controlled her to prevent her from revealing the identity of Aizen's split body. "Don't reveal the identity of another person, otherwise I will immediately resurrect Namikaze Minato and let him kill Kakashi." Kawakami Tomie's split body warned Nohara in through the connection of the reincarnation of the Dirty Land, and then let her control her body. She can't resurrect Minato now, but Rin doesn't know. Lin smiled bitterly in her heart. "Minato-sensei, what would you do if you faced this situation?" Lin is just a little chunin, and now she is really at a loss when facing so many things. "Uchiha, has the kaleidoscope been turned on? Is it also a space ability? Is there anyone else in Uchiha who has this potential?" Obito was thinking in his mind, who was most likely to plot against him. Obito first passed Sasuke and Tomie. They were just 2 little brats. Although the other party was a woman, she might also have a transformation technique. "Aren't you going to avenge Kushina and Namikaze Minato? Or is that your only feeling for them? Aren't you determined to kill Obito?" He was able to release the 9 tails and destroy Uchiha before. Who knows what he will do to Konoha in the future. As a Konoha ninja, is this the only determination you have? Obito is your companion. That was before. His behavior was more terrifying than any rebellious ninja. For the sake of Konoha, for the revenge of Namikaze Minato, and for the safety of Kakashi who is still alive, do it. "You are now immortal." Tomie Kawakami's split voice sounded in Lin's mind, and her desire was slowly growing. But she was still hesitating. She knelt on the ground holding her head, making a final struggle in her heart. Obito yelled when he saw this, "What did you do to Lin? Come at me if you have anything." Lin, who was in great pain, heard Obito's voice and her eyes became firm, as if she had made up her mind. The next moment, Lin burst out and rushed towards Obito. Her weak and boneless jade hand carried not much chakra and slapped Obito's left chest. This blow hit Obito's heart, causing him pain in 2 senses. Obito could hide, but he didn't want to. He smiled bitterly. "I see, Rin, because I killed Minato-sensei, you won't forgive me?" Obito knew that Lin was being manipulated, but he was not blind. He could see that Lin's palm was his own intention and was not controlled. Lin's eyes became firm. Yes, I will defeat you here, Obito. If you want to say why, it's because you killed Minato-sensei, because you threatened Konoha, and even more because you killed the Obito in my heart. The Obito I know is sunny, enthusiastic, and cherishes his companions. I want to do it for me. The Obito I know, I will defeat you for everyone. Everyone in a Hokage can be a little bit evasive, but they are not as powerful as Naruto. Facing Lin's attack, Obito kept dodging. This time, Obito didn't make a hard attack, because there was still someone lurking, and that guy was their real trouble. But the anger in Obito's heart grew stronger. Lin, why don't you understand that everything I do is for you and for the peace of the ninja world? Lin, please wake up. That guy is just using you, and I'm still me. I just learned about the ninja world through your death, Obito said urgently. Chapter 73. Obito's mentality is a bit broken. Lin didn't listen to Obito's sophistry at all. In her eyes, this man was a demon in Obito's skin. This was definitely not the Obito she knew. Then I can only offend you, Lin. Obito is unwilling to remain passive like this, because people reincarnated from dirty soil are tireless. Lin was far from his opponent, but he kept dodging. How long could he hide? 1 hour, 2 hours or 3 hours? The chains came out of Obito's cuffs. Lin was just an ordinary chunin and a medical ninja. She was not good at fighting and was quickly tied up. Lin, I'm sorry, I can only seal you. Don't worry, I will let you out when my work is finished, and I will truly resurrect you then. Obito was about to use the sealing technique, when a figure suddenly appeared. With superb physical skills, the figure instantly forced Obito back. Obito paid a little attention when he saw the person coming. It was Uchiha Fugaku. Although he was the leader of the Uchiha clan, he was not very afraid. Obito didn't know that Fugaku had turned on the kaleidoscope. How many people has this guy reincarnated into? Obito wanted to run away, but he couldn't let go of Lin. At the same time, he was dissatisfied with Kuroi. How did he collect intelligence? Why were there so many uncontrollable factors? Unlike Lin, Fugaku only has fighting instincts and no consciousness. The male and female protagonists of this scene are Lin and Obito, and the others cannot have too many roles. Is Chief Fugaku dead too? Sure enough, Obito has really changed. No. That guy is not Obito. Obito is not like this. Lin saw Fugaku being reincarnated, and believed even more what Hazen's split body and Kawakami Tomie's split body said. Obito, you can't escape. In that case, let me give you a final ride. Lin's tone was very melancholy. She knew that Asuma had not appeared. In addition to those two guys, they didn't know how many people had been reincarnated by the dirty soil. Obito couldn't win. Instead of letting Obito die in the hands of others, it would be better doing it yourself. This is also to avenge his teacher Minato and cut off the cause and effect. The original Nohara Rin would not do such a thing, but Rin, who was split by Aizen and Kawakami Tomie, successively amplified her evil desires, was different. No one is perfect, absolutely good. Good and evil are one. Light and darkness follow each other. Nohara Lin is now more evil than good. Lin, you underestimate me too much. I am no longer the last person I used to be. Also, that guy is using you. Why don't you understand that that guy will take revenge on Konoha sooner or later, because the Uchiha will be exterminated, and the Konoha clan will be wiped out. Senior Yi also has connections. Obito wanted to give it a try. He didn't want Lin to be controlled by others. Otherwise, he could have simply escaped from the Kamui space when Fugaku appeared. Who knows how many people reincarnated by the dirty soil were waiting for him. Lin said coldly, you think I don't know that both you and the person who controls me are enemies of Konoha? If I can kill one of them, I will do my best to prevent you from harming Konoha and West Kakashi. It's Kakashi again. What's so good about Kakashi? Now Obito couldn't control himself anymore. He roared, Kakashi is a waste. He killed you. Why are you still so nice to him? Why, Lin? The furious Obito directly used Demu Release. Even though Obito didn't use Demu Release much in the original work, His wood release skills definitely surpassed Danzo's in the original work. Kawakami Tomie's split body sneered. Do you accept this, Obito? It turns out you are nothing more than this. The real despair has just begun. We will resurrect Lin, but the resurrected Lin will not be with you, but with Kakashi. Obito, your life in hell begins today. The furious Obito was indeed powerful, and Fugaku, who only had a fighting instinct, was directly suppressed. This was also related to the fact that Fugaku had not yet used the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan. By the way, can I absorb Fugaku's eye power like this? Tomie Kawakami's split brain circuit is different from others. She doesn't care about Fugaku's pupil power. What she cares about is Fugaku's kaleidoscope pupil technique. This guy's pupil technique can predict the future to a certain extent. With kaleidoscope ability, no one would dislike me for having too much. The reincarnation of the Dirty Land is too difficult. I defeated one, and the other only needs to buy a while, and the defeated one can recover quickly. Obito wanted to retreat, and after being furious, he realized that his situation was not good. Yo, we have to leave. It turns out that Uchiha Obito, who released the Kyuubi, fought against the fourth generation, and destroyed Uchiha, was nothing more than that. Tomie Kawakami's split body appeared, but Obito couldn't just leave. He had to leave something behind. Uchiha Obito's face became increasingly gloomy. How did you get in? How do you know so many things? Obito noticed that Tomie Kawakami's split body did not come in using the Kamyu Sharingan. The first time he came in, he used the Kamyu Sharingan, and he came in just now using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. She didn't leave the Flying Thunder God mark. She doesn't need it. Lin is a space mark. The control spell on Lin's body contains Aizen and her chakra. As long as there is a chakra mark, she can teleport without the Flying Thunder God mark. Tomie Kawakami split. The technique of body development is terrible. Kawakami Tomie's split body eyes turned, revealing the Mangekyou Sharingan. The ability of my left eye can see the past. The ninja world has no secrets for me. I know you want to create a world with Lin. You don't have to create it. I brought it to you. Unfortunately, your Lin doesn't like you. I still want to kill you. TSK. Lying out of the mouth is the specialty of Tomie and Kawakami Tomie, and the Kawakami Tomie split did not forget to take a dig at Obito. Why, I can't accept it. In the final analysis, you are just a pathetic person escaping from reality. You fantasize about solving everything with infinite Tsukuyomi. This is your peace, letting everyone live in illusion. Or maybe you know that Lin doesn't like you, so you feel so sorry for yourself, and that's why you pursue infinite Tsukuyomi. You are a self-impressed wretch who knows nothing and still pursues peace. Kawakami Tomie's split body continued to sarcastically say that in his opinion, infinite Tsukuyomi is a brain-dead thing that makes everyone fall into an illusion. After 100 years, human beings will be extinct, and this will be peaceful. This belongs to human beings who can't solve the problem and directly solve the production problem. This kind of behavior is not stupid. Uchiha Madara was deceived, Uchiha Obito was also deceived, and Uchiha was easily deceived. These words made the depressed Obito even more hysterical. He roared, "Do you understand when you see it? I only see the world clearly through Lin's death. Lin used to be my only light. After losing Lin, the world I saw turned into a dark hell. This world is full of ashes and has no hope, even if I travel around the world with Madara's name. But what I saw only made me more convinced of this. Hatred and betrayal always exist. The ugliness of human nature is undoubtedly exposed, and tragedies are always repeated. Only the Eye of the Moon plan can bring peace. I want to cut off the cause and effect of this world." Kawakami Tomie's split body was very indifferent. Even Lin was not moved by him. Obito looked at the two people and wondered why he didn't respond after saying so much. Could it be that he was a clown? Chapter 74 Nagato's Purpose. You didn't come in with the power of the Kamyu Sharingan. In that case, you can't stop me. I will bring peace to this desperate world. Wow! Midway through Obito's words, someone suddenly penetrated his chest. Reikairi. Obito looked at the hand that passed through the chest from the back, as if he saw the scene of Kakashi killing Lin, although Kakashi penetrated Lin from the front of the chest. It's not Reikairi. This is Kumogakure's Thunder Escape Chakra mode. It's more powerful than Reikairi. Hancock's split body spoke out. She quietly came to the Kamui space and never made a move. Obito wanted to leave, but she couldn't let him leave easily, so she took action. This time Obito didn't say harsh words, and after a teleportation technique, he decisively activated his divine power and left. Hancock's split body didn't stop it, and no one stopped it. Obito thought they were helpless in the face of Kamui, but that was not the case. Outside the Hidden Rain village, Obito's aura began to become weak. In the original book, Obito was pierced through the heart by Kakashi with a thunder cutter and survived. It was only temporary. If he did not become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he would die soon. Even if he has Hashirama cells. I almost died. Fortunately, my instinct to fight at the critical moment caused me to shift my body and my heart was not completely penetrated. Obito lay on the ground panting. He had never felt this embarrassed since he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even when he was fighting against his teacher Minato Namikaze, he was not as aggrieved as he was today. Lin. Obito thought of Lin's indifferent face before leaving, as if he was regretting that he had escaped. Thinking of this, his heart ached even more. Lin. To you, I am a false Obito. To me, you are also a false Lin. The real Lin has died long ago, but it doesn't matter. I will meet the real Lin in Infinite Tsukuyomi. Will do. Obito said crazily, then stood up and had to find Black Zetsu quickly. His desire for Infinite Tsukuyomi had surpassed that of when Lin died. In the distance, Aizen's split body watched quietly. Obito was so injured that he didn't even know someone was watching him. It seems that it was successful. Aizen's split body didn't stay long. After confirming that the things left by Hancock's split body in Obito's body were functioning, he left. Now, they can assimilate Obito at any time, but they will not do so. Instead, they choose to eavesdrop on Obito's intelligence. It is too cheap for him to assimilate Obito and kill him. From the perspective of Aizen's split body, Obito is a guy who can only run away. When Lin died, Obito wanted to escape from this cruel world, so he awakened his divine power and could hide in a different space. If Obito was thinking that he could go one step faster, then his ability was related to speed. If he was thinking that he could do it all over again, then his ability was most likely related to time. If he was thinking about resurrecting Lin, then ability must have something to do with it. But he just wanted to escape, so he awakened Kamui instead of other eye skills. Sharingan is also called the Eye of Spiritual Reflection. Escape is shameful, but it works for some people. Aizen's split body thought of Noharuin, both of whom were escaping from reality. Kawakami Tomie's split body just gave her a little guidance, telling her that the current Obito killed the Obito in her heart. At this time, Lin's burden was completely relieved, and she found an excuse to convince herself. In the Kamui space, Lin's expression was a little complicated. She was happy that Obito escaped, but she was also afraid that Obito would hurt Konoha and Kakashi. Human beings. It is a collection of contradictions in itself. You will have another chance to fight in the future, but you are too weak. After speaking, Kawakami Tomie's split body ignored Lin's thoughts, channeled two coffins, and controlled her and Fugaku to go in. Hancock's split body sighed. Reincarnation in the dirt is a very useful ninjutsu. Hancock's split body wanted to reincarnate the ninjas of the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Mitoman clans who died because of her. Those ninjas must be willing to serve themselves and can exert 200% of their power. Asuma can't even defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen, even with the blessing of the reincarnation of the earth. So let Asuma lead the reincarnations of the Sarutobi clan to fight against the Sarutobi clan led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Also, Let the Mitoman clan came to fight the Mitoman clan. Be careful. You are very active in the ninja world. It will not be difficult for Baizetsu to find you. Kawakami Tomie's split body left after saying that. She had been in the deep mountains and forests, so it didn't matter if she was exposed. Hancock's split body curled her lips indifferently. Even if Obito came with 6 paths pain, she would not be afraid. Not to mention that everything about Obito was under their control. Hancock's splinter body also left, and the Kamui space was empty again. And Obito finally found Hizetsu. Hizetsu couldn't believe it when he saw Obito, who was so seriously injured. Even if everyone from the Akatsuki organization took action together, it would be impossible for Obito to be injured like this. Obito's divine power was extremely powerful. The ability to save lives. Not to mention he also has the Sharingan to use Izanagi. The attack of Hancock's split body was so sudden that Obito did not react and had no time to use Izanagi. This is normal, but she took action at the right time. There are still survivors in Yukaika. They have opened the Mangekyou ring Sharingan and can enter my divine power space. The ability of their left eye can even see the past. There is more than one survivor. She doesn't know how many accomplices she has. One of them has mastered the Thunder Chakra mode. She also mastered the art of reincarnation, and Uchiha Fugaku was resurrected by her. Black Zetsu was stunned for a moment. If Obito wasn't on the verge of death, he would have thought that Obito was teasing him. How could anyone escape from a situation like the night of genocide, and reincarnation in the dirt? This technique is not so easy to master. Until now, only Orochimaru has successfully practiced this technique since it was developed. I will collect good information, and Uchiha Itachi can use it. Black Zetsu whispered, but he was wondering in his heart whether that Uchiha could really see the past, whether she knew Madara's plan, and whether she knew his own plan. The kaleidoscope should have limits, and that guy shouldn't have seen Madara and I plotting against Obito, otherwise Obito would have been killing me by now. So what if I see it? As long as I don't know about my use of Madara, I can still win. Black Zetsu's mind became active, and he might be able to use the dirt reincarnation to resurrect Madara first. He had so many white Zetsus under his control, and he didn't believe that none of them could master the dirt reincarnation technique. Itachi can indeed use it. He is even more anxious than us, but the top management of Konoha can also use it. When Black Zetsu was thinking about it, Obito's cold voice came over. Black Zetsu nodded, and then sank into the ground. It was impossible for the top management of Konoha not to be wary of those who activated the Mangekyou ring Sharingan. On the other side, Nagato also asked Xionan to practice the art of reincarnation in dirty soil. Xionan said in confusion, even if we succeed in practicing, we still don't have the body of a strong person, and we can't summon an existence that can rival the shadow. This technique won't be of much use to us. Nagato said solemnly, no, the most important thing for me to let you practice this technique is to resurrect me. My body can't support it for long. Even if I collect all the tailed beasts and let the heretic demons devour them, I will have the ability to shock the 5 major countries. Strength. Once I die, the Akatsuki organization will collapse, so Xionan, you must learn this technique. Once I die, you will resurrect me immediately. All this is for peace. This is Nagato's purpose. He knows his situation and he has to arrange a way out. Of course, this is not only for peace, but also for Conan's safety. Chapter 75 Rival at Kirigakure, tense situation. It's messed up, everything is messed up. However, Konoha is controlled by Danzo's assimilated body. The Akatsuki organization has 3 split and assimilated bodies of Tomie. There is a hidden Tomie in Obito. No matter how noisy the ninja world is, Uchiha Tomie knows it. After all, in the original work, whether the ninja world is in chaos or not is decided by the Rokudo sage and his family. The 4th Ninja World War has various factors, except for Kabuto Yakushi's reincarnation in the Filthy Land, all of which are related to the Rokudo sage and his family. Even the reincarnation of the Dirty Land is related to the 6 Paths sage, which was created by Senju Tobirama, one of the descendants of Asura. Now, Uchiha Tomie has the final say whether the ninja world is in chaos or not. The game on the big chessboard of the ninja world has begun to be laid out. Take your time and don't be in a hurry. In Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi had a very complicated expression. He received 2 letters, one from Itachi Uchiha, which contained some information about the Akatsuki organization, but the letter also said that he should take good care of Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know who sent the other letter, but the few words on it made him fearful. There are still survivors on the night of the Uchiha genocide. She is a woman who has opened the Mangekyou ring Sharingan. She has companions, an unknown number. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt murderous after reading this paragraph. This kaleidoscope-enabled Uchiha must die. Uchiha Tomie and Uchiha Sasuke are already on the right track. As long as they kill Itachi, they will never know the truth. These 2 people will become the pillars of Konoha. But everything changed with Uchiha and the survivors. If Sasuke and Tomie knew the truth, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why am I worried so much? Danzo will take care of it. If there is any sign of something going wrong, Danzo will definitely send someone to kill them. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that not being Hokage was actually a good idea. Now he only needed to investigate whether what was said in the letter was true. Danzo would handle the rest. Danzo's assimilated body who went to Kirigakure village also received Zetsu's letter. He didn't pay attention to it because he knew about it before Zetsu sent the letter. Vomit. Kai's condition was very bad. He was a little seasick. If he wanted to go to Kirigakure village, he had to take a boat, otherwise he would not be able to cross the sea all the time. Danzo's assimilated body didn't understand this. A strong taijutsu expert could still get seasick. What a magical operation this was. A few days later, the group arrived at Kirigakure village. What a rare visitor. The Godaime Hokage and Ebizo actually came to Kirigakure village together. Although I had received a letter of visit before, I still couldn't believe it. Yagura personally came to the village entrance to greet him, and he was followed by the most elite ninjas in the village. It stands to reason that even if Danzo's assimilated form and Ebizo visit together, Yagura will not personally come out to greet them. He felt that there would probably be a conflict this time, so if there was a fight, it would be better to resolve it outside the village. If he fought in the village, the losses would be great. Yagura has received information and knows that Danzo's power is still higher than Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he is not afraid. He is a perfect Jinchuriki. In a real fight, he felt that he could defeat Danzo. As for Kakashi, Tomie could deal with him, and the others had nothing to fear, not even the Hyuga clan leader. The Anbu swarmed him, so what were they afraid of? He would not do this unless absolutely necessary, and it would be bad to provoke the Fourth Ninja War. When the chaos comes, Yagura feels that Konoha will never feel better, but it will be Kumogakure and Iwagakure who benefit. Danzo's assimilated body said, "We have 2 purposes this time. One is to discuss cooperation. There is now a hidden terrifying organization in the ninja world. Uchiha Itachi, Inagaki Kisame, Momoki's abuser, and the missing people from Sunagakure village, the genius puppet master Scorpion and the mysterious man Aizen who defeated the 4th Kazekage are both in this organization. These people are not the leaders of this organization. Needless to say, you should know how terrifying this organization is. Mizukage." The faces of Yagura, Tomie and even the Anbu were all horrified. Yagura had only received a letter of visit from Danzo's assimilated body before, saying that Zabuza and Kisame had joined a mysterious organization. Now Yagura feels that this power is enough to threaten any ninja village. Although there are few people, it means strong mobility. Hokage Dono, aren't you joking? Yagura hoped that this was a joke. To put it bluntly, these 5 people could single-handedly capture a small shinobi village. Yagura didn't know how powerful Scorpion was, and he had never heard of Aizen. But Aizen's ability to defeat the 4th Kazekage was enough to illustrate his power. As for Scorpion, it should be better than ordinary Scorpion to be able to make Danzo take things so seriously. Be more patient. Danzo's assimilated body said, why should I lie? If not, why would Ebizo come to Kirigakure with me? Ebizo said that he must not underestimate this organization. At the same time, Ebizo admired Konoha's intelligence and found out that Aizen had joined the Akatsuki organization so quickly. This shows that there are no two hidden organizations in the ninja world, but the terrifying level of the Akatsuki organization has increased. Nonsense. Can you not know? Danzo's assimilated body already has 3 partners in the Akatsuki organization, and even Aizen is his accomplice. He only needs a word about the source of the information and cannot say anything, and he can say whatever he wants. Yagura said seriously, if this is the case, then we should indeed unite. Yagura didn't mention Iwagakure and Kumogakure. In Yagura's eyes, Xia was regarded as a traitorous ninja of Sunagakure village by default. The people in the Akatsuki organization had 3 traitorous ninjas from their village, so they just let them solve it themselves without bothering Kumogakure and Kumogakure. Iwagakure, he also didn't believe that Iwagakure and Kumogakure would be so kind. Danzo's assimilated body said, it is indeed necessary to unite. No matter which ninja village faces so many terrifying existences, it will be broken or even defeated. Speaking of this assimilated body, he added, since Kirigakure is willing to join forces, Konoha will synchronize some intelligence from the Akatsuki organization to you. Then, let's talk about the second thing. Please return the Byakugan lost by the Hyuga clan to the Mizukage. Kirigakure's expression turned ugly. As expected, Danzo came here just for the Byakugan. Although there is only one Byakugan, once the war starts, the role of Byakugan comes into play. Byakugan is a strategic weapon. For villages such as Kumogakure and Kirigakure, the Byakugan is much more practical than the Sharingan. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan is not as good as the Byakugan for them. Hizu also became nervous. He could see that compared to the cooperation between the 2 ninja villages, the Byakugan was nothing. Although Danzo was different from Sarutobi Hiruzen in that he was a fighting sect, but whichever was more important was the lesser of 2 evils. It goes without saying, Hokage-sama, are you sure you are here to discuss cooperation? The Byakugan is our trophy, why should we return it? I am indeed here to discuss cooperation, but this does not prevent me from getting back to you. The 2 cages faced off, and the atmosphere changed instantly. The 3 Kakashi and Kirigakure and Bu were all ready to take action. Even if they are allies, there is no reason for us Kirigakure to give it. As soon as Konoha asks, is that what Konoha wants? We Kirigakure will give it as long as we have it. Yagura almost laughed angrily. This is your attitude towards seeking cooperation. I think you Konoha regard Kirigakure village as your little brother. Yagura said coldly, Danzo, this is Kirigakure, not Konoha. It's so arrogant to lead 3 people and some Sunagakure ninjas. Do you think you are leading a senin? Chapter 76 Gambling. Kai. Danzo's assimilated body said calmly, the 3 ninjas are nothing. The 8th door of death is about to open, and the 3 ninjas are no match for Kai. Not to mention the 8 gates of Metakai. Even if Metakai opens the 8 gates, the power is stronger than that of the Sannin. Even the Sannin who have grown to their peak cannot do it. For 30 seconds or even less. Killed 4 ninja swordsmen and 7 people. Metakai hurriedly stepped forward. Although he didn't know what the Hokage asked him to do, he was prepared for the battle and even prepared to activate the 8-gate armor. It is very difficult for Metakai to open the 7th gate now. If he forcibly opens the 8th gate, he will not be able to do what he did during the 4th Ninja War, and he may even die in less than 10 seconds. Metkai's power has surpassed that of Metdai, but he is now inferior to Dai in terms of attainments in 8-gate Dunjia. This is Metkai. Mizukage-sama doesn't know him, but I can tell you about his father. During the 3rd Ninja War, it was his father who used forbidden techniques to kill only 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and Kai's power has surpassed that of his father. Danzo's assimilated body pointed at Metkai and said, this guy can hit you hard by himself. Yagura sneered, even if what you said is true, there is no limit to this. Otherwise, Konoha would have swept across the ninja world. Danzo's assimilated body knew the flaws of the 8-gate dungeon. In the original work, many people practiced it after the Fourth Ninja War, but none of them could open the 8 gates. This forbidden technique is called 8 Doors Dungeon. Opening the 8th door of death will have great side effects, but at that moment, the power will be hundreds of times greater than usual. It can be said that Metkai explodes with all his strength, even if it is I'm not his opponent either. Why, Mizukage-sama, do you dare to make a bet? Danzo's assimilated body is humbled. He can also perform the 8 gates dungeon, and even the Flying Thunder God technique. There are a lot of forbidden techniques, but Metkai can't do anything to him. The words of the assimilated body shocked everyone. Even Kakashi didn't know that Metkai had such a powerful power. When Metkai competed with him, he could only open 6 doors at most. Could it be that the 8th door is really that powerful? The Kirigakure-Ranbu didn't believe it. How could there be such a terrible forbidden technique? Not to mention the Jonin. Even a genin with hundreds of times the power could rival the cage. Yagura somewhat believed that during the Third Ninja War, the 7 ninja swordsmen went on a not-so-difficult mission, but only 3 came back, saying that they encountered a mysterious master from Konoha on the way. Kai, break out 5 gates and show it to Lord Mizukage. Let him know that Konoha's things are not something other villages can take. Danzo's assimilated body said indifferently. The more confident he was, the more uneasy Yagura became. Kakashi is also very uneasy. He is afraid that Danzo will let Metkai open the 8th gate. Kakashi knows that he will die once the 8 gates are opened, because he also controls the 8 gates. 8-door dungeon. Open the door. Open. A broken bar. 8-gate dungeon. A middle dot human. A middle dot open. Metkai is very obedient to him. Naruto is Naruto. In the original work, he even wanted to join the Roots, but was rejected. As soon as the door opened, extremely violent chakra impacted everyone, and sand and gravel flew for a moment. Just by feeling the air wave generated when the 5th door opened, you knew how strong Metkai was in this state. Can't beat it. Except for Yagura and Trumim, or Kirigakure-Ranbu had this idea. The ninjas of Tsunagakure village think so too. Even Ebizo considers himself inferior. Although Ebizo is the elder of Tsunagakure village, there is a big gap in strength between her and her sister. She can only be considered to be more powerful among Jounin, not even close to Kage. Somewhat big. Okay Kai, back off. How about it, Mizukage-sama? Should you hand over this Byakugan yourself or should we take it ourselves? Danzo's assimilated body said softly. Kirigakure's ninja almost couldn't help it. This was too arrogant. Although Kakashi hates Danzo, he cannot deny that this kind of Danzo is indeed more charming than the 3rd generation. They were the winners in the 3 great ninja wars in Konoha. So why should they be so humble? Metkai dispelled the 8-gate dungeon and retreated. This Hokage was a little different. If the 3rd Hokage gives people the impression of kindness, of course, this kindness was felt before, but now no one thinks that the 3rd Hokage is kind. The 3rd Hokage was kind, the 4th Hokage gave people the impression of sunshine, and the 5th Hokage, compared to them, had a little more courage and was more heroic. Yagura said sullenly, it seems that the Hokage doesn't want to cooperate. Danzo's assimilation body said, cooperation is cooperation, and eye-rolling is eye-rolling. These are 2 different things. Mizukage, please just give me a happy word, give it or not. Danzo's assimilated body is not worried about Kirigakure using Kizuko after forming an alliance. It was originally a loose alliance, each with its own agenda. And he is not the real Danzo. Yagura felt a little helpless for a moment. It doesn't matter if he fights now or if he doesn't fight. The members of the Akatsuki organization are too scary. Even if they don't do anything now, Yagura doesn't believe that this will be a charity organization that specializes in doing good things for people. There are many rebellious ninjas in this organization. Such an organization does not have any evil plans, but is for the sake of peace in the ninja world. Yagura will never believe it. If they don't form an alliance with Konoha and Tsunagakure, If the Akatsuki organization wants to attack Kirigakure one day, Kirigakure will definitely be hurt. Cooperating with Kumogakure is even more of a joke. If Kumogakure knew that Kirigakure was so weak, it would have been better not to fight them. But handing over the Byakugan like this is too frustrating. We are all 5 great ninja villages, so why should Konoha and the Kirigakure village obediently hand over the Byakugan? This was the Byakugan that they had sacrificed many lives on the battlefield. You must know that after 3 ninja wars, Hinata only lost this Byakugan. Hinata's caged bird protected the Byakugan very well. You can have the Byakugan if you want, Danzo. You are a cage, and I am also a cage. We will fight as a cage. If you win, the Byakugan belongs to you. If I win, the Byakugan belongs to Kirigakure, and Konoha will not ask for it in the future. In the end, Yagura gave both parties a step down. This was because he was confident in his own strength. It can be said that Yagura is the first perfect Jinchuriki to appear in these hundreds of years. The reason why he did not perform well is that the power of the 3 tails is weak, far inferior to the 8 tails and 9 tails. Even so, Yagura's power is also terrifying. When he appeared in the original work, he was always to set off the power of others. In fact, how could the power of a perfect Jinchuriki be weak? The power of a tailed beast is terrifying, and the power of a perfect Jinchuriki far exceeds that of a tailed beast. Danzo's assimilated body said, "Okay, no matter how much I say, if I don't show my strength, you won't agree. After all, the ninja world relies on strength to speak, so let me defeat you, the 4th Mizukage, and let the ninja world know I, the newly appointed 5th Hokage, am so powerful." Arrogant. Not only the people in Kirigakure think so, but Tsunagakure also thinks so. If Danzo is a cage, is it possible that Yagura is not a cage? You are 100% sure of winning. Except for the ninja god Sanju Hashirama, the 1st Hokage, no other cage dares to claim to be invincible or undefeated. The 2nd Hokage is awesome. He wasn't killed by a sneak attack. The 3rd Raikage could fight the 8 tails in hand-to-hand combat without being surrounded and killed. Until now, no cage dares to say that he can defeat any cage 100%. Let's just say that Rasa is a bit stretched, but in the desert, the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Mizukage may not be able to defeat him. In fact, Rasa can fly just like Gaara and is very maneuverable. In the original work, he would not have been killed by Orochimaru if he had been more cautious. Chapter 77 Naruto vs Mizukage. Yagura and others did not fight in Kirigakure village, even at the entrance of the village. Once people of their level fought, they would cause great damage. In a remote place far away from Kirigakure village, the battle between Yagura and Danzo's assimilated body is about to break out. The Kirigakure Ranbu were far away from Kakashi and others. Kakashi trusted the power of Danzo's assimilated body. Kakashi and Metkai had experienced his power personally. The Kirigakure Ranbu, including Tomie, were a little nervous. They didn't know that Danzo's assimilated body defeated the joint efforts of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Metkai, but they knew about the defeat of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, the promotion of the assimilation body must be promoted, but the original Danzo really didn't have many records. Apart from going through 2 ninja wars, he didn't have any outstanding records. Therefore, I can only boast that he is a disciple of the 2nd Hokage. His strength has greatly increased after practicing for many years, and now he has defeated the 3rd Hokage. Just in time to see the power of these 2 kage. Ebizo has a lot of feelings for Xiaojujiu. He wants to collect as much information as possible. There are no permanent allies among ninja villages. Danzo's assimilated body said, "You can just transform into a tailed beast. Don't waste time." Yagura sneered, "Danzo is really confident." The evil, violet red chakra mass quickly covered Yagura. His body underwent obvious changes, but he maintained his human form. Tailed beast chakra continuously poured out, and the dark red-tailed beast chakra completely covered him. This was a half-tailed beast transformation. Danzo's assimilated body is very peaceful here, with pale white chakra covering his whole body, and the Wind Escape Chakra mode is activated. Someone from the Tsunaga-Kuranbu and Kiriga-Kuranbu took out small notebooks and wanted to record the moves of the two of them. They might become enemies in the future, so they had to guard against it. Kakashi and the others were much calmer. Interesting. Is this your trump card? Similar to the Tailed Beast coat? Or similar to Kumogakure's Thunder Release Chakra mode? The half-tailed beast Yagura launches a direct attack. The half-tailed beast's Jinchuriki is no different from a monster. Not only does it look like a monster, but it also has the same speed and strength. Among all the Churiki, only the Nine Tails Perfect Jinchuriki is handsome, and the other tailed beasts are ugly even if they are perfect Jinchuriki. Strictly speaking, the power of the Nine Tails is not at the same level as other tailed beasts. The power of half a tailed beast can defeat six tailed beasts. This gap is like the gap between Kakashi and Special Jounin. There is no comparison. Yagura's speed was too fast, and the ground where he passed was filled with dust. This was not intentional, but the effect of the natural dispersion of the violent-tailed beast's chakra. The chakra of the three-tailed one is still higher than that of the one-tailed one, but in terms of combat power, it doesn't seem to be stronger than the one-tailed one. The Tsunaga-Kuranbu had seen Raza suppress the Iakaibi more than once, so they had a general understanding of the Iakaibi's power. Is this the power of the three tails? It doesn't seem to be invincible, but I can only use tricks. I will definitely lose in a head-to-head encounter. This was Kakashi's idea. He was originally half-hearted, but now he is completely relieved. Laugh. Danzo's assimilated body was not slow either. Both of them used elbow strikes and quickly rushed into each other. Tailed Beast Chakra has a strong corrosive power. Except for the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, other Jinchuriki will be affected, and the impact will be even greater as an enemy. The three-tailed chakra spread on the wrists of the two men, trying to erode Danzo's assimilated body. However, the high concentration of Wind Escape Chakra is not only extremely powerful in cutting, but also has another ability of wind, blowing everything away. The tailed beast's chakra mat was blown away as soon as it approached. On the contrary, tiny wind blades began to penetrate the tailed beast's coat and cut Yagura. Yagura's expression changed and he suddenly increased his strength. Hearing a bang, Yagura retreated quickly. He had underestimated Danzo. He dared to say that this guy's wind escape skills were undoubtedly the strongest in the ninja world. Danzo's assimilated form did not pursue, and the Rasengan Shuriken was condensed in his right hand. He did not need to enter Sage mode like Naruto to throw the Rasengan Shuriken. The Wind Release Chakra mode did not hinder him, but because he entered this mode, he could condense the Rasengan Shuriken faster than in the normal state. Yagura's expression changed. When he stabilized his body, he felt that the Rasengan-like thing in Danzo's hand contained huge chakra. Even he, a tailed beast, felt that there was a bit too much chakra. It was definitely S-level. Level of ninjutsu. The half-tailed beast Yagura opened his mouth, and a high-concentration black chakra energy group quickly condensed. Run! An unknown Kirigakuranbu shouted, and the Kirigakure ninja ran away quickly. Just kidding, this is a tailed beast Jade, and a distance of 20 or 30 meters is not considered safe at all. Ebizo was also a very fast runner. He could see that the overall strength of the three-tailed beast might not be as good as the one-tailed beast in the desert, but its tailed beast Jade was definitely stronger than the one-tailed beast. The three Kakashi people also ran away. They couldn't stop the explosive wave. If they wanted to block it, they could use the earth flow wall or the sky block. They couldn't stop it at all. Laugh. Danzo's assimilated form raised his right hand high and took the lead in throwing out the Rasengan Shuriken. Seeing this, Yagura quickly sprayed out the tailed beast Jade, even though the tailed beast Jade had not reached its most powerful state. Boom. The power emitted by the tailed beast Jade is enough to shatter a mountain, but the Rasengan Shuriken is the ultimate wind, enough to destroy the links between cells. The two forces are indistinguishable, and the airwave generated during the explosion is also extremely terrifying. If this is in a forest, all the surrounding big trees will be blown away. If it is in Kirigakure village, the losses will be huge. Big. I can catch one Rasengan shuriken, but 2, 3, 5. Danzo's assimilated body said indifferently. He has the wind escape chakra mode to protect his body, and the mere air waves cannot hurt him. After a while, his left hand had already condensed the Rasengan shuriken. Danzo's assimilated body quickly threw out the Rasengan shuriken in his left hand, and the Rasengan shuriken in his right hand was already half condensed. The condensation speed was too fast. This consumes a lot of chakra, but Danzo's assimilated body has a lot of chakra. Although it is not as good as Sanju Hashirama, it still has dozens of chakras. More importantly, it recovers quickly. The second Rasengan shuriken shot directly broke the balance, and Yagura quickly transformed into a completely tailed beast. However, it was too late. As the third, fourth, and fifth Rasengan shurikens were fired, the powerful wind escape directly knocked Yagura back to his original form, and he was seriously injured and exited the tailed beast state. What does it cost to cover me and you with firepower? It's not like me who needs to act. Danzo's assimilated body slowly walked towards Yagura, and he did not relax. Even though Danzo's assimilated body won easily, his record is difficult to replicate. If Naruto, who is a perfect Jinchuriki, comes, he can easily defeat Yagura, but with Senming, he will never be able to defeat Yagura so cleanly. The wind release chakra mode makes Danzo's assimilated body not afraid of Yagura's attacks, and also gives him strong defense. Also, the last Rasengan shuriken is a face-to-face attack. Moreover, the original Naruto's speed at condensing the Rasengan shuriken was not as fast as his, so Naruto couldn't do it and Yagura could only passively defend. Chapter 78 Crushing Victory. The evil chakra reappeared in Yagura. In the perception of Danzo's assimilated body, the amount of chakra has not increased, but the breath is indeed more violent. Isn't it a perfect Jinchuriki? It seems that Yagura has lost consciousness and the three tails are now in charge of his body. Danzo's assimilated body looked at Yagura's irrational eyes and said, he is not afraid of the perfect Jinchuriki. But the mere-tailed beast is nothing to be afraid of. Hooray! The three tails directly roared out with a tailed beast jade. If Yagura can become a perfect Jinchuriki, then there is no need to mention his relationship with the three tails. The three tails will avenge Yagura. Too slow. Danzo's assimilated body dodges in an instant. As long as he leaves the center of the explosion, he doesn't care about Bo. Seeing that the tailed beast was useless, the three tails pounced directly, and Danzo's assimilated body jumped into the air to dodge with a slight jump. At that moment, he was above the three tails, and the three tails were rushing forward under the inertia. Danzo's assimilated body seized this opportunity and used a big jade Rasengan in his backhand. The powerful chakra energy group not only caused surface damage to the three tails, but more importantly, internal damage. At this time, only Namikaze Minato in the entire ninja world could do it. Take hold. The three tails is very large, and if you pierce it with an arm blessed with wind release chakra, it won't cause much damage. The Otama Rasengan is the best attack. Boom. 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 Relying on the extremely fast speed, one big jade Rasengan bombarded the three-tailed body one after another, forcefully forcing it back into Yagura's body. If it doesn't go back, the three-tailed one can withstand it, but if Yagura can't, he will be beaten to death. The three-tailed chakra shrinks, Yagura's body appears, and when Danzo's assimilated body comes over, there is a 4-image seal, and everything ends there. As expected of Hokage-sama, Metkai in the distance felt that the Hokage was worthy of being the Hokage. This power was really terrifying. No wonder he was accepted as a disciple by the second Hokage. When Yagura completely transformed into a tailed beast, Metkai felt that he might win by opening the seventh gate, but he might also lose. He wasn't sure since he hadn't fought before. Metkai took it for granted that Hokage-sama has any power, but Kakashi and Hidashi didn't think so. In Kakashi's view, this kind of power completely surpassed the third Hokage. When fighting them, Danzo was not serious at all. Put down Mizukage-sama. The Kirigakure-Anbu have taken action one after another. The current Kirigakure village cannot afford to lose a single shadow. If it continues to weaken, Kirigakure village may not even be as good as Sunagakure village. Kakashi and others acted quickly. Kakashi used lightning to teleport directly. Metkai drove to the fourth door in one breath, leaving Hizu behind. Rizu was a little doubtful about life. Am I really old? I can be surpassed so easily. I am the leader of the Hyuga clan after all. But I was beaten to death by Hulang so quickly. Kakashi and Metkai quickly crossed the distance of 100 meters. A short Hatake blade was unsheathed, and violent thunder wrapped around it. However, Metkai did nothing, and the surging momentum was frightening. It's one-eyed Kakashi. Everyone, be careful. His power has surpassed the power he had when he had the Sharingan. Anbu Kirigakure exclaimed. The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched. He still liked his previous titles, Sharingan Kakashi, Konoha Technician, and Copy Ninja. These were all okay. What the hell is this one-eyed Kakashi? You don't know how sharp my sword skills are. Not to mention taking a title like Konoha Thunderblade. But one-eyed Kakashi is too much. Kakashi did not transplant anyone else's eyes. Back then, no Haruin, a Chunin, could help Kakashi transplant Obito's eyes. Now Konoha's medical ninjutsu skills surpass Rin's by far. He needs to help Kakashi transplant them. An average eye is easy. Kakashi did not transplant it because he wanted to take back Obito's Sharingan, and the empty eye sockets could remind himself that he was not strong enough and he was not qualified to relax. After the Sharingan was taken away, Kakashi understood that even if he wanted to protect, he had to have the power to protect. Without power, nothing could be protected. Don't move. You lost this battle. We won't do anything to Mizukage. We will cooperate. You just need to give up your eyes. Kakashi did not act rashly. He guessed what Danzo's assimilated body was thinking. At this time, the ninja Izu and Sunagakure also came. Ebizo didn't expect Danzo to be so powerful. Konoha's background was really beyond their comparison. Seeing how powerful Danzo was, Shanghai Zhang didn't dare to play tricks on the outside, so he quickly came over to help out. Although from this situation, Konoha didn't need their help at all. It was precisely because of this that Ebizo came to help. If Konoha was suppressed, he would have to think about it. Danzo's assimilated body came over carrying the unconscious Yura. Kakashi is right. If you hand over the Byakugan, we will hand over the Mizukage. Don't try to do anything with the Byakugan, otherwise, Kirigakure village will prepare to choose the 5th generation Mizukage. The Kirigakure-Anbu almost rushed up. What's the air? Although you defeated Mizukage-sama, you don't have much chakra left by using S-level ninjutsu so frequently. Anbu was impulsive. But fortunately Tomie was calm. She knew how much influence a top combat power could have on the battle situation. This place is not very far from Kirigakure village, but even if all the elites of Kirigakure village are mobilized to kill Danzo and others, can Kirigakure village, which has suffered heavy losses, stop Konoha's revenge? Not to mention that other ninja villages are eyeing him. Tomie took a deep breath and said, "Go and bring us Byakugan over." The Anbu were very dissatisfied, but Tomie was trained as the 5th generation Mizukage by Lord Mizukage, and they could not compare with her in terms of strength or status. The two faster Anbu quickly returned to the village. They had to hurry up. Otherwise it would be bad if Mizukage-sama died of serious injuries. Some people can analyze the situation and know that Tomie is doing the right thing. Others think that if something happens to Yagura, it will not be good for Kirigakure village, but it will be good for Tomie. But Tomie is trying to protect Yagura. Obviously, she knows selfish motives. There are also some who are crazy and ignore the overall situation. After all, many ninjas died at the hands of Konoha during the Third Ninja War in Kirigakure, but these people were forcibly suppressed. No matter what the Anbu thought, they all had one common thought: this was too frustrating. Kakashi and Hiashi looked at the aggrieved Kirigakure ninja, feeling secretly happy in their hearts. This was something Sarutobi Hiruzen could not have when he came to power, especially Hizu. He was almost tricked to death by Hiruzen Sarutobi in the Kumogakure incident. If he had known this, he would have supported Danzo in his position early. Can we save Mizukage-sama first? While waiting, Tomie looked at Yura, who was seriously injured and dying, fearing that he would die. Losing Yura not only meant that Kirigakure village would lose its shadow, but also meant that Kirigakure village would lose its tailed beast, becoming the only one of the 5 great ninja villages without a tailed beast. Village. Danzo's assimilated body said indifferently, when the Byakugan comes, I will naturally release the Mizukage. Seeing Tomie's expression was wrong, Ebizo quickly said, why don't we let the ninjas from Sunagakure village treat the Mizukage? Danzo's assimilated body thought it was okay, but it would do him no good if Yura really died. Tomie also agreed, she was just afraid that Mizukage-sama couldn't hold on and died, so she just needed someone to treat him now. The Sunagakure ninja's poison-making level is not low, and medicine does not separate poisons. Under the treatment of the Sunagakure ninja, Yura's injuries will at least not worsen. The treating ninja was secretly frightened. Only a monster like the Jinchuriki could survive this injury, while any other cage would definitely die. Chapter 79 Target Okimaru. After a long time, Kirigakure Anbu came back with Byakugan. Rizu was a little excited and wanted to step forward. This was the only Byakugan he had lost in decades. Don't get excited. Danzo's assimilated body stopped Hizu and let him step forward rashly. When Hizu got the Byakugan, the Kirigakure Anbu could have sneak attacked Hizu, held him hostage and made him a hostage. This kind of trick would have been done by Danzo's assimilating body long ago. Just see through. A trace of disappointment flashed in the eyes of Kirigakure Anbu, who was holding the Byakugan. This idea was told to him by Ao and he thought it was feasible. As expected of shinobi, who has witnessed too much darkness, is he so defensive? You throw the Byakugan over here. We'll throw the Mizukage over. Danzo's assimilated body said calmly. Kirigakure Anbu's anger rose again. Damn it, Mizukage-sama is not a commodity, so how can he be thrown around? However, they have no choice. Whoosh, whoosh. Hizu quickly caught the Byakugan and checked it. Kirigakure Anbu quickly treated Yura after catching him. The Anbu who had just returned to the village to get the Byakugan brought back the best medical ninja in the village. The Byakugan matter has been resolved. Then let's talk about cooperation when Mizukage wakes up. The tone of Danzo's assimilated body was very calm, but when it fell into the ears of Kirigakure, it became particularly arrogant. You are so awesome in Konoha, why don't you want to cooperate with us? Danzo, just wait for us. If we can't trick you, why can't we trick others? All the Kirigakure ninjas have this idea. Even if Danzo is very strong now, they don't think Danzo can deal with the Akatsuki organization alone. Apart from anything else, Zabuza's ability was so weird that Tomie was always afraid of it every time she meditated. Except for the leader who didn't know the information, Tomie felt that they were definitely not as good as Danzo, but if 2 or 3 of them teamed up to deal with Danzo, the outcome would be hard to say. In the eyes of Kirigakure people, Konoha could use all its strength to deal with Akatsuki, but the losses would be too great. Konoha is indeed the ninja village with the deepest foundation. Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Konoha all have their own motives for uniting, and the details of the alliance will have to be discussed after the Mizukage wakes up. However, no matter what, the one who will win will only be Konoha. To be precise, the one who will win in the ninja world will only be Tomie. No matter how the chess pieces on the chessboard change, Tomie has the power to overturn the chessboard, and the chess pieces are just chess pieces. After all, the powerful chess pieces cannot leave the chessboard. In the country of Dan, the assimilated body rose from the son of the daimyo to become a daimyo. Now, it's time to prepare to find Okimaru. Instead of him, Tomie Kawakami's split body will go out. The power of each split body has reached a bottleneck. There are 3 ways to quickly improve in a short period of time. One is to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and the other is to have a bug and infinitely absorb the eye power of one's own kaleidoscope. This method also has its limits. When the mental power exceeds the physical power too much, if you forcibly absorb the pupil power, you will collapse first. According to Uchiha Tomie's original idea, this situation should not exist. He had only heard that there would be disadvantages if the power of the physical body far exceeded his own mental power, and his own spirit would be trapped. Even if he had strong power, it will be clumsy to fight. But it should be fine if the mental power exceeds the physical body. You must know that there are ghosts in other worlds. In the end, Kawakami Tomie's split body can only be attributed to the fact that she did not have a special method to cultivate her soul. In addition, the world may be different and the rules are different. Finally, there is the reason for the bloodline. Every time the pupil power fuses, the bloodline will be optimized. If the physical strength cannot keep up, something will happen. In fact, if it weren't for the power of Tomie's template, the main body and the split body would have died long ago when the pupil power was fused. The third method is to master new powers, such as natural energy. Yes, it is natural energy rather than fairy mode. You must know that natural energy is the energy that exists in the ninja world itself, and is not brought by Otsutsuki. The so-called sage mode actually combines chakra in the body with natural energy to form senjutsu chakra. The 3 Holy Lands have long had methods of absorbing natural energy for cultivation. They existed before Otsutsuki Kikuya came. In the view of Tomie Kawakami's split body, cultivating natural energy is more promising than simply cultivating chakra. Absorbing natural energy and cultivating is more like cultivating immortals. Look at the immortals in the 3 holy places who have lived for thousands of years without dying. It's different when it comes to cultivating chakra. Except for Orochimaru, no one else can live for more than 100 years, even if they are as strong as Senju Hashirama. Of course, the chakra training system also has merit. The Otsutsuki clan eats chakra fruits and fights by instinct. It can also be said that they fight by relying on the innate magical powers obtained from chakra fruits. Ninjas in the ninja world all practice on their own step by step. Their mastery of power and control of combat are not comparable to those of Otsutsuki. Therefore, some people believe that Madara 6 Paths is not as powerful as Kikuya Otsutsuki in terms of pure strength, and that his overall combat power is still above Kikuya. This is not a problem for Tomie and the others. They can practice whether it is natural energy or chakra. As for being unable to master natural energy, this is impossible. During the Fourth War, Uchiha Madara directly absorbed the Senjutsu chakra from his own Senju Hashirama, and he directly suppressed the Senjutsu chakra with his powerful power. The power of the split bodies is not weak. Although they do not have the Samsara Eye, they have the eternal kaleidoscope. It is not difficult to replicate Uchiha Madara's behavior. With the ability to absolutely control it, it is not difficult to master the natural energy. There is only one introduction, and Orochimaru is this introduction. Oto Ninja Village, a ninja village established not long ago by Orochimaru, has no strong people at all. There are only a few Jounin-level ninjas, and there are not many Chunin. They are all wandering ninjas controlled by Orochimaru with curse seals. Orochimaru didn't care about wandering ninjas, they were just disposable items to him. He was more concerned about cultivating young ninjas, who might be able to cultivate good vessels. He was very satisfied with a kid with corpse veins. Speaking of which, the survival of Oto Ninja Village depends entirely on Orochimaru's secret support, otherwise it would have been swallowed up long ago. In the original work, after Orochimaru was killed by Sasuke, the Sound Ninja Village disappeared not long after. Take me to Orochimaru. After Tomie Kawakami's split body arrived at the Sound Ninja Village, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with those little minions. As soon as the ability to realize desires was turned on, The people in the Sound Ninja village were instantly fascinated and confused. If the mental strength of the other party and Tomie are too different, no matter how firm the will is, it will be quickly affected. Just talk about Kakazu. If he is still alive and faces the split body of Hankook who has activated the Eternal Mange-Kie Ring Sharingan, even if he can resist for a while with his strong will, he will be completely defeated in one day at most. Kawakami Tomie's split body traveled smoothly. Many people saw her, but no one stopped her. She reached the laboratory smoothly. As long as he is in the village, Orochimaru spends most of his time in the laboratory. He rarely does anything himself when it comes to handling matters, and he always uses shadow clones. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me if you have nothing to do?" Orochimaru, who was doing the experiment, said coldly. He didn't look at anyone at all. This was an experiment about Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru tried to achieve balance by suppressing Hashirama's cells through the earthly resentment. For the purpose of the experiment, he even temporarily stripped the earthly resentment from his body. He was not afraid that the experimental subject would become stronger and resist him. He had the art of reincarnation from the dirty soil, and he experimented with middle genin. Even if he became stronger, how strong could he get? Chapter 80 Other Gods. I have admired Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, for a long time. Kawakami Tomie Split applauded. This is indeed an amazing person. In this ninja world, some people believe in fate, some believe in strength, and some believe in blood. Only Orochimaru is different. He believes in science. Orochimaru instantly sensed something was wrong. The stranger, who he was, actually avoided all the guards and came to the laboratory. How could this be possible? Don't be surprised. We are partly responsible for your establishment of the Sound Ninja Village. Don't you think the Sound Ninja Village was established a bit quickly? Without our promotion, it would have taken you a few more months. The split body shows its guards directly to deal with Orochimaru, unlike dealing with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Hibato. There is no need to retaliate against him, but only to be obedient. Orochimaru said coldly. Really? In my opinion, you are just guys who hide their heads and show their tails. If you dare to show up now, do you think you have the ability to compete with me? But you look familiar. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he was about to take action. Just in time, he captured the opponent and used him as a test subject. When the experiment on Hashirama's cells failed, he would take this person as his top and continue the experiment. Kawakami Tomie's split body did not have any desire for Orochimaru, so although he was surprised by Tomie's appearance, he would not be fascinated by it. Orochimaru only has research in mind. In the original work, he doesn't even mind using a woman as a container for his immortal reincarnation. Orochimaru really has no woman in his heart. If Orochimaru had pursued Tsunade, the chance of success was still very high. The Cold Lord Orochimaru had many little fans in Konoha. Orochimaru, your weakness is too obvious. Kawakami Tomie's split body didn't need to open the Sharingan. As soon as her eyes widened, Orochimaru stood there blankly. She could use the magic shackle technique without the Sharingan. This move is aimed at Orochimaru's soul. He feels trapped in the spiritual world, so he will not move in the real world. Although the development is somewhat different from the original work. Orochimaru has not turned around yet, but his soul is still incomplete. Otherwise, with Orochimaru's talent, he would not be defeated by Uchiha Itachi with just one look. Kawakami Tomie's split body knew that Orochimaru was related to the curse seal. For example, Anko's curse seal contained fragments of his soul. It can be said that even if Orochimaru is killed, there is still a way to resurrect him, but the price is a bit high. In the original work, he used curse seals to continuously divide his soul, and with the side effects of the immortal reincarnation, he was backlashed by the three Magatama Sasuke. Not to mention anything else, Orochimaru was in disbelief at this time. How is it possible? You obviously don't have the Sharingan. Why can you do such a thing? Is it some kind of special blood successor? Even if he was attacked, Orochimaru still did not forget to explore the reason. Kawakami Tomie's split body sneered, you know I don't have Sharingan, so Surrender to me. Okimaru. The eternal Mange-Kie ring Sharingan rotates, and the brilliance belonging to other gods begins to bloom. With the blessing of the pupil power of the eternal Mange-Kie ring, the other gods become even more terrifying. This is a kaleidoscope, Okimaru exclaimed, but he was not surprised for long. The strange ability of Bitenjin began to take effect, and Okimaru's will began to be modified. 10 seconds later, Kawakami Tomie's split body put away the eternal kaleidoscope, and the modification of his will was completed. Okimaru is still the same Okimaru, his interests, hobbies, and personality have not changed at all, but an instruction has been inserted into his mind to be loyal to Kawakami Tomie's split body. Well, first tell me what you have studied. Kawakami Tomie's split body asked. She actually doesn't believe that other gods can control a person forever, because people can change. Life is a process of constant betrayal. Not only are others betraying us, or we are betraying others, but we are also betraying ourselves. Maybe one day in the future you will betray your current self. People will change. In the final analysis, other gods are just eye magic. Tomie Kawakami's splinter body has already her countermeasures. At most, she can use her Bitami on Okimaru once a year. If it's not too troublesome, it can be done once a month. The cooldown time of her Bitami is not that long. Reporting to my lord, I have a lot of research, most of which are related to the limits of blood inheritance. There is also research on curse seals or immortal modes, various forbidden arts and even soul aspects. Which one do you want to hear first? Okimaru is very respectful. Other gods still have merit. Kawakami Tomie's split body suddenly remembered that Okimaru is indeed an out-and-out genius in research. No wonder so many time travelers in the Hokage novel like to cooperate with Okimaru. In the later period, Okimaru could even create artificial humans, and now Okimaru should be able to clone them. Come to think of it, I have plenty of time anyway. Kawakami Tomie's split body had nothing to do except develop forbidden techniques, and she took 2 or 3 days to listen to Okimaru talk about his various researches. Speaking of research, Okimaru seemed to have endless topics to talk about, and he talked for hours. Kawakami Tomie's split body discovered that Okimaru was really a genius, and Okimaru had an idea. Seize Uchiha Itachi's body, and then seize the hearts of 5 blood successor ninjas through the earthly resentment. Use these powers to balance the power of Hashirama's cells. Slowly guide the fusion, and finally practice the sage mode to reach the strongest level. Some of Okimaru's research gave the split body some ideas. Will 2 different changes in chakra properties be mixed together to produce a blood-inherited escape technique like magnetic escape? It seems that I can also try it. Kawakami Tomie's split body feels that after mastering the powers of burning escape, magnetic escape, and melting escape, his strength will not increase much, but his combat methods will become more diverse and he will become more comprehensive. Also, after mastering the blood inheritance limits of various chakra properties, he can try to control dust escape, and even develop new blood inheritance eliminations. What's more important is that you can try to master the Tao-seeking Jade, which is made up of the power of yin-yang and the 5 elements, and even the blood successor snare. Then take out your ninjutsu reserves first. Remember, it's all ninjutsu and forbidden jutsu. Kawakami Tomie's split body is tireless and is going to study Okimaru's ninjutsu. Some of Okimaru's techniques are worth learning from, such as the Okimaru substitute technique, which is so awesome. The original Sasuke used it to dodge Amaterasu. By the way, plant a heavenly curse seal for me. Don't mix your soul fragments into it. Otherwise your resistance to illusions will become lower and lower. If you can, use your power to collect those emitted curse seals. Come back. Kawakami Tomie still values Okimaru very much. In fact, she can assimilate Okimaru. However, it is meaningless. After assimilating Okimaru, the assimilated body can possess Okimaru's training talent. This does not mean that it can possess Okimaru's genius-like thinking. Okay, sir. Okimaru is very obedient, and his respect for the split body completely exceeds the respect he had for Sarutobi Hiruzen when he was a child. He took out all the ninjutsu he had collected, including the ninjutsu ninja reincarnation, which was at the bottom of his box. Chapter 81 Mastering Immortal Mode. Instantly, Kawakami Tomie's split body quickly read Okimaru's ninjutsu. Although Okimaru has a lot of ninjutsu reserves, 80% of those ninjutsu are the same as Konoha's ninjutsu. After watching the ninjutsu, she quickly passed on these ninjutsu to the main body and other split bodies and assimilated bodies, and told them some ideas. As for the control of blood succession limits, everyone can divide the work. For example, Zabuza's assimilated body can master the water-related blood succession ice style and Arashi style, and Aizen's split body can master magnetic style. With successful experience, others can quickly take control, and everyone can share the experience, thereby speeding up the speed of condensing the Taoist Jade. Next is the natural energy and sage mode. Kawakami Tomie's split body directly activated the power of the curse seal, and in an instant, violent natural energy poured into her body. Natural energy has great side effects. For example, if you fail to practice the immortal mode, you will be petrified. Even the incomplete immortal mode such as the curse seal has great side effects. Kimimaro Kai's untimely death was not only caused by blood disease, but also partly related to the side effects of the curse seal. It's just natural energy, not even half as good as mine. The natural energy gained from the blessing of the curse seal was nothing to Tomie Kawakami's split body. She directly suppressed this power without even using the eternal kaleidoscope. However, she did not want to suppress this power, but to use it, so she opened the eternal kaleidoscope and activated the ability to absolutely control it. No matter what kind of power it is, once it enters my body, it must obey me. Kawakami Tomie's split body said indifferently. She began to practice the sage mode according to the scroll given by Okimaru. Okimaru has practiced the Ryuji Cave sage mode, but failed. He knows the cultivation methods. Most people know the cultivation methods and cannot practice without going to the Ryuji Cave. If you practice forcefully, you will definitely die. But Kawakami Tomie's split body was different. She quickly entered sage mode. Her body didn't change much, except for the appearance of eyeshadow, which was similar to Senming's, unlike Jiraiya and Kabuto who became ugly. Natural energy is really amazing. Kawakami Tomie's split body removed the curse seal as soon as she spoke. She no longer needs this thing. She wants the curse seal to quickly sense and contact the natural energy. Now that she has mastered the immortal mode, she can sense the natural energy and enter the immortal mode by herself in the future. Then she will not need the curse seal in the future. For her, the difficult thing is not to master natural energy, but to sense natural energy. The most difficult thing is to create something from scratch. Once this step is taken, the rest will be easy. This is because her kaleidoscope eye technique is too weird. Uchiha Madara can also use senjutsu after absorbing Hashirama's senjutsu chakra, but after this power is consumed, he cannot automatically enter sage mode, but the split body can. Try your perception first. In an instant, half of Tan Country was within the perception range of Tomie Kawakami's split body. Her original perception range was terrifying, but now it has been directly increased several times, no worse than the phosphorus that controls Kagura's mind. The next step is physical skills. Forget it. Let's experiment with the teleportation technique. TSK. Tomie Kawakami's fragmented body traveled quickly through the Oto Ninja village. Ordinary people only felt as if something was passing by, and then there seemed to be nothing. Only the Jonin could barely see the afterimage. This speed is not slower than the speed in Wind Chakra mode and Thunder Chakra mode, but it is not easy to combine Sage mode with them. After Kawakami Tomie's split body was able to sense natural energy, he found that this energy was very violent. No wonder ordinary people would get into trouble if they absorbed it. No wonder one of the prerequisites for practicing the Sage mode is the need for a huge amount of chakra. For ninjas, chakra is the product of the fusion of spiritual power and physical strength. This means that a certain intensity of physical strength and spiritual power is required to practice the sage mode. Otherwise, it will be impossible to practice the sage mode. 100% failure, immediate death. A blue chakra coat appears on Kawakami Tomie's split body. This is the water escape chakra mode. This coat is more powerful than the last time Aizen's split body dealt with the secret bomb talisman. Soon, the blue coat dissipated, and what covered her body turned into an earthy yellow chakra coat. The three chakra modes of thunder release, wind release, and fire release cannot be directly combined with the sage mode. Only the water release and earth release chakra modes can be used. Is it because the latter is relatively mild? It seems that it needs to be fine-tuned. Kawakami Tomie's split body understood that if the thunder escape chakra mode and the sage mode were forcibly overlapped, the originally violent natural energy would directly go out of control, and he would be petrified by then. There is no need to experiment with the power of ninjutsu. I just use the water escape chakra mode to know how powerful this blessing is. I will improve it in the future. I can use the wind escape chakra mode and the thunder escape chakra mode to fight the Nine Tails hand to hand. The next step is to go to Longdai Cave and get more advanced cultivation methods from the White Snake Immortal. Orochimaru's scroll contains the cultivation method of Ryachide Ring Sage mode, but Orochimaru himself has not mastered the sage mode. The cultivation method only records how to succeed in cultivation, only the most basic cultivation method, and there is no deeper cultivation method after successful cultivation. And fighting techniques that utilize pure natural energy. Kawakami Tomie's split body can be developed by oneself, but with the cultivation methods summarized by Ryujidong over the years, many detours can be avoided. Kawakami Tomie's fragmented body pondered for a moment. White Snake Sage is definitely not at the level of Six Paths Sage, but it is also unfathomable. Relying on the complete Suzu may not necessarily defeat the opponent, so some preparations must be made. The split body decided to strengthen its own methods, such as developing a blood inheritance limit or making some new secret bomb symbols. As Tomie Kawakami's split body becomes stronger, the power of the secret bomb talisman is also getting stronger. If she makes the secret bomb talisman now, the explosive fire escape is integrated with natural energy, and the power of 1 is 10 before. In addition, reincarnation in dirty soil is also a good method. There will definitely be no shortage of corpses of strong men in Orochimaru's hands. The reason Orochimaru dares not to resurrect them is because he is afraid that he will not be able to control them. The split body does not have this worry. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tomie Kawakami's split body developed burning release, and Zabuza's assimilated body developed boiling release. Except for the main body and Zabuza's assimilated form, other assimilated forms have developed blood inheritance limits. It's not that they are not qualified, but they are busy with other things, and some of them do not focus on ninjutsu. The split body is almost ready and can go to Longdai Cave. At this time, the Danzo assimilation body has reached an agreement with Kirigakure village, and the Three Kingdoms Alliance will fight against the Akatsuki organization. There was a temporary truce, and the Anbu united to search for traces of members of the Akatsuki organization to see if there were any other members of the Akatsuki organization. Find a way to lure them and annihilate them. If that doesn't work, you can only wait for the Akatsuki organization to surface and attack them together. The three ninja villages all believed that the Akatsuki organization must have a big plan. Without a big plan, how could there be so many shadow-level ninjas gathering together? There are still many rebellious ninjas inside. You must know that rebellious ninjas are unruly. If they don't have a leader and a common goal, then they have already started fighting among themselves. As for the target, it goes without saying that it must be aimed at their 5 major ninja villages. Chapter 82 Heading to Longdai Cave. Sir, I can only send you here. You have to rely on yourself from now on. Be careful. Orochimaru said respectfully. The two of them had arrived at the entrance of Ryuichi Cave. Others didn't know where Ryuichi Cave was. so how could Orochimaru not know? Kawakami Tomie's split body said, "It's okay, the next battle is not something you can interfere with." It's hard to say how strong the three immortals of the three holy lands are. It is inevitable to surpass the tailed beasts, and it is inevitable to surpass the strongest nine tails. After all, they are all monsters who have been practicing for thousands of years. Once a war breaks out with the White Snake's sage, Yubo is enough to kill Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru has several lives, he cannot squander it like this. Orochimaru nodded and disappeared. This was a shadow clone, and his true body was still undergoing experiments in the Sound Ninja village. Kawakami Tomie's split body entered Ryukai Cave directly. What she saw were snakes, many snakes. She even doubted whether there were as many snakes in the entire ninja world as there were in Ryukai Cave. Orochimaru summoned many snakes to die during the battle, but Orochimaru always had snakes to summon. There were tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of snakes, maybe millions. In other words, the natural energy here is a bit too strong. The split body can now also sense natural energy. She discovered that the natural energy in Longdai Cave is dozens of times richer than the outside world. No wonder the three holy places are the most suitable places for practicing the immortal mode. Hiss. 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 Countless snakes spit out snake letters and pounced towards the Tomie split body in Kawakami. Ryukai Cave was not friendly to the outside world. Orochimaru can become the signer of the Ryuchi Cave contract, not only because he is destined, but also because he is powerful. Otherwise he would have been killed by these snakes long ago. He cannot even pass this level, and there is no way he can sign a contract with Ryuchi Cave. That is to say, without a certain amount of power, don't even think about signing a psychic contract with Longdai Cave. Scorching escape. A middle fire sets the prairie fire on fire. Kawakami Tomie's split body clasped his hands together and pushed forward. The flames spread quickly. Within a few breaths, the flames shot into the sky, and all the snakes in his path were evaporated in an instant. That's right. It's evaporation. The flames produced by burning escape are not comparable to ordinary fire escape. This is a qualitative difference, just like the difference between rotten wood and steel. In the hands of Yagura, a scorching ninja, the scorching ninjutsu evaporates all the water in the opponent's body with one blow, but in the hands of Kawakami Tomie's split body, it completely evaporates, leaving no bones. Such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of many powerful snakes, including the White Snake Immortal. It's really weird. This girl actually mastered the immortal mode of Longdai Cave. She has never been to Longdai Cave to practice. The White Snake Immortal is very keen, and the snake's instinct tells it that this guy is very dangerous. But it's impossible. Except for the Six Paths Sage and his family, no one else in the ninja world has anything to fear. Those who are the strongest Ryukage and the strongest Kazekage, the White Snake Sage, don't take them seriously at all. Interesting, this girl actually has the blood of Indra, but even Indra himself cannot give me such a strong sense of threat. This guy is not the reincarnation of Indra. Weird. The White Snake Immortal cannot predict the future like the Big Toad Immortal, but he can watch past history, which is also a bug. It is viewed randomly, and like the Great Toad Immortal, it is uncontrolled. When the White Snake Immortal was thinking, the flames spread faster, and the snakes fled in all directions. Even so, hundreds of snakes died every second. Even beings as powerful as 10,000 snakes, which can compete with weaker-tailed beasts in a short period of time, can only dodge one faced with the burning fire. The blood succession limit is not comparable to the compound ninja method. It is the power born after the fusion of two different attributes of chakra to complete the change of chakra properties. There is an essential difference between the burning fire and the ordinary flame. Young man, enough is enough. The voice of the White Snake Immortal was like thunder, not as lifeless as the Great Toad Immortal. As he spoke, the ground rolled up and became extremely agile, forming walls to block the flames. These earth walls were so powerful that even the burning fire could not evaporate them in an instant. With the blessing of the White Snake Immortal, the earth walls it became unusual, awesome. As expected of the White Snake Immortal, Kawakami Tomie's split body boasted that even if he was hundreds of meters away, White Snake Sage could control the natural energy without moving and use the art of inorganic reincarnation to block his attack. In fact, in addition to White Snake Senin's control of natural energy reaching an extremely advanced level, this is Ryuji Cave, which is the territory of White Snake Senin. It can also do it in the ninja world, but it is impossible to do it as easily as it is now. Young man, you are here to learn the immortal mode. Why are you so angry? The White Snake Immortal said calmly. As snakes, they cherish their lives, and he did not want to establish a strong enemy for no reason. Even if they are hundreds of meters apart, it does not affect the communication between the person and the snake. The main reason is that Longdai Cave is completely under the control of the White Snake Immortal. Even if it is thousands of meters apart, it can still hear the silhouette and voice of the split body, and it can also make the split body listen to its sound. Kawakami Tomie's split body said, "Alas, your snake son and grandson came to attack me on their own. I was just protecting myself and saying hello by the way." The snake in Ryukai Cave doesn't want to talk. You call it saying hello? This is clearly an S-level ninjutsu. The attack strength exceeds most S-level ninjutsu. The split body continued, "I am indeed here to learn the immortal mode, but not only the immortal mode. I also want the most primitive training methods and fighting methods of Longdai Cave to control natural energy. To put it simply, everything in your Longdai Cave. I want all the training techniques." Immortal White Snake's face turned gloomy. He was dreaming. Hiss. The venomous snake that is closer to Kawakami Tomie's split body spits venom directly. This guy is too arrogant. He is provoking Ryujidong. Kawakami Tomie's split body didn't even dodge. With a thought, the sand on the ground flew up quickly, blocking the venom for her. She also knew how to control sand. She directly read the memory of the third Kazekage who was reincarnated by Okimaru's dirty soil, and quickly learned this technique. Heroic spirits who have returned from the Pure Land. Fight. Let's fight. Kawakami Tomie's split body directly used the technique of filthy soil reincarnation. This filthy soil reincarnation was specially improved by her, and it was definitely better than Okimaru Kabuto. 6 coffins appeared out of thin air, and figures walked out of the coffins. These are the third Kazekage and Kakazu who were reincarnated from the dirt by Tomie. Kawakami's split body using white Zetsu, and truly possessed power close to the peak. Kakazu's soul was taken away by pain, but Tomie Kawakami's split body was even better and forcibly channeled him to be reincarnated in the dirty earth. The others are Uchiha Fugaku, who possesses the Mangekyou Ring Sharingan, Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, and Konoha White Fang Hatake Tsukumo. White Fang's soul was not in the Pure Land, but his soul was still forcibly summoned by Tomie Kawakami's split body using a modified version of the art of reincarnation in the Dirty Land. The last person is the famous second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. In addition to water escape, he was forbidden techniques and is extremely powerful. Except for Asuma who made up the numbers, the other 5 were not weak. The 6 people have not been awakened now. They only have fighting instincts. Even so, no snake can get close to the split body. Water escape, fire escape, wind escape, and iron sand were raging in Longdai Cave. The reincarnation of the dirty earth gave them infinite chakra, making them more difficult to deal with than before. Hatake's swordsmanship really shines at this moment. Facing White Fang, even 10,000 snakes have to avoid its edge. With just the method of reincarnation from the dirty earth, the split body suppressed all the snakes except the White Snake Immortal. Chapter 83 Complete. Suzu. What a scary young man. All snakes, step back and let me come. This guy is not something you can deal with. It is impossible for the White Snake Immortal to watch his snake sons and grandsons being wantonly slaughtered and remain indifferent, not because of the deep feelings, but because of being slapped in the face. Although I sensed danger, this is Ryuji Cave. In Longdai Cave, Even if two other immortals join forces, it will be difficult to defeat it. Hearing the words of their great immortal, all the snakes retreated. They knew that 10 meters or 100 meters were not safe enough and they had to continue retreating. At this time, the soil under the feet of Kawakami Tomie's split body and others instantly turned into sharp earth grass. Ninjas are inherently squishy, and this earth and grass blessed with natural energy is more terrifying than steel. If it is stabbed, it will die. The ninja reincarnated in the dirt dodge one after another. Their fighting instincts are very terrifying. Except for Asuma, who had been pierced by an earth spear. Other ninjas jumped in the air, but the earth spear followed them like a shadow, as if they were alive. The third Kazekage manipulated the iron sand to create a foothold, and everyone stood on it. Various ninjutsu were used by the reincarnated ninja of the earth. Even so, they were only in a stalemate with the earth spear, and were at a slight disadvantage. As for Asuma, forget it, she has been suppressed. As expected of the White Snake Sage, he easily suppressed so many great figures in the ninja world. Kawakami Tomie's split body understood that it was impossible to watch the show unless he was reincarnated into Senju Hashirama. Although he did not liberate the consciousness of White Fang and the others, it is not polite to say that the 5 White Fangs relied on the characteristics of reincarnation from Dirty Soil to conquer Sunagakure village and Kirigakure village, but not the other 3 ninja villages, unless they liberate their consciousness. The White Snake Immortal looked at it coldly. It wanted to see what tricks this kid had to actually make himself feel in danger, but this level was completely insufficient. Even a kaleidoscope was nothing. This guy must have other tricks. As the snakes retreated, the White Snake Immortal could control more and more land. Tomie Kawakami even suspected that he could control the entire Ryakai cave. Sometimes having too many means is a worry. What should I use? Having said that, Kawakami Tomie's split body directly threw a Rasengan Shuriken to test the White Snake Sage's ability. However, as soon as the Rasengan Shuriken was fired, countless earth walls appeared. The Rasengan Shuriken was indeed powerful, but there was nothing that could be done in the face of so many earth walls. In just an instant, hundreds of earth walls rose from the ground. This White Snake Immortal is too cautious. Let's put it this way. The Rasengan Shuriken is really powerful and can easily cut through earth escape walls like earth flow walls to pieces. But facing dozens or hundreds of earth flow walls, can the Rasengan Shuriken still penetrate it? Not to mention the blessing of natural energy. 10 directions thunder prison. 9 flames burn the sky. The split body opened directly, and tens of thousands of thunder appeared in an instant. The roaring thunder carried unparalleled power, and all obstacles in front of it were cleared. Immediately afterwards, a huge wave of flames 100 meters high surged towards White Snake Sage, which completely surpassed Uchiha Madara's fire release. White Snake Sage was a little surprised. He had never seen this level of ninjutsu before. Although Indra is powerful, the most powerful one is the complete Suzu, and other techniques cannot compare with Suzu. Surprise, under the technique of inorganic reincarnation, more and more things are controlled by the White Snake Immortal, not only the soil, but also flowers, plants and trees. Everything in Longdai Cave is like the hands and feet of the White Snake Immortal. Under the technique of inorganic reincarnation, the river of mud rushed into the huge waves of flames. Not only that, the attack became even more intensive. Standing on the iron sand, Kawakami Tomie's expression remained calm. She had long expected that the White Snake Immortal would be difficult to deal with. Oh, is one of the Mangekyou Ring Eye techniques Amaterasu? They are truly a family. The split body looked at Uchiha Fugaku. The fire of Amaterasu was burning the earth spear. Others were also working hard, but the White Snake Sage was too strong. The iron sand in the air was moving quickly. These reincarnated ninjas were not completely defeated. At least they were closer to the White Snake Sage. The White Snake Immortal is indeed powerful, but fighting like this consumes a lot of natural energy. Once the natural energy of Longdai Cave is consumed by more than half, It will definitely not be my opponent. It's just a waste of time. It will take at least 2 days and 2 nights to fight. It's not scary to fight Kawakami Tomie's split body in a battle of attrition, but she doesn't want to waste time, so let's try the Sage mode. What happened? The split body is very puzzled. She cannot absorb the natural energy of Longdai Cave. If she cannot absorb the natural energy, she cannot enter the immortal mode. What a white snake immortal! He really has a way, and the natural energy of Longdai Cave is imprinted with it. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, countless mud and rock bombs came out, overwhelming the sky, and the 5 reincarnated bodies could no longer hold on. It's not that they are bad, but they are not conscious. If they were conscious, they could cooperate, defend, and even fight back against the White Snake Immortal. Except for the Soul Secret technique, other techniques can't really help much. Forget it, use Suzu. The tone of Kawakami Tomie's split body was extremely cold, completely different from usual, and she entered a fighting state. As she spoke, she contacted Hancock's split body. Soon, the 6 reincarnated bodies disappeared, and then she was fighting alone. I saw an unbelievably strong chakra surging out of her body, and the snakes in Longdai Cave couldn't help but tremble. This was due to the absolute suppression of power. Even one snake was no exception. In an instant, the 4th stage of Suzu appeared. This level was not comparable to that of Uchiha Itachi's Suzu. However, this is not the limit. The Black Suzu Titan is still growing, and the chakra is also increasing. The essence of Suzu is actually the materialization of Yin attribute chakra. Not long after, the complete Suzu appeared. The complete Suzu was already scary. Now, this black perfect Suzu gave the snakes in Ryokai Cave an endless sense of despair. Even the White Snake Sage secretly felt sad. Shock. How is it possible that this guy is not the reincarnation of Indra? How can he open the complete body of Suzu? Also, Indra will not be reincarnated as a woman in any case. This guy has a lot of secrets, so let me capture her and increase the foundation of Longdai Cave. At this moment, the White Snake Sage was no longer holding back. It finally went all out and shot spiked stone spears dozens of meters long towards the complete Suzu. A Suzu sword quickly appeared in the hands of the tall and complete Suzu. Suzu slashed hard, and all the stone spears were cut off. Suzu flew into the air with a slight jump. The complete Suzu Nenu can fly. White Snake Sage's expression remained unchanged. Under its control, the vegetation twisted together and turned into huge thorns that shot out, trying to wrap around the complete Suzu. The mighty Susanna sword slashed out. The extreme force was enough to destroy everything. The trick that the White Snake Sage had used to make her suddenly became useless. The power of the complete Suzu is so abnormal that it is not at the same level as other powers. Take the original work as an example. When Madara Uchiha didn't activate his full Suzu, the 5 shadows could still compete. Once he used his full Suzu, he could crush him directly. He also easily defeated Perfect Jinchuriki Naruto and easily killed Eternal Ice Sasuke. Chapter 84 Developing New Techniques on the Spot. You little girl, I don't know how you open the Eternal Mange Kie Ring Sharingan, but don't think that the Eternal Mange Kie Ring is invincible. White Snake Sage looked at Tomie Kawakami's split body getting closer and closer to him and muttered. The natural energy in Longdai Cave dropped sharply, and various materials in Longdai Cave turned into giant snakes of 100 meters under the influence of the inorganic reincarnation technique. What looks like a living being is actually a puppet. This inorganic reincarnation technique can be regarded as another kind of puppet technique. The giant snakes became fierce at the news, and there were so many of them that the White Snake Sage had the power to break the defense of the complete Suzu. Do you think that's all I have to do? I don't like to find fault with others. The perfect black Suzu flew higher and higher, while the dragon formed by the inorganic reincarnation technique soared with the help of natural energy. The other snakes could only watch from a distance, even if they only looked at the full size of Suzu. Those snakes were so oppressed that they could hardly breathe. The Suzu sword in the hand of the complete Suzu has disappeared. His palms slowly come closer, and a huge ball is spinning, somewhat similar to the Rasengan. Those techniques have no effect. Now we just need to develop one. I don't want to think of a name, so it's called Big Spiral Lunyu. The huge chakra ball rotated rapidly, this time without adding wind attribute chakra. It turned into the Rasengan Shuriken. Instead, it infinitely accelerates the speed of rotation, continuously injects chakra but maintains its size and prevents it from increasing, and finally injects chakra with both yin and yang attributes. Rasengan concentrates chakra in the hand to form a high-density chakra ball that rotates at high speed. When the properties of wind attribute chakra are injected into it, it becomes a Rasengan Shuriken. The current Tomie Kawakami split body is equivalent to increasing the rotation speed of the Rasengan 10 times in an instant, injecting enough chakra to turn it into a super large Jade Rasengan but keeping it the size of an ordinary Rasengan, and finally adding the power of yin and yang. This technique was conceived by him yesterday and he didn't have time to complete it. At this moment, completing this ninjutsu under the complete body of Suzu consumes a huge amount of chakra, which is dozens of times that of the super large Jade Rasengan. Even if Tomie Kawakami's split body is constantly cultivating, it can be said that he is a Chadora. When he completes this technique, he only has 1 or 2 chakra cards left. Pray that you can survive. Kawakami Tomie's split body said indifferently that the technique was finally completed. If he didn't have the ability to absolutely control this kaleidoscope, he would have failed in the second step. A huge ball of chakra energy fell. It looked exactly like Menma's large spiral wheel, like an enlarged version. The white snake immortal looked like most of Long Dai Cave had become its hands and feet, and the soil rolled together to form barriers. A thin coat appeared on its body, somewhat similar to the coat of a tailed beast, but it was made of highly condensed natural energy instead of chakra, making it even more terrifying. Boom! After the bombing of the big spiral wheel, all living beings are equal at this moment. No matter they are weak or powerful snakes, no matter they are born noble or not, at this moment, they can accept death equally. Such a huge Rasengan is compressed and injected with the power of yin and yang. Its power has surpassed the 9-tailed beast Jade. All the defenses of White Snake Sage are just a joke in front of the big Rasengan. In terms of power, even the destructive power of 30 Shifang Thunder prisons cannot compare to this move. The ground of half of the Ryakai Cave was empty, and the Ryakai Cave, which was larger than Konoha, was so severely damaged. It seems pretty good, far more powerful than Pain's Super Shinra Tensei who destroyed Konoha. The split body was very indifferent. Tens of thousands of snakes died under this move, so what? The ninja world has always been like this, the strong live and the weak die, let alone just a group of snakes. At this moment, the white snake immortal no longer looked as aloof as before. There were many scars on its body. They were not seriously injured, but they were definitely injured. This was the first time it had been injured in hundreds of years. Hiss. You are scarier than Indra. The more you are like this, the more interested I am. White Snake Sage is not cowardly at all. According to its perception, most of the chakra of Tomie Kawakami's split body has been consumed. With that kind of chakra, I am afraid that even the complete Suzu will not be able to maintain it for too long. In this case, it will what to fear. Countless pieces of soil, sand, and trees flew to the White Snake Immortal and wrapped it up. The White Snake Immortal quickly put a larger snake body around it. In just 10 seconds, White Snake Sage turned into a huge snake 300 meters long. Its size was even larger than the complete Suzu. With a strong flick, the snake's tail swept towards the complete Suzu with supreme force. It's really troublesome. I'm not skilled at that trick yet. Kawakami Tomie's split body directly released Suzu's complete body and left, choosing the Flying Thunder God's technique. She did not need the Flying Thunder God's mark and could teleport at will within 100 meters. She can't teleport through space with her complete Suzu now, unless she leaves the mark of the Flying Thunder God. But if she leaves the mark of the Flying Thunder God, This floor will be too big for someone like White Snake Sage who completely masters the Ryakai cave. Say, this is asking for death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tomie Kawakami's split body keeps changing positions, and teleportation in space is a bug. This consumes a lot of money, but her recovery speed is faster than the consumption speed. Soul Shock. The split body teleported and appeared on the head of the White Snake Immortal, and launched a killer move. Her face was extremely pale. The use of souls by these split bodies was still very crude. Using this kind of soul attack would completely injure the enemy by 1000 and damage themselves by 800. In terms of soul strength, she is not as good as the White Snake Immortal who has practiced for thousands of years. Even if she turns on the Eternal Kaleidoscope, she still has an advantage. No matter how serious the injury is, she can recover quickly. This kind of attack is not enough. Let me give you a taste of the mysterious bomb talisman. Kawakami Tomie's fragmented body quickly turned into paper, and secret bomb charms appeared one after another. These were made before, but even the secret bomb charms made when she was weak were as powerful as S-level ninjutsu. The impact on the soul damaged the vitality of the White Snake Immortal. It had the intention to compromise. If it continued to fight, it would win miserably, which was not in line with its plan. Is this a detonating talisman? There are only tens of thousands of them. If the number increased to 1,000 times, I would still be afraid. At this level, the White Snake Immortal felt that this detonating talisman could not even harm the snake body composed of inorganic matter covering its body, and could not hurt him at all. The top experts really look down on the detonating talisman, let alone the powerful ones at the level of White Snake Immortal. I hope you don't die. It shouldn't happen. If you die, I can only go to Mount Myoboku. After speaking, Kawakami Tomie's split body activated Izanagi and detonated the secret bomb talisman at the same time. At such a close distance, it is useless to teleport hundreds of meters in space. The Thunder Chakra mode is useless, and the full body Suzu is useless. This power cannot be blocked by anyone at the 6th path level, and can only be blocked by Izanagi. In fact, you can use the Flying Thunder God technique to reach the ninja world, but she has never used Izanagi in actual combat, so this is a try. The power of tens of thousands of secret bomb charms is more terrifying than 100 million detonation charms, because the power of the explosion is more concentrated and the heat is higher. Hooray! The moment the mysterious bomb talisman exploded, the flames quickly spanned 100 meters, and in a few breaths it spanned 500 meters. The raging fire was about to burn everything. 500 meters was just the beginning, and soon it spread to 1,000 meters, and the scope continued to expand. The force of the explosion of these tens of thousands of secret bomb symbols was 3 points stronger than the large spiral wheel. Chapter 85 Conquering the White Snake Immortal. After the flames dissipated, a burning smell appeared in Longdai Cave. Many snakes were really dead. The weak ones were all dead, and only the snakes that escaped to the edges and corners were alive. These were either strong or relatively fast, or he was particularly afraid of death. When the White Snake Immortal began to speak, he ran away with all his strength and never stopped. At this time, more than half of the snakes in Longdai Cave were lost. This was an unprecedented disaster. The other snakes were so miserable, not to mention the White Snake Immortal who was at the center of the explosion. The White Snake Sage is strong, but it is ultimately inferior to the 6th-level ninja. It is still standing there, but its body is covered with scars and its aura is extremely weak. It may not even be able to defeat 10,000 snakes now. On the other hand, Kawakami Tomie's split body, the Sharingan consumed by activating Izanagi has been restored, and the chakra has also been restored to 1/5. Even if it is only 1/5 of the chakra, it can release dozens of Shifang Thunder Prison. 9 Flame burning the day is still relaxing. I surrender. I am willing to hand over all the cultivation methods of Longdai Cave. White Snake Sage said weakly. The shell that protected it has disappeared. If the opponent activates the complete Suzu and cuts it down with a sword, its soul will return to the Pure Land. Kawakami Tomie's split body said, "This is not enough. Now you are the loser. If you want to survive, in addition to handing over the cultivation methods, I will also plant a curse seal on you. From now on, you will be my psychic beast and you must be at my command. Arrive." With such an oppressive condition, the White Snake Immortal almost became angry. After thinking about it carefully, he thought, "Forget it, it is better to die than live. Life is important." "Okay, I agree." The White Snake Immortal doesn't care about the dignity of the Great Immortal. If he dies, there will be nothing left. It has no bargaining chips. The other party does not have to be itself. There are two other Great Immortals for the other party to choose from. Then, relax and let me read the memory and plant the curse seal. You can also choose to attack me secretly. You may be able to kill me. Kawakami Tomie's split body said softly. White Snake Sage doesn't want to talk. "It's not like I don't know Izanagi, and you have mastered space ninjutsu. How can you be so easy to kill?" Kawakami Tomie's split body landed on the head of the White Snake Immortal, squatting down with her legs bent, and black runes appeared in the palm of her hand. "This is a curse seal. A curse seal that binds the soul." There are also different types of curse seals. Okimaru's Earth Curse Seal and Sky Curse Seal both use natural energy to strengthen the body. Most of Danzo's curse seals control others, and even control other people's life and death. This soul curse seal can directly attack other people's souls. When Kawakami Tomie's split body was mostly completed, he threw it to the soul split body and asked her to complete it. She couldn't let herself do everything. The curse seal was quickly embedded into the soul of the White Snake Immortal. This curse seal could be powerful or weak. It is completely activated by absorbing the energy of the inlay. In other words, even if the White Snake Immortal is 10 times stronger now, he cannot remove this curse seal. However, with the help of other great immortals, it is easy to remove this curse seal. After inlaying the curse seal, the next step was to read the memory. White Snake Immortal was very proactive in cooperating, mobilizing various memories from his cultivation for the convenience of Kawakami Tomie's split body to watch. Indeed, no one will look through a whole 1,000 years of memories. How boring it is. Just reading the training memory of Immortal White Snake, Split has benefited a lot. The White Snake Immortal actually had a more powerful killing move, but the price was too high. It didn't make up its mind, and was knocked over by the split body first. It's really powerful. If it's Eternal Mangekyou's Madara and Senju Hashirama, they're really no match for you. Especially for you immortals, Senju Hashirama is easier to deal with than Uchiha Madara. The split body knows that the cultivation method of the White Snake Immortal is the most suitable for snake cultivation, and she has to improve it and change it to a cultivation method that suits her. Therefore, the fastest way is to get the cultivation methods of the other two great immortals, confirm each other, and create a cultivation method that is most suitable for you. The Sage of Six Paths can also master the Sage mode, but his Sage mode was improved by himself after practicing the training mode of Mioma Mountain. In theory, it is more suitable for him. However, the Six Paths Sage is the most dangerous person in the ninja world, far more dangerous than Kaguya Otsutsuki. The danger is not strength, but character. The Sage of Six Paths personally admitted that he knew that the reincarnations of Indra and Asura were fighting each other in every generation, but he did not stop them. The theory is that he doesn't know who is right, and if he interfered, nothing would ever come of it, so he just sat back and ignored it for thousands of years. Kawakami Tomie's splintered body will go meet the Sage of Six Paths for a while, but not now. Sir, please also sign a psychic contract. After finishing reading the memory, Immortal White Snake immediately took out the psychic scroll, looking like a complete bitch. Kawakami Tomie's split body signed the name Kawakami Tomie, and she was curious whether this could channel the White Snake Sage. Don't move, I'll heal your wounds, and then we'll go to Mount Mioma. The split body directly used the technique of reincarnation, and dots of white light floated out from the palms. As soon as the life energy poured into the body of the white snake immortal, it felt a sense of relief, like a long drought encountering a gentle rain. The constant delivery of life energy is something that most people can't stand, so let's talk about Tomie Kawakami's split body. Although she is powerful, her life energy is really not comparable to that of the white snake sage. Fortunately, it can control the output speed of vitality. The output speed she controls is half a step slower than the recovery speed. Even so, it took 15 minutes to infuse the vitality of the three split bodies. The white snake immortal was not fully recovered, but was only 80% healed, but it was enough. Hiss. Hiss. The white snake immortal suddenly rolled over, feeling pain. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul made it impossible for this great immortal to maintain his elegant image. The white snake immortal was wailing. It was unbelievable. Even though it was seriously injured by tens of thousands of secret bomb talismans, it was not wailing like this. This is the curse seal that binds the soul. I hope you don't try to do anything clever. Otherwise, the ninja world does not need an immortal like you, and the Pure Land does not need an immortal like you. Kawakami Tomie's split body smiled. She often had a smile on her face when she was out of combat, but it made the cold-blooded creature like White Snake Sage tremble. What really makes White Snake Sage despair is not the torture of its soul, but the fact that it understands that Tomie Kawakami's split body can destroy its soul, making it no longer qualified to stay in the Pure Land. As an old monster that has lived for thousands of years, it understands that being killed is not the real death, but the destruction of the soul is the real death. As a result, the white snake immortal quickly tried to please him. How could it be possible? From now on, Fujiang's order will be the highest order of our Longdai cave. The split body said lightly, it's best to rest for half an hour and then go to Mioma Mountain. This half hour allows the white snake immortal to manage her snake children and grandsons, and it is also half an hour for her to improve her strength. This is not enough time for her to create new cultivation methods, but it is enough for her to combine the immortal mode of Longdai Cave and the natural energy. The control has been improved to an extremely high level. Chapter 86 Coming to Mioma Mountain. Kawakami Tomie's split body transmitted the cultivation methods of Ryachide Ring to the main body and other split and assimilated bodies and immediately started practicing. Now White Snake Immortal doesn't dare to do anything, so she can absorb the natural energy of Longdai Cave. A few minutes later, Kawakami Tomie's split body frowned. Something was wrong, very wrong. Kawakami Tomie's split body mastered the sage mode of Ryuji Cave in an instant, and quickly learned the matching fighting methods, such as the inorganic reincarnation that the white snake sage had been using just now. Then she began to practice the natural energy cultivation method of Immortal White Snake, which was the wisdom of Immortal White Snake for thousands of years. She quickly mastered the split body, but the phenomenon of snake transformation was inevitable. She decisively activated the kaleidoscope eye technique to control and adjust her condition. It took her 3 minutes to modify the method of absorbing natural energy so that she could no longer transform into snakes. However, the various applications were much worse than the version of Immortal White Snake. Perhaps only 5 days of practice would be as effective as Immortal White Snake's 1 day of practice effect. Even so, she could also feel the strengthening of her body and soul by natural energy. Although it was very weak, it was indeed strengthened. Over time, she felt that she did not need to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and could drive all the 6 paths with natural energy alone. Level person. Kawakami Tomie's split body is confident that after she completely rectifies this training method, it will be passed on to people in the ninja world. Once the training is successful, it will be no problem to live for 300 to 500 years, not to mention 1,000 years like the white snake sage. So the question arises, why are the 6 paths immortals who have achieved the 6 paths level so short-lived? You must know that the average lifespan of a toad is only more than 10 years, but the great toad immortal who absorbs natural energy can live for thousands of years. There is no reason why the Six Paths immortal can't do it. Even if the next best thing is that Uchiha Madara, who has the Samsara Eye, can plan his own resurrection, there is no reason why Sage of Six Paths can't do it. There must be something wrong with it. No matter what, as long as the opponent is not a bug like Otsutsuki Kaguya and exposes all his trump cards, the Six Paths level is not invincible. Once the stalemate is reached, the advantage will be mine, and I can kill anyone. Kawakami Tomie's split body was a little afraid of the Six Paths Sage, but she couldn't say she was afraid, and she wasn't extremely weak when she first crossed over. Otherwise she wouldn't have planned to go to Mioma Mountain. The Big Toad Sage and the Six Paths Sage had a good relationship. When she fought the White Snake Immortal just now, she did not use the Eight-Gate Dungeon or the power of the divine power of space. You must know that the power of the divine power can hurt the Six Paths. She was afraid that if she could not control these two powers, the White Snake Immortal would directly beaten to death. The split body continues to practice. Instead of thinking about the conspiracy of the Six Paths Immortal, it is better to work hard to become stronger. When you stand on top of the world, you can easily know most of the secrets of the world. If you are too weak, knowing too much is not a good thing. Soon, half an hour passed. The snake in Longdai Cave had no choice but to accept that he had an extra boss. No, it should be said that he had an extra ancestor, or an aunt would be more appropriate. Even the White Snake Immortal is no match for her, so what else can they do? If they dare to resist, the other dead snakes will serve as a warning to them. What's more, snakes are cold-blooded animals. It is impossible to expect these snakes to deal with a person who cannot be hostile at all. When did such a number one female ninja appear in the ninja world? The snake in Longdai Cave is very confused. Longdai Cave is not completely isolated from the world. As for Wanshi, in its impression, the strongest female ninja in the ninja world should be a Konoha ninja named Tsunade. But even Tsunade can only use 2 or 3 moves against the White Snake Sage. Master, it's time to set off. The White Snake Immortal took over very quickly. In the past half hour, it recalled the process of the fight. The more it thought about it, the more it felt that something was wrong. There were many secrets in this little girl. It was clear that the chakra was almost exhausted, but it was restored in just a few minutes. Also, she has instilled so much vitality into herself, yet she acts like a normal person. This is something that even the immortals of Six Paths cannot do. Perhaps, the opportunity for him to go further lies with her. Then lead the way. Kawakami Tomie's split body jumped on ahead of the White Snake Immortal. Among the 3 holy places, Ryakai Cave and Mount Myoboku often had frictions. Some of the snakes in Ryakai Cave invaded Mount Myoboku. However, this kind of thing is just a small fight for the White Snake Immortal and the Big Toad Immortal. They don't care, because the real high-level combat forces have not fought much except Wanshi and Toad Bunter. Laugh. White Snake Sage moved quickly, but his huge figure was extremely agile. He left Ryakai Cave in just a few seconds. His speed was no slower than Danzo's assimilated body in wind-release chakra mode. The White Snake Immortal walked on a quiet road. I don't know if it was the snake's instinct or because it didn't want to attract too many people's attention. After crossing a long distance, Immortal White Snake descended directly to Mioma Mountain. As soon as it entered Mount Mioma, both its huge size and the natural energy that were incompatible with Mount Mioma aroused the thoughts of all the toads. Is there another reckless snake coming to Mioma Mountain? It seems that the lessons from the past are not enough. A group of toads were ready to take action, and some of their knives had already been unsheathed. Not all toads know the White Snake Immortal. The White Snake Immortal and the Big Toad Immortal rarely leave their own territory. Maybe they were active before, but not now. Only the slugs in the wet bone forest are more active now. The moist bone forest is not like Mount Mioma or Ryuji Cave. There is only the Great Slug Immortal alone in the moist bone forest, and Tsunade is only channeling a part of it. Stop. Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin hurried over. These two people are the elders of Myoboku Mountain. Their status is only lower than the Great Toad Sennin. Most of the affairs of Myoboku Mountain are handled by them. Those who come to Mioma Mountain to learn immortal arts are taught by these two people. The Big Toad Immortal takes a nap all year round and occasionally comes out to make prophecies. Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin, both of whom were highly skilled in celestial arts, could sense the natural energy of White Snake Sennin that was 100 times greater than theirs. No other snake could possess this natural energy except White Snake Sennin. White Snake Immortal, if you are not staying in Longdike Cave, why did you come to Mioma Mountain? Fukasaku Sage said respectfully, although there was some friction between Mount Myoboku and Ryuji Cave. The other party was the great sage of Ryuji Cave and was on the same level as his ancestors, so he had to give him the courtesy he deserved. White Snake Immortal said calmly, "Take me to see Toadmaru, my master wants to see it." These words shocked all the toads. The White Snake Immortal actually has a master. This is impossible. Who in the ninja world can conquer the White Snake Sage? No one can do it except the Immortal of Six Paths. Thousands of years ago, the Immortal of Six Paths has passed away. The toads curiously looked at the split body of Tomie Kawakami above the head of the White Snake Immortal, wanting to see who it was. "No, I'm here." At some point, the Great Toad Immortal appeared quietly, carrying a twilight aura about him. In comparison, the White Snake Immortal looked radiant. Kawakami Tomie's split body has every reason to believe that if these two great immortals could turn into human beings, the Great Toad Immortal would definitely be an old man, and the White Snake Immortal would be either a young man or in his prime. Chapter 87 The Battered Jiraiya. The toads of Mount Myoboku were extremely respectful when they saw the Great Toad Sage, Tomomaru. Many toads were not eligible to visit the Great Toad Immortal. Only the two immortals, Fukasaku and Shima, could see the Great Toad Immortal from time to time. "I didn't expect that a guy like you would be injured in Longdike Cave. No wonder he surrendered." "This is in line with the instinct of you snakes." Toadmaru said calmly that its control of natural energy was no less than that of the White Snake Immortal, so it could see that the White Snake Immortal was injured. Kawakami Tomie's split body didn't waste any time and said directly, "I want all the cultivation methods in Mioma Mountain." All the toads quickly looked at Toadmaru, and as soon as the Great Immortal opened his mouth, they swarmed towards him. The two immortals, Fukasaku and Shima, were different. If they really went to war, the losses would be huge. Even if this was Mount Myoki, they had a geographical advantage. "I can give you Mount Myoma's cultivation methods, but you have to agree to one condition. If Mount Mioma is in danger and asks you for help, you must not refuse." Gamamaru didn't object, which was not surprising. The original work was about him teaching the Six Paths Immortal to practice immortal arts. This guy was the best at planning among the three immortals. Fukasaku Sennin breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The baby girl above White Snake Sennin's head was not simple. If they really fought, several of his sons would die, because his son was the main force in the battle at Mount Myoboku. "I can promise to help you once, but just once." Tomie Kawakami split the body path, which made the White Snake Sage regret deeply. If time could go back again, he would definitely learn from Gamamaru, so that he would not have to become Tomie's subordinate. In this way, Kawakami Tomie's split body easily obtained Myobakayama's training method, and also signed a contract with Myobakayama. Myobakayama would reverse channel her if something happened, but there was only one chance, and Myobakayama's toads could be summoned by her in the future, including the big ones. Toad Immortal. For the split body, there is no need to fight, just get the things. The strength of the three great immortals is almost the same. She roughly knows what level her power is after fighting the White Snake Immortal. The Great Toad Sage felt that once was too little, so he had to do it twice. Tomie Kawakami thought about it and agreed. Not long after, the Great Toad Immortal watched the man and the snake leave and was about to go back and take a nap. It knew that the man and the snake were going to Shiga Forest, so what? It had nothing to do with it. Except for the two immortals Fukasaku and Shima who followed the big toad immortal, the other toads looked at each other and left in groups, but they did not follow. The big toad fairy was sitting on a stone chair. He didn't say a word and closed his eyes, as if he was asleep, but he seemed not. The two immortals, Fukasaku and Shima, did not make a sound, but quietly waited for the reply from the Great Toad Immortal. Well, after a long time, the big toad fairy sighed. At this time, it opened its eyes. Its eyes were no longer cloudy, but extremely bright. The Great Toad Sage said, "Go and tell little Jiraiya that the future has changed. The Son of Prophecy is no longer so important. Now the future is foggy and I can't see anything clearly. Let him take care of himself." The two immortals were shocked. How could this be possible? The great immortal's prediction was infallible. The future was now in a fog. What did this mean? Or did it mean that there would be no future for the ninja world? The Great Toad Sage continued to speak. That person just now was very weird. Miyamushan must not offend her. Tell little Jiraiya the news too. He is the spokesperson of Miyamushan after all. If possible, I also hope that he can be safe. The Great Toad Immortal stopped talking after he finished speaking. His bright eyes became cloudy again, and he began to doze off again. The two immortals, Fukasaku and Shima, bowed slightly and then withdrew. The Great Toad Immortal is actually more confused than anyone else. Even at the level of Immortal of Six Paths, he can predict. Why can't he see anything clearly now? More than a year ago, he gradually lost sight of the future. Until today, the future has completely become a fog. There were several hazy figures in the mist, and the girl on ahead of the White Snake Immortal was very similar to the back of one of them. It's not that the Great Toad Sage has never thought of contacting the Six Paths Sage, but if his gift of prediction cannot be used, then his good brother Hagromo probably can't do anything. The Great Toad Sage knew many things. He even knew some things that the Six Paths Sage did not know. He knew that sooner or later the Otsutsuki clan would send people to the ninja world. Now the future is blurry, and he doesn't know what will happen in the future. He can only let the girl Miyamushan two favors, so that Miyamushan can survive the danger in the future. Otsutsuki Hagromo, the Six Paths Sage, is the first level of protection for the Great Toad Sage, and Kawakami Tomie's split body is the second level of protection. The Great Toad Immortal closed its eyes and began to absorb natural energy to strengthen itself. Even if the effect was minimal, it had become its instinct. Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin summoned the toads of Mount Myoki and announced to them the will of the Great Toad Sennin. The toads in Mount Myoboku don't have much sense. In fact, the vast majority of the toads never leave Mount Myoboku until they die. Not all toads are as gifted as Gimabunta. Even if they practice, most toads will not live longer than 30 years. This is much better than the toads in the ninja world, where most toads will not live longer than 10 years. Even toads like Gimabunta who are summoned by Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato to fight, their time in the ninja world was not even 1% of the time they spent in Mount Myoboku, so they didn't feel much about this order. At worst, Mioma Mountain is closed. The toads believe that the Great Toad Immortal can protect them. After conveying the wishes of the Great Toad Immortal to all the toads, the two immortals discussed for a while and decided to summon Jiraiya, although they felt a little sorry for Jiraiya. Anti-psychic art.